I mean, I'll probably refer to this a few times throughout the day, but I'm a massive introvert. So the idea of talking non-stop, as I was leaving, my wife was like, I don't think you're prepared for this.
You're thinking maybe jumping out of a plane was the better idea.
Yeah, maybe it was the better idea. Like, yeah, absolutely. We've got Instagram people up. We can see you waving. Hi, guys. We are just in the final seconds before it officially kicks off at 10. So thanks for joining us early, you eager beavers. It's great to have you here. Yeah, it is going to be action-packed. So we've got Canon Andrew White joining us, who's probably going to be joining us bang on 10 o'clock. We'll wait and see when he pops up. But we're really looking forward to it. Yeah. So we've got people on YouTube starting to sign in. Hi, guys.
Hi,
thank you for joining us. This is the Paul and Bryn's 24-hour men's mental health talkathon. And I'll be honest, I think we've both got a real mixture of feeling incredibly excited, but also daunted. It is action-packed. We have got interviews literally back to back. I think the next bit of respite we have is at midnight when we're going to then start talking about our own stories. So we can kind of, the pressure goes up a little bit then. But otherwise, it is literally back-to-back interviews. But we've got some incredible guests. Is there anyone you're particularly looking forward to chatting to?
Looking down the list, I was just absolutely blown away by everybody. I think that, obviously Andrew coming on, excited to hear what he's got to say. Friend Darren Farmer from America, he's got a word for us. I don't know what it is, but he has got a word. So looking forward to that. I can't think of anybody that I wasn't really excited about. Yeah,
it's great. And I hope underneath all of this is that, I know with live streams, people will dip in and out. Whoever's there now, hello. I expect that at points you'll be dipping in and out. We know you're not going to watch the whole thing. You'd be crazy too. But our hope is that people dip in at the right point and they hear what it is that they needed to hear today. Especially if you're a man and this is something that's resonating and you're thinking about this stuff, or maybe you're struggling yourself. There's going to be so much coming up in the next 24 hours that is hopefully going to be helpful for you. We've got people sharing their own stories. We've got people sharing their insights. It's going to be great. We're really looking forward to it. I'm just going to close this door to minimize the noise a little bit. Give me 2 seconds.
It really is live streaming.
This is live streaming action, great. So why are we doing this, Paul?
Where did this even start?
Well, it started not even that long ago. Mercy UK have just launched a men's mental health campaign, and the reason we're doing it is because the statistics around men's mental health is pretty stark. So 4 in 10 men said that they have never talked about their mental health. It's just not something they've ever done or ever intend to do. The main 2 reasons behind that are they feel ashamed and they're worried about being a burden to other people. But the reality is this stuff is serious. So I don't want to bring the tone down straight away, but it's a fact that suicide is the biggest killer for men under the age of 50, which is just shocking. And so it's not something we're prepared to sit back and do nothing about. And at Mercy, we care passionately about this stuff. We've got resources to help. We've got the Freedom Course, which can help. And we wanted to launch the men's mental health campaign to really shine a spotlight on it, but really just to show that it's okay to talk about this stuff. We wanted to do this because we wanted people to see that there's other men out there that want to talk about mental health, that recognize it's important, that recognize that we need to be open and honest about that and about our own personal journeys. So it all started when me and Paul were kind of thinking, okay, we're doing this thing. We've got a campaign going. We've got a Just Giving thing set up, and it's not too late to get involved, by the way. If this inspires you and you think, oh, I could do something, please do. The campaign's running till the middle of July, so there's plenty of time to still get involved. But we were chatting about what we could be doing, and we talked about various things, and it kind of I could tell in Paul it really sparked something. He was just so excited about the idea of doing something to raise awareness of men's mental health. We talked about all sorts of ideas. We talked about kind of the extreme stuff, the kind of typical stuff you see with these kind of fundraisers, where people jump out of planes, where they wrestle crocodiles. They do something extreme, but secretly behind all of it, people are doing stuff they probably really want to do anyway. So we thought, what could we do that's just going to really push us? And we thought, well, actually, I mean, you pick up the story there, because it was your comment around actually the importance of actually just having the different conversations and talking about mental health and addressing this stuff in the day-to-day and not just in the extremes, that kind of really kicked this whole idea off.
Yeah, I think, well, when we had the conversation over the phone initially, what really stood out to both of us was how actually we can use all of that stuff to mask over what the actual problem is. And the problem is that we need people to talk to. We need to be speaking about it, and dealing with extreme things, you know, is difficult. There's extreme things like illnesses and financial problems and bereavement, all the different things that we can go through and do go through. But actually, what about just the day-to-day stuff, the daily grind, as it were, sometimes, where you just, as a man, going through your life, going to work, looking after the kids, you know, doing what you can with your family. If you're involved in a church, all of those things, then it's just rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And actually, it's those conversations that men, I think, are missing.
Yeah.
Jumping out of a plane for some people is great fun. For other people, terrifying. But talking about how you feel, for 24 hours, especially, we were like, oh yeah, that could be really terrifying. Let's do that.
Do that. And we started to put the feelers out just to see who we could get on, and we're so appreciative of the amount of people. We've got over 20 people that have given up time in their day to join, to be a part of this conversation, to add their experience, their expertise. So yeah, we are really, really excited. I'm just going to keep an eye on, we've got our first guest arriving any minute, and this is live 100%. So this is us testing the system. It's us making sure everything's fine. There's no margin for error. Let's have a look. Great.
What was really interesting as well is certainly the people I spoke to, and I think you mentioned the same, is how keen everybody was to come on and share their experiences, and actually how many of them had been through things themselves or knew people who were struggling, you know, whether they were pastors or whatever, saying, yeah, this is huge.
Yeah, it was, and I think we've got, you know, there's people that have cared about this stuff for a long time. So this isn't anything new. And there's, you know, some of the people we're going to have on today have been champions of men's mental health for a really long time. They've dedicated their lives to working on it, to learning about it. So we're really appreciative of their time. Paul, while we're waiting for Andrew to pop on, would you like to tell us a little bit about your role here at Mercy?
Yes, so I'm one of the Freedom Course facilitators. So what I do is what it says on the tin. I facilitate the 16-week course that we do here, which covers a psycho-spiritual approach to discipleship, mental health included, where we go through the Keys to Freedom book and a lot of the tools we use here at Mercy. So where I fit in is I literally deliver the course content, usually over Zoom, occasionally in person, and actually get to watch that unique journey that God takes people on through the course. I do that alongside third-party counsellors. So we have counsellors, of course, that will give counselling sessions, health and nutrition as well, which, you know, all pulls together really to take somebody through a really deep dive of discipleship and discovery in their relationship with God.
Amazing. And how long have you been doing that?
Now I've been here just over a year.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gone fast.
Yeah. And how many people do you have at any one time? Like, do you want to talk us through?
We can have anything up to 15 on my caseload personally. So that'd be, you know, 15 calls a week. Yeah. Each of those have assignments as well, so there's planning and prep for that. But it's amazing how quickly it goes, that 16 weeks. Yeah. It flashes by. And we've seen some amazing breakthroughs, some really amazing. In fact, we've got one of the
we've got someone coming on, don't we, later
Trevor.
today. That's Trevor. I think he is at 2 o'clock.
2 from memory.
2 p.m. Yeah, Trevor Tucker. Yeah, looking forward to hearing from him and hearing about his story.
He's got a great journey and a lot of experience in mental health as well.
Trevor Tucker's just commented saying, "Woo, Paul is such a hero, and I love my time with him." Thank you, Trevor.
Thank you, mate. I'll send you money over later.
We look forward to hearing from you in a bit, Trevor, and hearing about your story. What's that? While we're waiting for our first guest to arrive, we're just going to keep chatting. This is a 24-hour conversation, so we're just not going to stop. What's that process like when someone starts, when especially a guy starts the freedom course? I'm really intrigued as to what that very first session is like, because I know that for most people, actually it's overcoming that initial barrier of having a conversation with someone. Once you start, you realize, oh, actually this isn't too. Actually, I don't know why I'm worried about this. I don't know why I put this off for so long. When someone starts the freedom course, what's that very first session like, and how do you kind of get people to feel at ease and just to start that journey? What's that very first bit like?
It really does absolutely depend on the individual, but one of the things generally is actually just to share what the purpose of the course is, but also just to invite authenticity. That is a buzzword that we use a lot, because it's true, that invitation to authenticity, it's disarming, and it helps you to realize, actually, this is my time. I've got these 16 sessions. This is my time to connect with God, to see what God will do through the course. But to just be really honest as well. I tend to be really honest in the first session, and I'll say, look, the price tag of authenticity is vulnerability. So you're going to feel vulnerable at times, but that's all right. It's okay.
And for people that are on, is that the first? What's that process like of them becoming vulnerable? Does it come easy? Is it something they have to work hard at?
I think not, generally speaking, because the admissions process is so good. It is so good. So people, before they even get to the course, they'll have an intro call with me. But they will have already been taken through a whole process by the admissions team, so they've already got a feel of Mercy and what we're about, and how God works with us and through us. So I think that's really helpful, because they've been through the application form, they will have had an interview, being able to ask any questions. And so by the time they get to me for an intro call, I'll have already read through the paperwork, had a chance to pray. And so it's almost as though you kind of know each other a little bit before you even actually get there. And because of the framework that we have for the course and the sessions, while they're not rigid per se, there's enough structure in there so that you've got an idea of what to expect when you get into the actual course content itself. And we'll sometimes do little exercises like the bridge tool that we use. Sometimes we'll do that because it's a good icebreaker, but it also is amazing what comes out of just simply drawing something and then talking and praying through it. I've had some absolutely amazing first sessions where the revelation that's come through.
So do you do that in the first session, the bridge tool?
Sometimes, do
you want to talk through the bridge tool while we're waiting for?
I can. I mean, it's much easier to demonstrate it, I guess, by doing it. Maybe at some point we can do that. But the bridge tool is really just an exercise of drawing whatever comes to mind of a bridge in the context of imagining what it would be like as a journey. If that's your journey, if the freedom course is your journey and where you're at right now, what would the bridge look like that bridges from where you are at the beginning, perhaps, to where you want to be at the end? But there's no real rule to it. You can put whatever you want on your bridge. So it can be what's the water like underneath? Is it deep? Is it fast flowing? Is it shallow? Is there anything in the water? Sometimes it could be someone will say, oh, there's rocks in the water and it's fast flowing and there's foam. And does the bridge have sides on it? Is it metal? Is it wooden? Does it feel secure? And what we're doing really is establishing where somebody feels in terms of their journey now, whether they feel secure, whether they feel supported. We can ask questions like, if God's on the bridge, where would God be? If you're on the bridge or in the picture, where would you be? And the environment will often give away how somebody feels about their journey and their process. And what that does is it gives me the opportunity to ask some questions. It gives us an opportunity to pray through if there's anything that the Lord wants to show them about the bridge. And I guess each one of us might have our own slight way of approaching it. But generally, again, as with everything on the Freedom course, it is a participant-led course. So that exercise is an expression of what they want to express. So we tend not to lead or push in that. And then what we'll do is throughout the course, we'll look on occasion and reflect back onto the bridge and say, how do you feel that that's looking now? So I mean, when I did my bridge school, when I first started here at Mercy, I revisited it about a year later, and I redrew it, and it had changed, it had evolved, which I guess you'd expect it to, but that's what happens through the course as well. Often somebody will look at the end of the course and go, oh wow, I can see something so differently. No, but I love it. I think it's a really good tool.
Amazing. And I think Paul mentioned there that the importance of the admissions process, and I think it's probably worth, let's just give a little shout out to the admissions team, because they work so hard. So for people that don't know, when you apply to the Freedom course, it's an incredibly vulnerable process, because you're, for a lot of people, and men especially, actually that first step of stepping out and saying, yes, I think I need support, is actually the hardest one. It's the most vulnerable one. Our admissions team do such a great job of just making that a safe environment, and of actually making sure that right from the very beginning, they are equipped. They get access to teaching, they get access to resources, so they can start their journey straight away, so they don't apply and then just wait and sort of twiddle their thumbs, because that can be really hard when you've burst that bubble, when you've stepped out and said, yeah, I think I really do need support. That's actually a really vulnerable time. So the admissions team do such a great job of navigating that. And I think let's just frame all of this. We've been talking about the Freedom course, and this campaign that we're running at the moment, this men's mental health campaign, the reason why me and Paul are sat here and we're going to be sitting here for 24 hours talking about this stuff, hopefully with guests that turn up on time. We love Andrew White, but he hasn't arrived yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think, Paul, do you want to just check your phone and make sure he's not struggling to get on? But while we're just sort of checking in where Andrew is, just to remind you that this is we're doing all of this for two reasons, really. We want to really normalize Christ-centered help. So we want to normalize reaching out for support. We want to normalize saying, yeah, it's okay to say that even though we're Christians and we know that prayer is powerful, and we believe in miracles, and we believe in healing, and we believe in restoration, that we still need to reach out for help sometimes, and we still need the support of each other. We need community. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted to do this, is just to let you know, especially if you're a man watching this, but also if you're a woman that knows a man that's struggling, we just want to destigmatize it. We just want to say it's okay, it's normal, and actually the best thing you can do is to reach out for help. We'll probably come on to our own personal journeys a little bit later, but I know for me, I've been working for a mental health charity now for 3 years. And I've had my own journey with just hiding and pushing down the fact that things are hard, and taking too long to kind of reach out and recognize that I need help and support. And so when I read the stats as to why people don't reach out, the idea of being a burden, of feeling ashamed, and I think especially for Christians, and if you're a Christian listening to this might resonate, there's almost a double layer of shame that goes on. Because it's not just the shame of the fact that we're struggling, but it's the shame of the fact that we know that we have at our tools and at our disposal things that help. We know that prayer is incredibly powerful. We know that we believe in a God that, we read verses like he wants that he only wants good for us. So we know we believe in something that is helpful and that can give us life and life to the full. That's why Jesus came and died, right? And so sometimes when we struggle, there's just this double layer of shame that even though we believe all that stuff, we are still struggling. And what does it say about our prayer life? What does it say about our belief in who God is and what God can do? And so we just, I felt that at times. I recognize that feeling. So we just want to, if you're listening now and that is you, we just want to let you know you're not alone, that those feelings are normal. But even Jesus, when he was here, he recognized that he needed support. He had people around him, he had friends around him to journey with. So there's that side of things. There's the awareness. There's kind of letting you know that reaching out for support is the right thing to do. Hopefully throughout today, there'll be loads of examples of how to do that, of practically what that looks like. Examples of people sharing their story of what happened when they reached out for support and why it took them so long in the first place. But the other thing is donations. Really, we want to just encourage you, if you are able, to consider making a donation to this fundraiser. If you're watching on our website, then there'll be a donation button right about there. There's also a main one up right about there. If you're on Just Giving, you will see that there's one there. So just please click away, donate. Anything that you can give is going towards the Freedom Course, and specifically as part of the Freedom Course, as Paul mentioned earlier on, we have every person that comes through in the 16 weeks, there's a triangle of support around that individual. There is the Freedom Course facilitator, and if you're lucky enough, that'll be Paul. Then there's an accountability partner, which is just somebody from their own church or their local support network that knows they're about to go on a journey, and a journey that is probably going to be hard, and is there to offer them practical support. There's somebody that's just in the local community, so is there to just really physically, practically be a support to them. Then we also offer counselling, and the whole idea is that when somebody goes through the Freedom Course, and Paul, you'll probably be able to speak into this. Well, you will be able to speak into this better than me. Those sessions that you have are like the bridge tool that Paul mentioned. They're a great way of just allowing all the stuff that's been bubbling under the surface to just rise to the top. But then we need to do something with that. And that's where the counselling sessions are great, because then they can go to the counsellor with specific things that have come up for them, things they're starting to realise they need to deal with. And just to emphasise, the Freedom Course is totally free for everybody that comes onto it. It's been a core principle of Mercy's for almost 20 years now, that when people need support, they don't have to pay for it. And we believe in that strongly. We believe that finances should never be a barrier. So the Freedom Course is free, the counselling they get is free, and it's all paid for because of supporters like you. So if you are able to donate, please do. Every pound, especially at the moment, fundraising is hard, really hard at the moment for charities all over the place. So every pound that we raise is really helpful. And the other good news is it's all match funded. So we have someone, a supporter, that believes in what we're doing, that loves the campaign, especially the folks around men's mental health. And he's said, or they've said rather, they will let them know how much we raise at the end, and they're going to match it. And so we would love to raise as much as we can, because then it's all going to be doubled, which is just going to, it is amazing. It's a real privilege to have that. So 10:22, any news from Andrew?
No, I know he's not been very well.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if his carers are maybe just attending to him.
Yeah.
But I have messaged him, and I will check and see that he's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. We're going to dive straight in. So me and initially when this idea started, I kind of envisaged that we'd have a couple guests, but that me and Paul would just freewheel. I mean, when we had this first conversation about how we were going to manage this and what we wanted to do with this, the conversation just flowed. This is something that Paul has been so passionate about. I think loads of lived experience. You've seen it in your Freedom Course participants, and there's just so many relevant topics to talk about. Trevor's just said, if you run out of things to talk about, Paul should share his hot tea spillage story, which I we'll definitely come on to that, Trevor. Thank you. Any other suggestions about how we can fill time if we ever have any no-shows, please drop them in. But yeah, when we first came up with this idea, I thought there'd be loads that we could just get on and just discuss and just chat about, because Paul, especially, I know this has been something that's been really on your heart. So let's start. Do you feel up for sharing a little bit about your story and kind of I don't know where you'd like to start. Where does your story and your journey with mental health start?
Oh, crikey!
And if Andrew comes, we'll pause our story and we'll chat to Andrew.
I think what I realise now is that I can trace a lot of my own mental health journey backwards.
Yeah.
Even to a time where I didn't realise that mental health was a problem.
Okay.
And I think because certainly as a young man, you're just getting on with life.
Yeah.
You're doing the best that you can do. I had a good childhood in most respects, where I was brought up in a loving family, but things started to go wrong for my mum and dad in their relationship. I hated school. I absolutely hated school all the way through. The education system was challenging for me, not because I lacked the brightness, but because of the structure.
Yeah.
And that didn't really allow much room for what I realise now is the creativity that God gave me. So I had quite a lot of struggles in school with not getting in trouble, because I wasn't a naughty kid.
Were you not?
No, honestly, believe it or not, I actually was.
What I know of you now, Paul, I find it hard to believe, but I will trust you. I
am now my authentic self, Bryn. So
oh, there we go.
I've learned I'm now my authentic naughty self.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was at school, I would be constantly hauled over the coals for not applying myself. It was constantly the report that came back. Paul is a bright child who doesn't apply himself.
Yeah.
Now, of course, nowadays I think that would ring some alarm bells.
Yeah.
And maybe the teachers would have looked into that. But I grew up in a very traditional family where if you were in trouble at school, you were in trouble at home.
Yeah.
Because my parents just wanted the best for me and had high expectations. My dad was very, very clever, intelligent guy, very academic. Whereas I just wanted to go and run around in the woods and play games and play sports and all that kind of stuff.
And do you remember what that felt like as a child, like to feel like you were just so at odds with the surroundings?
Completely soul destroying. It was just. I remember. I must have maybe been about 8 years old, and I remember thinking, I'm in this for. I worked it out. I think I actually worked it out in kind of days, how many days, weeks, months, and years I would have to remain in the system, and just thought, well, that's my sentence. I'll just have to get on and do it. I went to 2 really, really good grammar schools, some of the best schools in the country. So there was a lot of opportunity there for me, which I realise now and I'm grateful for. But it was this constant feeling of just never being good enough. I looked through one of my report cards some years ago, and I remember this particular year I'd been put on what was called special report. So at the beginning and the end of every single class, I had to go and report to the teacher in front of everybody and get my card signed, and then I'd have to see the headmaster. And you'd think I was some kind of major criminal or something the way. And I remember thinking how ridiculous it was. And I looked through this report card, and the lowest exam result that I had that year was 84%. Every other exam I had was in the 90s, and I remember thinking, how can it possibly be that is not good enough?
Yeah.
And
I mean, that must have internalized that sense of worthlessness and shame just from such an early age. And what sort of age are we talking? Like how old were you?
I mean, that would have been. I would have been about 11 then, maybe my first year at grammar school. And I went to a huge grammar school. There was about 1,800 kids there. Very, very good school. And I just remember it just being a horrible, horrible experience. I mean, I was a popular kid, I got on with people. But I just found that all very depressing. I mean, even my years at primary school, again, I went to a very traditional village primary school. I remember my first teacher was lovely. she was great, and recognized the creativity that I had, and worked with that. And she always said to my mum, she always thought I was a delightful child. So you see, I wasn't a bad child. But then the next teacher that I had she was just a, bless her, she was a horror show of a teacher. Real. What
was that word? Horror show.
Horror show.
What does that mean?
She was just like a dragon. She was horrible. I got to know her actually as an adult. I got to know her, and she was lovely. She had this very
just a certain way
about her. And then the teacher that I had after her was at least as bad, if not worse. And then the next teacher that I had actually picked me up and threw me against the wall when I was about maybe eight or nine. Picked me up, slammed me against the wall, and swore at me. Because I mean, it was ridiculous, but I'd broken wind in class, and we had a guest speaker. I mean, this guy just went absolutely berserk.
But as an 8-year-old child, that is terrifying. That is absolutely terrifying.
He said, he swore at me and said he would kill me.
Right.
I mean, again, I realised that, of course, what I should have done was tell my parents. And they would have addressed it, but somehow in my mind I thought, well, what's the point? So I guess what I was learning by that age is I just didn't feel safe. I didn't feel safe. I experienced quite a bit of bullying when I was younger, so I had all that going on. So it made me. I withdrew into kind of a fantasy world. I would make stories up. I would go and play in the woods. I'd make bows and arrows, dig dens, things like that. And just I was really good at sports, so I just immersed myself into sports really. And then I took up sort of later down the line, ended up getting into more sort of contact sports, rugby, kickboxing, that kind of stuff. But that experience at school was kind of really depressing. So it did kind of make me withdraw into myself.
And just to pause on that a minute, actually, if anyone's just joined us, if you're expecting to see Canon Andrew White, aka the Vicar of Baghdad, we're not entirely sure where he is. We know that his health hasn't been great, so it's quite possible that he just hasn't been able to make it after all. So we'll keep an eye on it. But in the meantime, we're chatting through some of Paul's journey, Paul's story, and one of the things that, I mean, for a start, I'm sorry, that sounds horrific, that kind of that experience, and to have all of that fear and shame drilled into you from such a young age. But I think the other thing that strikes me about that story is, like, when you use that example of the teacher that picked you up and he was just so angry, he said, "I'm going to kill you." You realize as an adult what must have been going on for him to be able to do something like that. And it just, I don't know if there's any demonstration as to why, as men, we need to take care of our well-being for the sake of others. It's an example like that. Like, I know that he probably would have benefited from therapy. He would have benefited from sitting down with someone to go, why do you think that situation, somebody breaking wind in class, could cause you to be so angry? And it just speaks into how there is a responsibility on us to break that cycle. And if we don't, then there's going to be a child that will have this story in 40 years time. I don't know how old you are. Is that really rude?
I have to count myself. 49.
In a number of years time, that will be sitting down and kind of, this will be their story they share. And that's, I mean, I know as a parent, that's it's a reality, and it's a hard reality of just the impact that we can have and our well-being has on those that are around us. So slight tangent. But I mean, when you were at school, and when you were kind of going through all of that, was there anybody around you seeing that you were struggling? I mean, I know you said you've got loving parents, so this isn't, I don't know what your relationship was like or how much that's a part of your journey, but did you have people checking in with you and asking how you were? And if so, were you ever able to talk about this, or did you just completely internalize it?
Yeah, it's a great question. No, I did really internalize. I just felt completely alone. I've got 2 brothers and 2 sisters now, but even that, I wouldn't share things that I struggled with people. I wouldn't want to burden them with that. that is a habit that I took way into my adult life, which I'll probably touch on at some point. But it's what I realized is nobody ever asked if I was all right.
Yeah.
And I wasn't all right. I was far from all right. I was starting to retreat into myself, and live very fearfully, which was difficult. But I mean, it's not that I didn't have any fun as a child, but I always had that kind of overwhelming sense of sadness. So like I say, I would retreat into more of a fantasy world and play out that way, or I'd just be with friends and play sports or whatever. In terms of the school situation, I probably dissociated.
Yeah.
I think that would be what I would do, is I would detach myself,
yeah.
and I would just go into a different place in my head.
Yeah, I mean, for people that don't know, that word dissociation is quite a big one, quite a nuanced one. So do you want to just explain that for people that kind of don't quite know what that word means?
Yeah,
it's quite a strong word.
It is a strong word, and it might not be the correct one, but looking back, I realized that what I would do is I would detach myself from my environment of what was going on around me as a coping mechanism, and I would just find ways to blend in to survive. So I would, for example, I would just zone out in a class, and then 40 minutes later I'll be back in the room, as it were, thinking, oh, I haven't heard anything. I mean, I would literally look at my exercise book, and I wouldn't have done anything. I wouldn't have done any of the work, or I'd have doodled loads of stuff, and then just not being aware of what was really going on around me. And then as soon as the bell went, I'd be off. And as I got older into my school years, that started to happen more and more, where I would literally just as soon as the bell had gone, I would remove myself from the classroom and I'd walk out somewhere out of school grounds. Yeah. And I'd just literally go and sit in a cemetery or whatever. And I did that right up until I could leave school. The other thing as well is when I actually could leave school, because I was one of the, I was a January kid, so I hit 16 in January, and before your exams you were allowed to leave school, but my parents wouldn't let me. Okay. So they used to, I'd had to go to school anyway, despite the fact there wasn't actually anything for me to do.
Which is hard because you were good at it, like you were saying it. And were you still getting those kind of results as you went through school, or did you find that actually that process of just feeling like this is an unsafe environment started to impact your?
Yeah, I think it really started to affect my ability to concentrate. The fact that I loathed it so much. I would do the bare minimum. I just would get blank spots. I wouldn't be able to do my homework. I couldn't concentrate. And yeah, I think that general feeling of being so out of place really affected me. I don't think anybody else would have noticed, because, like I say, I got on so easily with people. I could make friends, and I could be funny and have fun. But I think the only subject really that I enjoyed to any degree was English. And because I'd moved, so I moved when I was 14, so I finished at Penistone Grammar before I started my exams. So I went and started my GCSEs at a different grammar school, which was really, really difficult, because obviously I had no friends then. I'd left our home because my dad had taken a promotion at work and moved, so we moved cities. So it was just awful. So I had to start a new school. The subjects that I wanted to take, that I was actually good at, they wouldn't let me take because it didn't fit the timetabling. So I picked history, for example, and some other subjects, and I ended up having to do, I literally remember getting pulled out of my history class. So I don't even know who it was. Some teacher came in and said, "Oh, it's Paul here. You need to come with me." And I got taken out of that class and put into geography. I hated geography. Yeah. And that was just another example of what. So I had to do all of these options that I didn't like. And yeah, I did all right. I didn't do anything spectacular, but I was really good at English. Anything that was written and communication based, I was good at. Terrible at maths, which I found out much later in my military career, and that was because I'd never been taught it properly.
Okay.
And it turns out that I actually was quite good at it.
Yeah.
But yeah, all that was going on, and I just felt so lonely, and it just all I wanted to do was get out and join the military. That was
so
it.
was that your plan? When did that idea first pop into your head?
I was 4.
And what do you think drew you to that?
I was at an Air Force base, a Royal Air Force base that my parents took me to visit my uncle who was in the Royal Air Force, and I just remember I just have a memory of being stood next to an aircraft, and I was stood next to the wheel, and the wheel was somewhere like up here, and I was sort of down here, and I just remember saying, when I grow up, I'm going to be in the Royal Air Force. Yeah. And that was it. From that moment, I had determined something in my mind that would happen. Yeah. And I discovered that is a little bit how I'm wired. Okay. I wired myself and started to probably rewire my own brain and personality into determination. So I determined things. I will do this, and this, and that was it. Once I'd set my mind to it. Yeah.
And so when you left school, was that your first real chance to determine, to kind of go, right, now I'm in control and I can put my plan of action in place?
Yeah, I think I started some of that in my first grammar school, and by getting into a fight.
Okay.
So I just one day I just decided one day I'm not having it. I remember, funnily enough, we were in a PE class, and I can't remember where. I'd had to be somewhere. I suspect probably had to go and get one of my report cards signed or something. So I was late to the class, and they were all playing tennis. And because I was good at most sports, when I got up there, the PE teacher just said, "Oh, you jump in this on that team," and he told this other kid to jump off, and this was like supposed to be one of these, like he's the hard kid. He was the hard kid in the year, and I thought, oh great, thanks for that, sir. You know, I'm one of the other lads says, oh, when you get back in, he's gonna have you. So I thought, right. Anyway, as we finished the class and walked off, he booted me, kicked me on the back of the legs, and said, "You're dead when we get back to changing rooms, Marshall." And I just remember being absolutely petrified, thinking, I'm going to get beat up, I'm going to get battered. And I developed this fear as a kid. I developed an actual phobia of being beaten up. Not surprising given some of the experiences I'd had. Yeah. And that feeling of like, oh, that's it. And I just remember having this horrible fear. And as we got into the changing rooms, it really was a typical old school, old grammar school, where the PE rooms had cages, like where you got changed. So I thought, I'm in there, and sure enough, just as I'm getting changed, he came up behind me, he came up behind me and whacked me, gave me a full-on haymaker right in the ear, and then another one, and he thought, if you're in that cage, you ain't getting out of it, because all there is just a little doorway. And I just remember thinking, you know what? I'm not having it. And I just turned around. I went, I dare you to throw another punch. I dare you. He never got to land it. As soon as he threw it, I cracked him. Absolutely cracked him. And I beat that kid up for about 10 minutes. I mean, I just absolutely battered him. I remember somebody else, because everybody hated this kid, but somebody else, one of my friends, jumped in and went to hit him, and I remember pushing him, saying, "No, it's not your fight. This is mine." And then after a little while of giving this lad a bit of a going over, the teacher shouted across the room, said, "You two, come with me." And I just said to him, "Sir, I didn't start it." And he went, "Okay." And then as everybody walked away, he went, "Well done, son." Apparently being stood there and seen the whole thing. But after that, that poor kid, he must have got beaten up about 5 or 6 times between then and the end of the term. He came and he apologized to me, afterwards, he said, you beat me fair and square, and I'm sorry. When he came in with his sunglasses on for his panda eyes. But I think that while on the one hand, that was a good breakthrough for me, because it took, what I realised is I learned how to channel fear then, and that was good, and that certainly helped me moving into my career in the military and beyond. But it set me on quite a dangerous path as well, where I would.
Well, I mean, you're learning from such a young age that you internalize your feelings, and the way to get them out and the way to release is to blow up. And if we've got any kids listening, I think mine are. We're not encouraging you to fight. But there is a reality there that kind of the emotions, the feelings, they have to come out, and if they don't come out when you talk, they come out in other ways. So
I think that's a good point that you make there as well, though, because while I had that fear, and then I used that and channeled it, I didn't have control over it. I didn't know when to stop, and I learned that later down the line.
So talk us through then joining the actually just while we're on, if we've had any new people joining in the last 15 minutes, just so you know, we haven't heard from our initial guest, so we know he's been having a few health issues, so there's a good chance he just wasn't able to make it, in case you were tuning in to watch Canon Andrew White. But we'll keep in touch with him, and if we've got an opportunity later on in the day to squeeze him in, we'll do that. And this is all being recorded, and we're going to record the individual interviews as they come in as well. So we will be sharing everything afterwards. So if you did tune in for Canon Andrew White, we will have a discussion with him at some point, whether it's today or it's another point, and we'll share that. But we're instead we get to hear all about Paul's childhood, which is just it's fascinating, because it always feels like such a privilege to hear these kind of stories, because you're getting the kind of the glimpses behind the curtain that so few people get to see and get to hear. And it just, when you hear them, it just feels so obvious how important it is that we talk and that we create safe environments for adults and for kids to be honest about what they're going through, because otherwise the cycle perpetuates and people learn really unhealthy ways of being that transition all the way through into adulthood. And I know that's kind of a part of your story. If you have just joined, just a reminder that this is the 24-hour Talkathon. Me and Paul are going to be sat here for a very long time. We're 45 minutes into a 24-hour conversation about mental health. And it's actually, I love that we get to start with your story and with actually doing a bit of a deep dive into your journey. And I hope that throughout the day we get to kind of keep jumping in and kind of picking it up as we go. But we are doing all of this to raise awareness for men's mental health, to let you know, if you are a man who is struggling, that it's okay to struggle. We've got a friend joining us later from a charity called It's Okay Not to Be Okay, and the whole idea is just letting people know that struggling is part of the human condition. It's a reality in this world, and actually the worst thing we can do is just bottle it up and feel like we can't share, that we will be a burden, that we feel shame for the fact that we are struggling. And we just want to let men know everywhere, if you're listening, if you've never had a conversation about your mental health, if you've never checked in with somebody, do it, because it's one of those things that once you burst the bubble of it, once you kind of sit down, you say, do you know what, here's how I'm feeling about it, becomes part of your muscle memory. It becomes easier and easier every time you do it. So even if you're not struggling, it's part of your toolkit for when life gets tough, to learn how to reach out, and learn how to ask for somebody for help, learn how to send that text message, learn how to be vulnerable. It's something we can practice. So yeah, the whole point of today is to just let you hear conversations like this, let you feel encouraged, reflect on your own journeys, and think about the things that you have repressed and actually never spoken or talked to anybody about. And maybe we would love it, I'm sure I'm speaking for both of us, if we heard that off the back of today there were men that kind of had conversations about things that they've been carrying their whole lives for the first time. That would be the biggest win we could possibly have. But also, this is a fundraiser. So if you have a chance to donate, we'd really appreciate that. Wherever you're watching this, whether it's on our homepage, whether it's on YouTube, or whether it's Instagram, hello Instagram people over there. Wherever you're watching this from, there will be an option and a way to donate nearby, whether it's a link somewhere around here, or if you're on YouTube, if you just read the description, there's a link in there that takes you to our Just Giving page. Next up, in about 10 minutes time, hopefully, we've got John Keenan, who is well, I'm looking forward to talking about him because he seems to do lots of things, and that'll be my first question to him is, John, exactly what do you do? Because judging by his Instagram profile, he has several different hats that he wears, but he is a podcaster, he's a personal trainer, and he's particularly interested in mental health in boxing and combat sports. So I feel like you'll particularly enjoy that conversation. So in the last we've just had some encouragement on YouTube that such good content we're hearing from Paul. Keep it coming. We love hearing the honesty and the impact of your experience. I mean, one of the things I love about working for Mercy is that it's an environment where these kind of conversations are encouraged and they're natural. And I just know for myself that when you hear somebody else's journey, it shines a mirror into the parts of your life that you haven't thought about for a really long time. So you can't not but think about, what was my experience like at that age? What was my experience of bullying like? What were the times in which I internalized anger and shame? And how did I feel out of place? So yeah, it's amazing, Paul. We really appreciate you sharing. We've probably got about 10 minutes before John joins us. For the sake of those listening, could you give us like a contents list of your life, right? In the next few minutes, some of the things that actually, if you'd written a book and you open the chapter page, what are the different chapters? Because I think I would love to just get a glimpse of that. So anyone that's watching now will want to tune in later to hear the rest of your story. Like just bullet point, what are the different different markers on your journey?
Yeah, there'd be the school, young childhood, school into young adulthood, and then getting into the early part of working life, my journey into the military, my time in the military, and then what happened during that, and how I ended up being a fully committed Christian, to then going on working for myself, getting into ministry school, and then eventually coming and being here. And the sections really of discovery and the journey, God was always the thread, always the thread through that I caught a glimpse of God early in my life. As a child, I just always believed in God. I always prayed.
Were your parents Christians?
My mum's born again. Yeah, she's a Christian. We weren't a church going family other than the usual, village events and weddings and things like that. But no, I was raised as a believer, I guess, by my mum. But I had no real exposure other than I just thought I would. When I talked about being an escaper and an adventurer, one of the main places that I would spend my time would be in the parish church. Okay. So much I was there, so much so that the vicar just gave me the key, which is a whole story in itself. And I used to just go and find all the secret tunnels and stuff. So there's those chapters. I also went as a parent, that would be a pretty proud moment. Like if he's going to run off anywhere, he's going to run off to the local church. Yeah. Like, I mean, you could cause damage, but not as much damage you cause elsewhere. Yeah, I mean, where's Paul run away to? He'll be in the church. Yeah. Yeah. Kids, my kids, if you're listening, just pay attention. If you're going to run away and rebel, just run to church. That's fine. I'm fine with that. It's funny how God uses those, a whole lesson that I learned from that. But around that time as well, I was sexually abused by a family friend, and that went unknown. It's only in recent years that I've really discussed that with people. So there was I didn't know that. So that is that. Yeah, that's news to me. And what sort of age? I'd have been 12. Okay. About 12. And yeah, that was quite. I didn't realize how traumatic that was until I initially I did, and then again, kind of just must have just kind of flicked a switch in my head and just got on with it. And I hadn't really thought that it had affected me, but probably realized that it had, because again, it taught me that people aren't safe.
Yeah.
You know, and there was other chapters would be, I was attacked by another guy who was much older, who attacked me with a shovel. Actually tried, but because I was athletically nimble, I was able to escape without actually getting damaged. But again, all of these types of things, and then into the journey of having an incurable disease, which God healed, which we'll probably get into at some other point over my military career. But yeah, a lot went on at each stage of my life. I realized that my life was riddled with trauma.
Yeah.
From a very early age. I mean, my earliest memories are quite traumatic. I've been in, I don't know how many car crashes. The amount of times that I've nearly been dead in my life is just mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. And again, at each stage that I realised now, and I looked back, how God had rescued me, so that while I was learning that people weren't safe, and then I became probably quite dangerous in some respects myself, I realised that God never leaves us.
Yeah.
He never left me, never. And all of those experiences have given me a deep compassion, I guess, for people in general. And I do have a real heart for men and men's health, because I know what it's like to go through my life and not talk, and not say anything, and just have to get on with it, man up, all that kind of stuff. And so I did. I just became really, really good at it.
Yeah.
But actually, that was just taking me through a journey of potential, just constantly being in danger. And you know, like we talked about, constantly seeking those thrills, and that just became my life. It just became my lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's exciting, but yeah, what I realise now, and the best part of it is that God is able to utilise that, and I can tell when people are not all right. You know, and I know you're very good at that, but sometimes realising, even just in the normal day-to-day stuff, that somebody can be really, really suffering.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could pick any of those out, any chapter of those, and
and I can't wait. We've got loads of time today, Paul.
Yeah.
So I know we'll have loads of opportunity to dip in and out of that. I think one of the thoughts that I had when you just sort of expressed the fact you've had loads of trauma in your life is that the way that our body responds to trauma. I know we've got some people coming on the show later on that are going to be able to speak into this a lot more in a lot more depth than I possibly can. But I know enough to know that what happens is that our body protects ourselves from those experiences. So it boxes it up, it closes it up, it protects it, it locks it away in a part of our mind, as a pure survival mechanism. But then that's one of the reasons why I think so many men are worried about reaching out and starting a conversation. And this is true for myself as well, is that that it's probably going to have to involve unpacking some baggage that you haven't touched in a long time. And that could be quite a scary process and quite a scary thought. Spoiler alert, you don't always have to do it. Sometimes your body's coping mechanism needs to be trusted, and it's not as if to have good mental health you need to go through and unpack every single box and examine it and pull it all out into daylight. Sometimes it's that isn't always the most helpful thing, but it's also true that there are things that are there's so many things that are left undiscovered. But actually the reality is, like with your story, punching somebody in the face, if we don't deal with that stuff, it will find its way out in other ways. Yeah. And we do have someone coming on, I think it's 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, a guy called Dr. Steve Sterling, who is going to be talking about the some of the physical manifestations of psychological distress and neurology. And so actually just talking about how, my guess is that one of the things we'll touch on is that how trauma can actually manifest itself in the body, and in physical elements. So that'll be a great conversation. Great. So hopefully we've got a guy called John Keenan who's going to be joining us soon. Yeah, so he'll be joining us about 11 o'clock, and then we've got a live interview with UCB, which will be fun, at 11:40. Just so you know, for that, the technology didn't quite work to integrate it into this live stream, so we'll be doing the interview with UCB from my laptop just down here. So if you're with us around that time, you'll see us engaged in the conversation over here. Hopefully the mic will pick it up, so hopefully you'll still hear it and be a part of it. But it's just so you know, yeah, that'll be happening. Let's give you a little bit of a rundown. Someone's just joined to say, I just left a comment on YouTube saying, listening in between jobs today, great encouragement, guys. Thank you, Dan. And yeah, please keep tuning in. I hope that today is going to be full of nuggets. Ben, our media guy, I think is probably slightly salivating at the fact that he's just going to have 24 hours worth of content to chop and dice and pop out onto our socials over the months and the years ahead, hopefully. Yeah, shall I give you a quick rundown of some of the other things we've got coming up today? We've got John Keenan joining us soon. We've got live interview with UCB at 11:40. And then we've got Will Vanderhart, who's an author and a chaplain, and he's been a friend of Mercy for a long time, and mental health has really been a part of his journey for a long time as well, both personally and professionally. So really looking forward to that conversation. We've then got James Ray, who's an author. He's just released a book called Responsibility: Discovering the Authentic Man. So he'll have lots to say on this subject. But he's also the CEO of Extreme Character Challenge, and that's the sort of thing that your younger self would have loved. Just it's taking people out into nature and using extreme challenges and nature to actually to help men to talk, to engage, to connect. So it'll be great to hear his views on stuff. That's at 1 p.m. At 2 p.m. we've got Trevor Tucker, who has already made an appearance because I've already read out some of his comments on the YouTube chat. He's going to be coming to talk about his journey and his journey on the Freedom Course, which is great. We're really looking forward to that. And then at 3 we've got Paul Benger. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Paul Benger.
Yeah, Paul Benger. And Lucy Buckley from Ground Level Network, who are going to be joining as well. So yeah, loads to look forward to. Our very own Rob Harvie, who is married to our Chief Operating Officer, but also works for Mercy for a long time and has been a champion of mental health for an awful long time, is going to be joining us, and he's going to be co-hosting from about 2 to 5. So he'll be helping with some of the interviews, possibly allowing maybe me or Paul at some point to have a lunch break or to stretch our legs or something along those lines. So yeah, we've got all that to look forward to. If you are on YouTube, or on our website, in both places, there's a link to the full guest list of people who've got coming up. So please do take a look at that and plan. Dan, you can plan when you're going to take your breaks in between your jobs, depending on who is going to be on. Thank you, Instagram people, for joining us. If you've joined recently, just so you know, we were hoping to have Canon Andrew White on. We know that his health hasn't been great recently, so he hasn't made it. But we do promise that we will bring a conversation with Andrew, whether it's later today, or whether it's something we record and put out at a later date. Because I mean, you had a bit of a chat with him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us, while we're waiting for John to join, do you want to tell us a little bit about the chat you had with him and why you felt actually he'd be a great person to have on?
Yeah, I met Canon Andrew White at Life Church many years ago.
Life Church in Bradford.
Life Church in Bradford, yeah. And he's such a character. I mean, I remembered the message that he actually preached that week. And after you and I were chatting, I just thought, man, he's got so much experience in war-torn areas. I mean, he wrote his book, The Vicar of Baghdad, because that was his nickname by then. He's just served the Lord in war-torn areas. His church has been blown up. He's been kidnapped. Gone through all of these traumatic experiences, and he's also carried health problems his whole life. He's had a horrible time of it lately. He's had stem cell, even sort of call it experimental, but certainly fledgling medical procedures, and yet he still keeps on going. So I thought, I'll just pop him a message on Facebook. We speak periodically, but anyway, I texted him, and he called me. He called me that night, and he actually video called me and said, "Hello, Paul." Oh, hello, Andrew. And he said, "I'm ringing despite all my advisors told me that it's a scam. Somebody's probably trying to scam me." But he said, "I know it's not a scam. What can I do to help with the mental health campaign?" So we got chatting, and I just asked him if he would be happy to share a few of his stories about the risks that he's taken in order to fulfill the call of God on his life and to help others do so. And we were just having a chat about some of the crazy experiences that he's had, and of how how he'd be sat with terrorists, having conversations with them and trying to bring people to the table, and talk about what God's doing over there in the Middle East. So he was going to come on and share a little bit about that. But I remember that the one thing that stood out to me was, with all the traumatic stuff that he's been through, and he's received, had all these encounters with God and received healing, he still takes risks. And that was actually what he preached on that particular time I first met him. He was saying, people are always telling him to take care. And he said, "Don't take care, take risks." And it just really stood out. And I thought, yeah, but what he's done is he was talking about how to take risks for the kingdom, for God, which is just fascinating, because I think that's one of the things, and one of the things we were chatting about, and I think for men, and why we do get into dangerous situations, is because we have a thirst for adventure. We're wired that way, and Andrew's certainly wired for that. He's wired for risk. But how do you manage that and keep yourself healthy while taking risks, which by their nature are dangerous? And how do you take risks when your key responsibilities and roles are relatively day-to-day mundane, which is kind of how this whole thing started, isn't it? As we were saying, where do we get that sense of adventure and still manage our day-to-day stuff? Andrew has to manage it daily, a very, very challenging health condition, and has carers that come in and help with that, but still manages to fulfill his duty, as you would say. He takes the call on his life really seriously. So I thought it'd be really good to get into a conversation with him about that, and how he manages that, and what that looks like on a daily basis.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be amazing to hear that. I mean, his story and background is incredible. And when you hear those kind of extreme examples, and you think, how on earth does someone manage to stay healthy, mentally healthy, with experiences like that? John has been in touch. He's on his way. So hopefully he'll join us very soon. If you just give me a minute, I'm just going to see if I can just make sure that he's okay. Bear with me a sec.
It is amazing though, isn't it? You look at even the lineup of how many people we've got, and what incredible things people are doing in the kingdom of God. What amazing things people are doing out in charities, things that you know they've come through experiences and are pouring out into people because they want to see other people doing well and to see them fulfill their destiny. Well, I was reading yesterday in the news, I think it was last year, 243 veterans committed suicide.
Wow.
And you know, you've got groups out there, charities that are helping, but there is so much need. There is so much need amongst people, ex-soldiers, people who've been in the emergency services as well. I was reading a book that a friend of mine's brother wrote because he was a traffic cop, and he ended up with PTSD because of all the crashes that he saw, and a lot of the crashers are young men racing around.
Just bear me a sec. We've got hi John, can you hear me okay? John, could you try and join via the other link I've just emailed to you? Thanks for your patience, guys. We're just getting John on now. He's just trying to connect. Yeah, I can. He's trying to connect via. Just so you know, if you're wondering what's going on, he's just trying to connect via a different link. So we're just trying to get him over to the Google one. Can you hear me, John? Hey, John. Sorry, just bear with me a sec, guys, while we try and get John in. Okay. Yeah, he's just trying to get on with a different link. So just bear with us a second. While we're waiting, Paul, do you want to just move on to chapter number 2 of your story, which is joining the military, like deciding to do that. That's quite a big step. And when did that happen?
So I applied originally while I was still at school. I tried to go through the careers officer, because we all had to see a careers officer, and they told me I couldn't join the military, and I certainly couldn't join the Air Force because I wouldn't get the grades, and then gave me a test to do. So I had to do this test, which they sent off to some office somewhere, and it came back. The test was to check your aptitude for what kind of work you could do, and all of them came back that I should join the military or public sector. So I applied, but I had to get my parents' permission, and they weren't going to give me that at that age. So I waited until I did hit 16 and was leaving school, and then did actually go to the careers service. in Bradford, and I spoke with them, and they said, look, the only two branches that we're recruiting into at the moment is chef or cook.
Hey,
oh, here he is.
John, you're here.
Hello.
I lied to you. I prefer Google Meets than Zoom.
No, that's all right. Sorry about the technical hitch there. John, welcome. I'm sorry about that. That must be well stressful.
No, it's all right. It's all right.
You are officially our first guest on this talkathon. So yeah, welcome. We do. Annoyingly, we do have most of the interviews can kind of drift on, but we've got a UCB interview on their radio show at 11:40.
Okay.
So we've probably got about 15 minutes to chat, 15, 20 minutes to chat. So yeah, let's go for it. And we'd love to hear a bit about your story. So you seem to be a man that wears many hats. I mean, you're wearing one at the moment, so pun intended. But I would love to hear a little bit about you, what it is that you do, what's occupying your time, and a little bit about the different things that you're involved in.
Awesome. So I'm heavily involved with loads of different things. I was in church at the weekend, and there was a message. We had a guest speaker come in and was talking about your function and your purpose, and about how some people get out of bed and they work, get money, pay the bills and function, and some other people then have to fulfill that with purpose because the job doesn't fulfill that purpose, right? So I've always been a person that, fortunate or unfortunately, I move towards I have to do purpose, because otherwise I don't feel mentally fulfilled, and I can feel that, right? So when I was heavily involved with the church for a very long time in-house, but I felt called as an evangelist to go outside of the church and help. So I started looking at what's in my hands. So I was put in a WhatsApp group in the middle of COVID with some celebrity boxers.
Yeah.
And then I realized that the ex-celebrity boxers are really struggling. Some are alcoholics, some are homeless, some are really struggling with depression. And some of the things that I've gone through in church and learned in church, I realized I had a calling to like pastor on them.
Yeah.
But we set up a podcast about 18 months ago, which is just growing and growing each single week. And now there's not a boxer that I can't get in front of. Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, all the top promoters, I'm around them every week, every day. There's communication with them. So I'm moving towards thinking, how can now get to a situation? Do I open a charity? Do I get to a situation where I can help them more? Because me and my business partner and a couple of other people, goodness of a heart, we're doing a lot of hands-on work with them. Like there was one person recently who was a former world champion who was begging on the streets of London.
Wow.
From the heights of walking out in front of 70,000 people to begging for money.
Yeah, and can you tell us a bit about why that is? So why people struggle, and some of the themes that you've noticed in the people you work with, the people you chat to, about the similarities there, about their stories, and kind of why they end up in such desperate states from the heights of where they've been.
Yeah, as a fighter, you have to have a large ego. You have to be one of the best liars in the world as well, because to walk out in front of a crowd, you have to lie to yourself, because you have to walk in front of a crowd and say you're not scared when you're terrified. It wouldn't matter if you had a 6-year-old kid waiting in the ring, you're still going to be nervous because you walk in front of 90,000 people. But you have to lie to yourself that you're not. And then for 3 months, imagine you have the confrontation with someone, and most people would just do it there and then. But then they said, no, hold. There's going to be 12 press conferences, and then you guys are going to see each other constantly for 12 weeks, and you're going to have to build all that anxiety into you. And then you're going to go out on one night, and then the endorphins are going to be lit, and then you're going to be made to feel like a god because all these people are cheering your name.
Yeah.
2 years over, and you go back to normality, which you never knew what normal it was.
Yeah.
You don't have any education, you don't have any qualifications, because boxing took so much from you.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're in Sainsbury's, and some managers talking to you like dirt.
Nobody. Yeah.
They cannot adjust. They're being told for 30, 40 years of their career to be reactive, submissive. So I always make a joke saying that for 30 years of my boxing career, I learned the art of aggression, and then I got married and learned the art of submission in 1 year. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what marriages do, right? So they have to learn that art of submission, and some of them, that's a real struggle to have that that come down. So when I'm talking to them, they say that the closest feeling they have for a minimum of a second is to be high on alcohol, to be high on drugs, to get that rush. All right. So then that's a downward spiral because they have no education and they're just trying to drink alcohol and things to fill that gap. And then they lose everyone around them, and before they know it, and only people can really understand them is ex-fighters, because normal people can't understand it. Imagine a soldier coming back from war and what they see and what they go through. It's similar in a different way. You understand what I mean? Trying to fit into society. And so we found that we have a lot of work to do to help them understand that they have transferable skills. It's not over. It's the next chapter. Me, even in my career, I was ripped off for millions of pounds, tried to commit suicide twice, found God, then the church and Christ and everything give me fulfillment. Then I realized there's more purpose out there. I've come full circle on it, and then I'm like, now I can get in front of them and say to them, I've done it. There's more to this. There's more to this journey.
Yeah, and just to hear a bit more about your own personal story, John. Like, what led you to that point, and kind of how did you feel like you were able to talk about your mental health much? Were there people around you asking, noticing, and kind of what was the change point in that?
No, not really. Like, the change point for me was I was on. I'm going to go into a long story now. The change point for me, I was on.
10 minutes time.
I was before Christ, BC, a womanizer, and I was going out looking for sex for like the wrong reasons, pleasure. And then my wife accidentally was in a thing called "Are You Interested" on Facebook, and she's from my wife's from Bali. So I've been married 14 years now, and then accidentally she came into that group, and we were talking, and it took about 2 weeks to realize actually she's not that group, and we were talking, and it took about 2 weeks to realize actually she's not from Leeds. And then she evangelized to me. She was telling me about the love of Christ, and I was like telling her what I knew about the Bible. And long story short, we got to a situation where we both fell in love with each other. And then after about 9 months, I went out to Indonesia, got engaged after 4 days of meeting in person.
Amazing.
I went through the immigration case, which was one of the hardest things that I went through. And within 18 months, we was married, and that's 14 years have passed now. Wow. And that was understanding the love of Christ that I learned, and then the love of my wife that I learned in the flesh. Made me realize, wow, all these things that I went through in boxing, it's all a joke. It was just a circus act. But being so close in boxing to the pinnacle of being someone, I've trained with 8 world champions, and I've been around all the celebrity boxers. And now I'm back around them, but I'm back around them in a different way. I'm back around them to tell them that after boxing, there's a next chapter, and you need to start planning for it now.
Yeah.
This is in my era, we didn't have that. So a lot of these ex-fighters ended up with nothing because promoters, managers, leeches, hangers-on, yes men, all stole from them. And then when there's nothing left, there's nothing left.
Mm-hmm. And so what happened in that lowest moment for you?
The lowest moment for me was knowing that I should have been a world champion. I should have been walking down the street and everyone know my name. I want to be with my wife now. I'd probably be sat in Beverly Hills with a Ferrari if everything would have gone the way it should have gone. But I wouldn't been fulfilled. So when I came out of boxing at the lowest time, for me it was like shame, guilt, disappointment, no one understanding me, aggression, snappiness, moodiness, ups and downs. I was very confused. I didn't want to know what I wanted for my life, where I wanted my life to go. And my wife came at the right time. You know, I thought angels are 8 foot tall, but God sent me a 5'1" angel into my life at the right time, and it just changed the direction of my life. But some other people, they don't necessarily get the same. The timing was perfect. I was at my lowest point. I remember picking up a knife, and this was the 3rd time I was going to try, and I was going to kill myself. And I got myself drunk to do it, and I couldn't do it. And then the day after, I met my wife, and then my life changed instantly. But I remember being on my hands and knees when I was drunk, crying, saying, "Take this pain away from me. I don't want to live no more. I don't want this. I can't live with this." And then the day after, my prayer was answered. It's so weird how it all come to pass.
That's an incredible story, John. And yeah, talking about the boxers that you've been working with and the people that are just at their lowest points and the work that's involved there. Could you talk to us a little bit about what you do with them and how you change that around for them, and how you what you do to change their outlook on life?
So with boxers, we are proper alpha men.
Yeah.
Proper alpha men. Like, we're not like you see some men in society get aggressive and all the rest. We don't do that type of stuff. We are disciplined enough to know that's not the right reaction. But we're also, our kindness can be treated for weakness, and then you won't see it coming. They'll just make a decision on a spot moment, right? I've had enough. And then there's no going backwards with them, right?
Yeah.
So make a decision, they're going to do it. So what I have to do is get in front of them. They know me, they respect me, they respect my business partner. We come from the same journey. We understand what they've gone through, what they've been through, and then we get in front of them. We can have a really, really, really I won't want to use the word harsh, but we can really just like listen, sit down, shut up, and listen to what I've got to say to you.
Yeah.
You'll always be a fighter. We know what we've been through. Other people won't understand what we've been through. And then we have to like get to they're very sensitive boxers. Like, to walk out in front of a crowd, you have to have a lot of heart.
Yeah.
And like, if you get around any kind of fighter, they either believe in God. 99% of men believe in God. What box or fight? I've never met a non-believing fighter. There's always something.
That's so interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
The closest I've ever felt to God was not in worship in church. The closest I've ever felt to God is walking out in front of a crowd.
Yeah.
I'm completely helpless. I'm like, please get me through this situation. I don't want to be here. I'm smiling, but I don't want to be there. I'm like, I want the floor to open, or someone tell me.
And some of those feelings that you're describing around like the fear, and you were saying at the beginning that the boxers have to have ego, so they have to learn to suppress those feelings.
Yeah.
Is it then common that as a boxer you just don't talk about your emotions, even though you're quite, by the sounds of it, incredibly emotive individuals, and you're driven by emotion, and that's why you're doing what you're doing, and yet you're simultaneously having to completely repress it, which must be really confusing. And then when they then come out the other side of that and they finish their boxing career, do they have people around them asking them how they are? Like, is that part of what they're surrounded by, or are they just
not really? Like, so the ones that make it, I'll use an example, Ricky Hatton or Amir Khan. I have a saying that I should get patented because they love it in boxing. I say boxing's about stability, not ability.
Yeah.
The boxer, all the fighters that make it have a stable environment.
Yeah.
But finding people to be around you, because you all got like borderline disorder. You all got a dysfunction. Like, my wife will tell you, I'm the female in the house, she's the man in the house. Like, boxers are more like females. We're really sensitive creatures. All right. She's laughing in the background because she knows, right? All of them are the same. So when we get around each other and the cameras and lights not there, they'll cry, they'll open up, they'll really open up in front of boxers. They'll want a hug, they'll want to be told they're loved and that and the other. But as soon as someone comes to the room who's not a boxer, it's like, so they can't show you that thing. So we feel blessed that we can get around ex-fighters and they just respect us. We'll go in the room and we can have open conversations. Yeah. And you could be a really big celebrity who really, the media's on them, everything's on them. Because we deal with active fighters and we also do with fighters from the past. And they'll come in and they're like, can I just talk to you? And then like everyone gets shut out of the room and they just cry. And then everyone come back in and they're just like this, I'm ready to fight. It's very turbulent from one emotion to the next emotion. There's a lot of repression of emotions.
Yeah. So thinking about all that, John, because we've probably got just another couple of minutes left. Is there is there anything that you think from your, because you're obviously involved in the church world as well, by the sounds of it, is there anything that you think we could be doing to just create a more open environment for men to be talking about their mental health? Like, are there any top tips, things that we shouldn't be doing?
This is something I should have mentioned at the start of the conversation. That was a really, really good question. So when I was in the church, not that the church gave me a title, but I was the men's minister, because I put a WhatsApp group and got 300 men into a WhatsApp group, and I led it for 2 years at North Church in Leeds, right? And the men do not come into worship. This is what I found out, because I understand men. They do not come into worship, put their hands out, and straight away, like women, just fall into it. I used to say to the men when you go in, because I used to see the men glancing at women in worship, I used to turn around and say, you need to close your eyes and go into worship. The things that you're struggling with, get rid of them. Like everything you're struggling with when you're in worship, get rid of them. Then in the WhatsApp group, even the pastors would come into that group. We had very open conversations. I had meetings with them. I'd sit them down one-on-one if they felt comfortable in group sport, and we talk about what men struggle with. Well, I don't need to go into detail because you get that. And we would talk about everything they struggle with, the ups and downs, and give them a safe environment just to get off the chest. Men need an environment where they can talk, but it needs to be an environment that they feel that it's a safe environment. Otherwise, men naturally will repress their feelings. And we all know by repressing feelings, it's not healthy. So it needs to be set up in a way that they can talk, but they feel it's safe. Men who have trust issues, right?
Safety. It's key. Any thoughts from you, Paul, as we wrap up?
I think it's fascinating. I could listen to you all day. But I think what stands out for me as well is that you're describing our desire for belonging. Desire for belonging. That's great. Thank you so much.
Men have to have a purpose.
Mm.
You feel others value useless, right?
That's amazing, John. I'm so sorry we're going to have to cut this short. We really appreciate you sticking with the tech, getting there eventually, and joining us for this conversation.
Keep following me on 13th round. You'll see what I'm doing. 13th.
So give us that again. We'll make a note of it and share it. Where's the best place for people to keep?
Anyway, Instagram, Spotify, YouTube, everywhere. 13th and final round.
13th and final round. Brilliant. We will make sure that gets put out onto the comments of YouTube. John, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it, and keep up the good work. You're doing something really important.
Thank you very much. You keep up the good work too.
Thanks, John.
Take
care. Bye.
Take care. I feel absolutely gutted that we've had to squeeze that into 15 minutes, because I feel like he could have. There's so much that we could have unpacked there. It feels like it resonated a bit with you. That sort of,
definitely. There's a lot. I think he said himself, and he can resonate and draw a lot of parallels with the military. And I'd say professional sports people as well. I've seen it with a lot of footballers that struggle in it with exactly the same type of stuff. You know, 1 minute you're in front of 80,000 people, and then the next minute you're taking the kids to school and doing the shopping. You know, and it must be quite a challenge to switch from that high adrenaline environment. I found it the same in elements of the military. Is that you've still got normal stuff to do, and that's where a lot of ex-soldiers, ex-military people struggle, is when they leave the military and suddenly they've got to live in this mundane, normal environment. And it's not saying that the military or the sports is the better thing. It's just different. You know, if you're involved in something extreme, a lot of the time your body's literally coming down from the highs of all the adrenaline, and then it's like that whole what goes up must come down thing. So you can see that often people will go to one extreme or the other, from being right up there full at it to then completely withdrawing. And I thought he was fascinating.
We're really appreciative of John for making the time to be with us. Just a reminder of where we're at in our talkathon. So we are an hour and a half in. We will very shortly be jumping on and joining a UCB Radio 1 interview. So you don't have to go anywhere though, because it won't be coming through the live stream here, but I've got it set up on my laptop and there's a speaker, so you should hear the conversation. Yeah, we'll be telling them about what we're up to and what we're doing. So really looking forward to that. Just a reminder that we're going to be going for 24 hours. This is all to raise funds for men's mental health, specifically providing free counselling, which is what we do here at Mercy as part of our Freedom course. So just a reminder that if you are in a position to donate, we would really appreciate that. The thing with these kind of fundraisers is that momentum generates momentum. So anything you can give, even if it's a few pounds, would be really appreciated, and it's all going to be matched, so you get to double your impact, which is which is wonderful. So we're just going to wait for UCB to jump online. It should be any minute now. Great. How are you feeling, Paul?
Yeah, good.
Yeah. We've got an osteopath joining us later, and I'm looking forward to that because I can already feel it in my back. Slightly funny angle. Anyway, we're going to join the UCB interview now. Hello, Helen.
Hi, Jack.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Who am I speaking to?
So you are speaking to Bryn, and I've got Paul just
Hello, Bryn.
Hello, just I've got
Hello, Bryn and Paul.
Bryn and
Hi.
Paul.
I'm very excited about this. I tell you, I've never been part of a talkathon before, but I reckon if God's given me any gift, it's to be part of a talkathon. So
I can imagine.
Talk for England. That's why I do this job. So thank you both so much. We've got between 5 and 10 minutes, so
Fantastic.
we'll probably take the latter.
Yeah.
And I've got questions for you. Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
What we're involved in, and thank you so much for the press release, all the information. And I'm a massive fan of Mercy. I did Keys to Freedom a few years ago.
Oh, fantastic.
And it massively impacted my life. So I could bring in a bit of that as well if it's appropriate. So yeah, and I'm going to ask, if you're happy, can I ask you a few questions to both of you about your own personal kind of journey with learning to talk about your mental health and things? Is that all right?
Yeah,
Just to get a bit of that personal.
Yeah.
And I'll try and make sure I tell you that I'm speaking to Paul or Bryn, but because you're together as well, I know that you can both overlap a little bit if you need to kind of just jump or want to jump in over what the other person's saying.
Fantastic.
Brilliant. Well, any questions, or are you happy just to follow my lead?
No, happy to follow your lead, Helen. Yeah.
Brilliant. So let me just check I've got your names correctly. If you Bryn, if you go first, just tell me your full name and title as you'd like to be introduced.
Yeah, Bryn Abbott, Director of Development at Mercy UK.
Brilliant. And Paul?
Yeah, I'm Paul Marshall, and I'm a Freedom course facilitator.
Good. Okie dokie. Okay, brilliant. Well, let me say a quick prayer and then we'll go to air. So, Lord, I thank you so much for this opportunity to hear from Paul and Bryn. I thank you for this talkathon, Lord. We thank you that this is for your glory. This is to help people. Lord, raising awareness, building support, resources for those in need. Lord, we thank you for the work of Mercy UK and that Freedom course, Lord. We just pray that you will use this time, Lord. I pray invigoration and energy over the boys, and just use us now, Holy Spirit. Give me clarity and wisdom as I share, and I just pray a blessing over all that they're doing in work and at home and in their own personal lives. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Helen.
Okay, brothers, we've got just over 2 minutes. I'll turn the desk back to live just so I'm ready.
Yeah.
Next time you hear my voice, will be on air, and I'll ask you questions. As I say, direct them at both of you. Yeah. First of all, I do want to know what a talkathon is.
Yes. Yeah. We will tell you.
We're involved.
We will tell. Yeah, you are live on the talkathon as we speak.
Oh my goodness, this is so exciting! I'm putting us on my CV after. Brilliant. All right, chaps. Look forward to speaking to you in a moment.
Amazing. Thanks. So over on YouTube, if you've just joined us, we have got
recording in progress.
Oh, there we go. We are just in the final steps of setting up for our UCB interview, which is happening in the next few minutes. So you can tune into UCB 1 if you'd like, or just listen live here. A fascinating little glimpse into the inside world of what it's like to be on a radio show. This is our presenter Helen, who's we've just had an initial chat. She's just queuing us up. She's told us what to expect, and yeah, this is Helen, UCB Radio 1, and we're going to be live any minute. Don't know if you can you hear the wonderful music coming through?
I can hear it.
I don't know.
Isn't it amazing with technology?
Yeah, I know.
How simple it is now.
Yeah. Well, simple.
Well, simple to bet.
Yeah. It took us 15 minutes to get our first guest on. I don't know if it counts as simple.
What's the point of living comfortably? What does it get to be? It's not your friend. Bring up the boys and get that. And not before and get your back and get it in school. That's a good thing. Serious.
Sorry about the audio quality. Goodness knows what you're hearing, but this is the UCB live kind of filtering on through.
That is the name of the tune from Gable Price and Friends with John Foreman. The time's just gone 20 to 12 on this Thursday morning. Stop what you're doing, my friend, because right now you and I are taking part in a talkathon. Yep. To raise support and awareness of men's mental health, we are joining live Bryn Abbott, Director of Development at Mercy UK, and Paul Marshall, who is a Freedom Course facilitator at the mental health charity. Thanks for having us, boys.
Thanks for joining us, Helen. Yeah.
So this is a 24-hour talkathon. You're not asking us to be part of the whole thing. Here's how this works. I've never been part of a talkathon before. Is this a bit like Radio 4's Just a Minute, where we're not allowed any pauses or repetition? I don't think I'm going to be very good at that.
I think that would be cruel, Helen. No, this is. We've never been part of a talkathon either. We are an hour and a half into a 24-hour long conversation on men's mental health, and particularly faith and how faith interplays with men's mental health. We've just had a guest on who works with boxers, and he's been talking through some of the mental health challenges they particularly face, especially after they step away from boxing, which has been great. And we've got over 20 guests lined up today, and we are going non-stop. So it is literally back to back. It's interview after interview after interview for 24 hours. And we're doing, it is. We're really looking forward to it, but a little bit nervous. I'm a massive introvert, so the idea of talking to people non-stop for 24 hours is terrifying.
Well, you were the right person, because I'm the opposite. So Paul, what about you? Are you someone who enjoys talking?
Yeah, I can usually spout a few words, but I'm not quite a massive introvert. I'm probably somewhere in the middle. Yeah. But it's good. It's good fun. We're having fun.
Covering all bases. So, Bryn, I mentioned that, Mercy UK, you are a really important mental health charity doing some great work across the nation. Tell us why you decided to do this 24-hour talkathon.
Yeah, well, it's part of a bigger men's mental health campaign. And we're doing it because it's such an important issue. So 4 in 10 men have never, ever opened up about their mental health. And to be really blunt and frank, it's killing us. So suicide is the leading killer of men under the age of 50. So it's a really, really important topic. And there are so many reasons why men struggle to open up. Not just men, obviously, but that's who we're focusing on at the moment. In one survey, the 2 leading causes were men feel too ashamed to admit they're struggling. And for me, one of the things I've learned through being at Mercy is that actually sometimes faith and our Christian faith can actually add to that level of shame, which is a hard thing to say and admit, especially on a Christian radio program. But it's true, because we have something really powerful in our faith. We know that prayer works. And often deep down, we have this underlying shame that I shouldn't be struggling. I should be able to just pray and everything should be okay, right? But we know that that's just not true. And actually, sometimes we have to do some deep work. We have to be prepared to ask ourselves difficult questions. We have to be prepared to really peel back the layers to understand what is going on for us. So throughout this whole year, we're really focusing on trying to remove the shame, trying to remove the taboo, and just really normalize Christ-centered mental health support. And just to try and tell people that it's okay, that actually even as Christians, and there's loads of biblical examples of people that struggled and that actually needed to rely upon support. And that's normal. It's okay. There's nothing to be ashamed of. And throughout this 24 hours, we are approaching the topic of men's mental health from every angle we can find. We've got professionals, we've got people with lived experience, we've got an osteopath, we've got a musician, we've got pastors, we've got people that are just going to be bringing their insight as to why men struggle and what we can be doing about it from every single angle that we can find.
I love it. Having conversations really do help us to have a think about things, and then, maybe then be able to share ourselves, which is what this show is all about, Talking Point, inviting people into the conversation. So it's really encouraging to hear kind of the premise behind this talkathon. And I was reflecting before this conversation, boys, on why we do struggle to talk about mental health. And I know the focus is particularly on men, but I myself have struggled over the years. And I know that word shame you've already used is a big part of it. And I also think the other thing might be, we like quick fix solutions in 2024, don't we? We live in a very fast paced world. You go on your social media, it's got constant like quick fix here, quick fix there for like DIY, for parenting. But actually when it comes to our mental health struggles, most of the time there is no quick fix. It's about looking where the struggles have come from, working through. So Paul, tell us a little bit about the work that Mercy UK do in coming around people, particularly men, and helping them to kind of begin that conversation and that journey of healing.
Yeah, well, my role here as a facilitator is specifically to deliver the Freedom course itself, which is a 16-week program. So my role within that is to open up the conversation. That's part of it, is to open up the conversation about who you are, who you are as a man, who is God, who are you to God, who is God to you, and to start to explore the relationships with God, with other people, and even the relationship with ourselves, because that is one of the main elements of the course that actually I don't think we often get it in church, where we're actually able to talk about ourselves and how we feel, because we feel that to talk about ourselves is selfish. But what we're doing is we're opening up the conversation about self-care and how you feel and how those life experiences and even traumatic experiences form our viewpoint of God, our viewpoint of ourselves, and obviously the viewpoint in relationship with other people. So it's really an invitation to authenticity, to be yourself, get it off your chest, and then let's see what God will do with it. And of course, it's all biblically rooted.
It's so important, isn't it, to know that we're valuable and that we have a voice and our story is important. A listener got in touch earlier, Jonathan. We were talking about how we learn to disagree well, and he said listening is key, but not just listening to respond, but listening to understand. And I think that's so important, knowing that actually when I've had friends talk to me about their struggles, I really care. I want to hear, I want to understand. So I don't know why I don't apply always that kind of understanding to my own mental health journey. I can often feel a bit like, I just shouldn't feel this way, or you don't want to hear that. It's not important, or maybe because it's so painful, want to push it away and not deal with it as well. But actually, there's something really beautiful about coming together in community and really working through some of these areas. I wonder if you wouldn't mind, boys, given that you are a talkathon and this is all about men's mental health, just telling us a little bit of your journey with learning to deal with some of the areas that you struggled in your mental health. Maybe Bryn, we start with you.
Yeah, I'm going on a journey right at the moment, Helen, to be honest. So I am one of the statistics of men that struggle to open up, probably waited too long to reach out for support. And the two main reasons that come out, so we feel ashamed, but also we don't want to be a burden. I can relate to both of those. For me, life over the last couple of years has been really intense. We've had twins, which has pushed our child number up to 5.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. But it's been exhausting. It's been hard work, and I absolutely love Mercy. But work in the charitable sector isn't easy at the moment. So there's been challenges there, and I've definitely noticed that my mental health has taken a little bit of a battering. But often what's attached to the idea of shame is I just don't know what the right next step should be. And especially as someone that's in a position of leadership for a mental health charity, the shame of kind of going, I think I need help, but I'm not entirely sure what I need to be doing. But the reality is that's true for leaders, it's true for pastors. I can guarantee there'll be a pastor listening to this that goes, yeah, I get that, because I am meant to be the support system and the support network for my church. So what do I do when I struggle? And what do I do when I don't know the next best step to take? I can't just be honest with my congregation. I can't just be honest, because they're looking to me to be the support network. So what do I do with that? And we've noticed a lot of leaders, a lot of pastors, a lot of people that are in pastoral care coming through and applying to the Freedom course, because it's a safe space for them to do that in a way where they're not judged. They can peel back the layers of their own journey. Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, I can echo all of that. For me, I think very much the same. I came out of the military and then had to create a whole new life. And I desperately wanted to serve God, and so I got involved in church and went through lots of challenges, losing a business. My wife and I lost a baby late in a miscarriage, and I realized that I'd just been grinding at it for years and years and years, and then one day I realized I'm not okay. I realized I wasn't all right, and I was surrounded by good people in a good church. You know, I had people that I could talk to and reach out to, but I don't think I knew how to communicate what it was that I felt and that I needed. And I remember just one day walking out of my house to the shop, and it was quite a windy day, and a tree branch snapped just near me, I literally hit the floor next to a busy main road, and then I thought, oh, I'm not in good shape at all, and then had to try and get help. And it's not that I hadn't prayed the prayers or had people pray for me. I've seen God move spectacularly through my life, but what I realized is that I needed to understand myself and how I fit in to the kingdom of God, and even with my relationship with the Lord. So I actually was offered some life coaching through a Christian friend of mine, and went for some coaching and identified that I actually had PTSD, and then went on to receive some specialist therapy for that, and of course lots of praying as well. But what I realized is having somebody to talk to who understood the specifics of mental health and what the brain's doing, and how I'd been living my life at high levels of adrenaline for years and years, and having all the stress and trauma that I'd carried through my life, to realize actually you need to understand what your body's doing and how your mind is working, and then bring all that together from your biblical, faith in God, to see how do I live that out scripturally. And that for me was where my healing and breakthrough came through.
Bryn and Paul, thank you both so much for being honest and sharing some of your journey with us. And I know it's an ongoing journey, because we live in a world which is broken, and so are we, but we have the good news of Jesus, who, as your name Freedom Core suggests, God wants to give us a life that is free, that is fulfilling. And if you've been touched by what you've heard this morning, maybe you want to find out more with somebody in your life who's struggling, particularly a male, can I encourage you to check out the website mercyuk.org. You can find out all about this course, the Freedom course that Paul and Bryn have mentioned. I did it myself a few years ago, and I have to say it changed my life, my understanding of who I am, who's created me, and why I struggle was so important in my healing journey. So I want to really encourage you to check it out and support the work of Paul and Bryn and the whole team as part of this talkathon.
Yes, please.
22 and a half hours to go. Is that right, boys?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, thanks for that, Helen. Reminding us of
You're
that.
going to smash it. Listen, that flew by the time we just had. So we'll be praying that you continue to do so and that you'll be richly rewarded as you give out. But to raise support, resources for the work that Mercy UK are doing to particularly support men and women, but men we're focusing on as part of this talkathon, mercyuk.org is where to go. Bryn and Paul, part of the team, thank you so much. And we are cheering you on as you continue on with this talkathon.
Our pleasure. Thank you, Helen. Appreciate
Thank you,
having
Helen.
us.
Oh, chaps, thank you so much. I took you a little bit longer, but I hope that was helpful.
Oh,
Well,
totally.
really,
We've got 24 hours to fill, Helen. You can take as long as
It's
you
your own
want.
faults. It's your own faults for being so brilliant. Honestly, let us know how you get on. Maybe
Yeah.
just give us an update after you finish, and we can let
Definitely.
listeners know. But
Yeah.
I'll mention it again in our hour of prayer. We'll be praying for you and the work that you do as well.
We
So
appreciate it
but
so
well
much.
done. What an inspirational.
Thank you
day.
so much, Helen. You can give our
you.
live watchers a little wave if you want. There we go.
Hello, live watchers.
It's Helen. They've heard all of you, but just
Oh.
not able to see you. So yeah, we thank you so much for giving us that time and space to chat. We really appreciate it.
Honestly, my absolute pleasure. Keep up the good work.
Thank you
and
very
we are
much.
cheering you on.
Thanks, Helen.
Take
Bye.
care, guys. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Take care. Bye, Paul. Bye.
Bye.
How nice is Helen?
It's lovely, isn't it?
I didn't know what to expect, but the kind of to have that kind of very personable, just genuinely interested and invested bookending. I thought we would just kind of be brought in, we'd chat, and then just shove us out the door. But she was lovely.
Yeah, great
I like it.
energy as well.
Yeah.
We should get her to ring in at some point. If we start to flag, that's brilliant.
Yeah. My mum's just popped on the chat. 24 hours is a listenathon as well as a talkathon. Yeah, that's true. We don't expect you to be around for all of it, but if you are here, if you're tuning in, thank you so much for joining. We've just had a live UCB interview, if you're wondering what that was and why we were kind of talking down here towards a computer screen. So that will be going out right now. And it's a real privilege, isn't it, to be able to talk openly about that and about what we're doing. Just as a little reminder then, we are 2 hours into a 24-hour talkathon. I'm exhausted already. Yeah, that's gone super quick. And yeah, we've had John Keenan, who's been talking to us about his working with boxers and the mental health struggles that they can navigate, which was great, wasn't it?
Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah. I'd like to get him back involved at some point. I feel like he's got a lot to say and a lot to learn. Next up, we have let's just check Will Vanderhart, I believe. Will Vanderhart, who's been a friend of Mercy's for a long time. So really looking forward to hearing what he's got to say. Just had a comment. Time to do some stretches. We have someone on team who used to be I can't remember the term, physical trainer. Sorry, Katie, I can't remember the exact term, but she was very worried about our posture. And she said, make sure you've got cushions and got ways to change your seating. And I was like, Katie, it'll be fine. And I'm 2 hours in, I'm feeling it on my back. I'm like, oh no, my posture is awful. Looking at all the wrong height, So Anyway, time to do some stretches. Yes.
This is the bit where we'll have to start learning how to weave comfort breaks in.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm there drinking water, thinking, oh yeah.
Yeah, we did notice as we were setting up. We're broadcasting this live from Ariana's garden, and it's a really lovely spot. But right towards the end, she was like, "You do realise that the only way in and out is behind you, so you can't sneak off." And I was like, "Oh no, didn't realise that at all." So there will be no hiding the fact that we will at some point.
That one, can't we?
No, that one's not. Katie has just popped into the chat to say stand up for 5 minutes. We've got 3 minutes before our next guest comes on. So do you want to stand? We'll head out. If people are just tuning in, this is Headless Paul, who is currently doing some stretches.
I'm holding his belly.
Is that why you wore black slimming?
Very slimming.
There we go. Will.
Hey guys.
Look at that.
Hey.
Not only were you early, Will, you're 3 minutes early. It took us 15 minutes to get the last guest on. So,
Oh, really?
what a privilege. So, Will, welcome to our 24-hour talkathon. We've just done a live UCB interview, which is great. We are 2 hours in. We're going till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, talking all things mental health. I've said to you personally, but I'll say to the whole audience listening at the moment, that when the minute we had this idea and we said, let's do the most scary thing we can think of, which isn't Bear Grylls style jumping out of planes. Let's just talk non-stop for 24 hours. And let's get people in that can speak into this and can speak into what some of the challenges are around mental health and what we as Christians and as churches can be doing about it. Your name floated right to the top as the very first person we thought we couldn't do this without Will. So we really appreciate you being on. And I know that when it comes to mental health, you've got a big relationship with mental health, both personally and professionally. You've been involved in lots of different things. I'd like you to give us a quick rundown because I feel like I've lost track. So you're director at Mind and Soul. You're a chaplain. Are you still an active chaplain?
Yeah, so I'm the wellbeing chaplain to the Revitalised Trust. So it's 174 churches now. Yeah. So it's basically the T1 and T2 leaders. So it's like a vicar, an associate. Yeah, the sort of pastor and associate pastor.
And so you are the chaplain to all of them.
Yeah,
that whole group of people.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So and I deal with like the kind of hard edge. So suicide in the parish, or like children's mental breakdown, or like pastor burnout, or moral failure, whatever it happens to be. So that's that side of things. And then I run a coaching business. So I coach. I'm non-exec director at Boodles, which is a kind of luxury brand, and then I work at I do two tech startups and 2 private equities. So I kind of do secular work with kind of leaders too, which is fun, and it kind of sharpens you up for like the other work. So and still writing a lot, and doing quite a lot around mental health. I'm doing a big seminar this summer on redeeming masculinity with James Ray, who just had on, I think.
No, he's next. Well, he's next on.
Oh, he's next. Okay, so I'm on with James, and also Warren, who was Ace from Gladiators. He's a good mate of mine.
Okay.
So he's a priest now as well, and so we're doing, and I've done quite a lot of work on that whole idea. How can we redeem masculinity from sort of whatever it is in society at the moment, toxic masculinity, something better. So it's interesting. Lots of different stuff.
There's absolutely loads of topics there that I want to hear more about. I'd love to hear about some of the themes that you're noticing through your chaplaincy work in terms of people that are in positions of leadership. Like, what are some of the themes there and how you're supporting them? But I do wonder if we could, as much as you feel comfortable, start with your own personal journey, as in why have you ended up in a world that is surrounded by mental health, and that is the thing you focus on? I know you've got a bit of a personal journey with it as well. So would it be okay to start there? So
of course, always, no worries at all. Yeah. Wait, are we live, or do you want to get going, or how do you?
No, we're live. So
Oh wow, okay. People are already here. Oh my goodness.
You are here. I
thought you were just doing a preamble.
No. This is no preamble, but it's it's fascinating.
Okay. Sure.
So your own personal journey.
Yeah, so basically, I was sort of young, ambitious. I felt called into Christian leadership, and I went off to study in Oxford. Met my wife Lou there, and got married, and then we felt called to London, and I went to work in quite a charismatic, kind of lively church. It was quite shiny, I guess, and I was quite good at like putting on that front of like, I was really still into the gym in a big way. I just finished quite a lot of serious rowing. I was quite a lot of good mates in London, and it was still living that lifestyle. I definitely was quite insecure, I think, about when you're called into Christian leadership. It's quite difficult because it's like, well, what's the model? Like, the model's Jesus. So like you start from feeling pretty ill-equipped up front, and if you haven't got that inner bit right, of like, actually, if you're even like 5 degrees off course for grace, and you start leaning into like working for it, like trying to prove that you're like good enough for the calling, then you're in trouble. And I think I definitely like came in feeling a bit like, oh my goodness, I'm not really, I'm really worthy of the calling. And so I was overworking a lot, and I was doing a lot. I was a student pastor at the church. And I was doing tons and tons of like nights out, just, you know, engaging with students. And I was pretty knackered by the end of year one.
Well,
I was there, I was sort of 26, 27 when I started ministry. I was probably 28 when that year, at the end of that year or something like that. And yeah, and then basically like my wife was going to Oxford for a conference, so I walked her down to Paddington Station, walked back to like my office, which was right opposite Edgware Road Station, and then the London bomb went off, the 7/7 bomb.
oh wow.
And it was literally, I was just there like probably about 5 minutes. I didn't actually hear the blast, but I was there like whilst, you know, it literally just happened. There's nothing, and everything was kind of quiet and weird and eerie. And I went up to some policemen that had just arrived, and I was like, you know, you okay? Like, you know, is there anything I can do to help? And I was like wearing my I put on my clergy collar, and I said, I've got this hall here if you want to use it, you know. And they said, we think there's a train derailed and it's like an electrical incident. And that became the triage base for the police and emergency services. Anyway, you can imagine within about 10 minutes, I'm like cordoned into this like really intense site. People they're pulling bodies out of the train, out of the tube, and I just was totally inexperienced. But none of the other clergy could get into the site because it was all cordoned in, like 3 cordons. So I was there operating, like trying to like assist, and we ended up with a few hundred emergency service people in this hall I was hosting. And it was just kind of random. I was doing what Anglican vicars do, which is sort of like, hey, can I pray for you? You know, would you like to use the toilets? Like, and all of the supermarkets all just brought us food, and you know, it was just like crazy. It was like it was just a weird dream, like to be in. I kind of felt a lot of this reality. I was like going around trying to help, and as the day went on, it got more and more apparent that it was some major like terrorist incident. And there's quite a few things happened during the day, and it was just quite extreme. But like after it all went off, we had the first 24 hours, and there was like 5 days of kind of clean up in that site. I started feeling a bit weird, just disconnected, you know, like a bit numb, and it was odd. Like I'm quite an emotional person, but I felt like my emotions almost switched off.
Yeah.
And then I sort of struggled along, and then we went on our sort of summer holidays, and I'm quite sociable, but I didn't really feel like talking to anyone.
Yeah.
It was just weird. I felt like disconnected, you know, like someone had unplugged me.
Yeah. Did you have any idea what was going on at the time for you, or did it just get weird? It just
felt weird. Like, I mean, like in 2005, I had no context for mental health. Like, I thought about mental health. I thought about people seeing things and hearing things. I hadn't had any experience.
Yeah.
And so, and no one else seemed to have had any experience either, because no one said to me, "Oh, you might find this difficult."
Yeah.
And then we came back to London like in September to like start work again. And pretty much as soon as I got near the tube, I started feeling cold, like physically cold, which is kind of weird. I was like, what's going on? I was wearing like shorts. It's like warm. And I started feeling cold. And then I remember like my first panic attack. I was with my wife Lou in the Baker Street screen. We were watching like Keira Knightley in Atonement. It's a really soppy film. It's like really like, she's like flouncing around in this long kind of taffeta ball gown. And like, I'd literally, my head just suddenly like, I felt like I was kind of falling down a hole. Like I felt like a gravitational, like I felt like I was falling, and I started sweating and shaking. And I was like, my wife didn't notice, but I was just sitting there like feeling like, oh my goodness.
And that must have been terrifying.
I was totally terrified. And then it kind of went off, and I was like, well, maybe it was some sort of weird migraine. And then of course, then it comes back, and then it comes back again, and then it starts building up, and then I started getting these things all the time. So I'm like, I just thought I was losing my mind. And I know this is one Saturday when I did a freshers fair in the morning, and I remember I had a massive coffee, which I then subsequently had to give up. But I had this massive coffee. I was squeezing a stress ball, which is like the worst thing you can possibly do if you've got panic. And then I just had this like terrible wave of panic and anxiety. And I just phoned my wife up and I said, like, I've got to come home. Something's not right with me. And we went to hospital and they were like, you're having an acute anxiety response to this trauma. Anyway, that sort of opened Pandora's box. And after that, I was in a really bad way for, a couple of months. I was in a really bad way. I needed medication. I'd see my doctor, see my friend Rob, who's a psychiatrist, who's on the call as well, I think today.
Yeah, he's on at 11. Yeah.
So we were at Cambridge together, and he's a really good mate, and he basically helped me. And I was like, and I'd only been married a year, 2 years, and I thought my wife was going to leave me as well, because I thought it was like so totally useless. I thought that was it, So then you think I'm like everything's falling apart, and for a man, you're physically strong, but mentally I'm like in pieces.
Yeah. Rob, did you have any other people around you that you felt you could talk to?
No, it was a nightmare, because like the two pastors in the church with me were older and they were like my mentors, but they fell into the classic trap. One of them was like, oh, the devil's got into you. And when someone's having an anxiety breakdown, it's the worst possible thing you can say to them. It's like, flip, I thought I was scared before. Now I'm really scared, And I thought it's not true, because I love the Lord, and Jesus felt really close to me in a way, And then the other pastor was like, you're just tired, you just need to sleep. So he kind of did the classic physicalizing thing. So he's like, a good meal and a good night's sleep and you'll feel much better. And I didn't want to eat anything and I couldn't sleep. So I was like, what do you do with that? It was only actually it was Rob, and then I had another friend, Vanessa, who was a psychologist. I still refer people to her now. She's a Harley Street psychologist. She taught me about panic attacks, because she was like, you can stop this. I'll come and have a panic attack with you. So she came around my flat and was like, she started hyperventilating, and she created a fake panic attack to show me that I could actually control my panic attacks.
Wow.
By changing the way I responded to the feeling and like changing my breathing and stuff. So that was really super helpful. But I think the loss of confidence I experienced was just massive.
Yeah, I was going to
stigma around it.
Yeah, sorry, carry on that point. There's a lot of stigma around it.
Yeah, I mean, I just, like, again, for guys, like, you wonder why so many guys who get a mental health problem, why they feel suicidal. People don't really get that. But, if you think about it, so much masculine identity is rooted in your and it might be like socially constructed, but it's like rooted in your strength and like your fortitude and your consistency, and you being able to be a provider and being kind of resilient, and water runs off a duck's back, that kind of attitude. So you want to be all of those things, but it's just like, I can't, I'd done marathons, I'd rode really seriously, I was in strength training, I was doing like HIIT and all that kind of stuff, but I was shaking like a leaf. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just crazy. Like it strips away all of that identity, that masculine identity that you kind of feel like, oh yeah, I know who I am in the world. Yeah. And suddenly you're like, I don't feel like that anymore. And that was super, super hard. And then the spiritual stigma of like, at the time, it's like, oh, you should have more faith, or you shouldn't be worried, or, you should be like strong in the Lord. And, everyone's like quoting Joshua 1 to you. And you're like, yeah, great. I get it. Okay. Don't you think I want to be like, but your mind's just not letting you. And
do you think that was just being a Christian, or was there extra level of some of that language because you were also a leader? Like, how much?
Yeah, I mean, I've got to be careful not to like vilify people around me at the time, because everyone was really well-meaning. Everyone was really everyone was trying, but a lot of the pressure is the pressure you put on yourself. And it's like, I didn't cut myself any breaks, but I probably didn't cut myself any breaks before I had that breakdown. It was like, I didn't, when someone said self-care to me, I'd be like, self-care, that sounds pretty soft. What's that about? Like, you don't need self-care. And all of those ideas, you've just got to man up, and like, you just got to like be strong, and you can choose this. I mean, I think a lot of charismatic theology is pretty unhelpful. Like, like around like sort of binding this, and like claiming that. Like, if you're in a really good space, yeah, you can probably do that. But if you're actually really broken, that just, it's like, you know, it's just more hitting yourself with a stick. Like, I should be able to do this. And
it's actually to run a marathon when you're exhausted, when when you've got no
yeah,
energy.
it's like going running again. I've just been watching. I love that Netflix documentary on the Tour de France. It's just brilliant. It's like, it's so many leadership lessons in it. But you look at these world-class riders, and they're like, and you get this moment when they just run out, and it's like everyone in all the following cars, they're like, you know, he's blown, you know, and this guy's cycled nearly, there's 2,000 miles, the whole thing, right? And the guy's going up this final, you know, he's going up this hill, and you can suddenly see disconnects from the group. And no matter how good he is, no matter how strong he is, he just hasn't got the legs. It's just gone. And it might be one stage, or it might be a couple of stages, but no amount of shouting at him through the microphone saying, hey, come on, you know, you've got to go faster. It's going to make him go faster.
Yeah.
And I think with mental health, I thought, I'd pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you know, just try harder, and then you'll be able to do it. And it just, like, I just didn't have anything in the tank, you know. So recovery from that was like pretty hardcore.
Yeah. And before we move on to the recovery, a quick question: what was the impact of that season of your life on all the other areas and all the other things you were doing? So you newly married, work, social life, like how did it manifest itself?
Yeah, so I mean, I think when you're having, like, so I had the panic and anxiety, and then you get the kind of low mood, which is like, it's a kind of, my sort of depression was depression about the fact that I felt my life was going down the pipes.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I wasn't depressed, as in I didn't have a creeping depression. I had like a really acute anxiety response to something. Yeah. And then I felt super low because I thought my life was basically over.
Yeah.
You know, with my wife was absolutely incredible. I mean, she's 5 years younger than me. And so we were quite young. I mean, she was like 21, 22. And your husband, who's a bit older than you and got his crap together, is suddenly falling apart. You know, I think our relationship moved from like me being the leader to her suddenly being the leader, like pretty much overnight.
Yeah.
And our relationship, I've been married now 21 years, is, you know, the thing I thank God for more and more every day, you know, has always been my wife, Lou. She's just a beast. You know, she's so small, but she's so strong, you know, and I just have so much respect for her. Yeah. She helped me more than anyone, like, in my recovery. But she was afraid. But she talks now about, like, I was afraid, but she might have been afraid, but she didn't show me any fear. She didn't like make me feel like I was letting her down.
What did that look like for you? Like, what were some of the things that she was doing that just let you know that she was safe, that she was someone that was going to journey this with you?
Well, what I realized, I mean, so I consume books. I'm just part of it. Like, I write, I read, I teach, and like, so I if something's going on in my life, I want to become an expert in that thing straight away. Yeah. So I pretty much devoured all of the psychology, every book about panic, you know, anxiety, PTSD, depression. I was like, suddenly I'm like, okay, I understand myself right now. But Lou, she let me process, like, she let me really talk. And I was signed off work for about a month. Every day she came back from work, pretty much without fail, we'd go for a walk for about 2 hours, and I would just talk, you know, and it was probably a bit manic, but I would just like, I've learned this thing, I'm, you know, dealing with this thing, and she just would hear me out, you know. And we would just walk and talk every day, and gradually I talked out a lot of the stuff that I was probably dealing with inside. Some of it related to the London bombings, but some of it was just historic stuff I'd never really addressed. And she just created a safe place for me to be, and she never made me feel like under pressure to get well. She never made me feel like you just need to be, you know, you just need to man up right now. She was just like, you just need as much time as you need. And I think I was terrified she was going to leave me. I mean, again, I might be slightly paranoid, but I was like, my self-esteem was such that I believe my value was in my function. And I think the one thing that I think Jesus can offer men today more than anything is knowing that your value isn't in how you perform. Yeah, you're just loved, and you're enough. but she showed me that, like, it's all right, I love you and you're enough for me. You could be shaking away for the rest of our lives, you're still enough for me. So that was super powerful. I got some weird calls from like clergy friends and people in ministry, because maybe I had a bit of a reputation. I was going to be like, you know, someone. Do you know what I mean? All that rubbish. And I got a few calls like, hey, he have had a breakdown. And it was almost like gloating, you know. It was almost weird. It felt a bit like, oh wow, you know, Will Vanderhart's had a breakdown, you know, oh look at him. It's almost a bit too good to be true. I know people are funny like that, you know. Sometimes they're sort of, you know, someone falls off the wagon and it's a bit like, oh well, you know, they're not that strong after all. That felt a bit bad.
How did you manage that? Because when you're trying to journey something that's requiring you to be vulnerable, and you've got people speaking into that in a really unhelpful way, how did you manage that? Were you able to just tune it out?
I could honestly, I couldn't manage it because I thought I was ruined. You know, when you got nothing to lose, you got nothing to lose. I just felt like I'm ruined. Like I felt like I'm mentally ruined, and I just thought, for a time I was just, I'm done. Like they can, you know, I was like, you know, it's like being Job and the friends are kind of like, oh, you're right, mate. Yeah, not really. How things going? Yeah, pretty crap. Like, what's going to happen next? I don't know. I'm probably going to die. You know, it was like I didn't have anywhere to go, and so the idea of sort of managing my reputation, or any reputation, I don't really even believe I had a reputation, but you know, sort of any sort of like preserve of your dignity seemed to just kind of escape me. But actually, I think that's a gift, right? Because like I felt God gave me a second chance, and it was super hard, you know, coming back from that. But then you're like, what is my identity and what is my purpose, and what reputation am I trying to protect? And ultimately, like, I felt ruined, and so having the opportunity to talk about mental health and maybe help a few people in that area of mental health, that was like the biggest privilege of my life. You know, when you think you got nothing, it was like, flip, I've got this. You know, I got this. I can say something about this, and actually, you know, someone said to me, like, after I started sort of getting better and like I started talking about mental health, I got a call from a well-known, like, you know, sort of priest. He was like, you've got to stop talking about mental health because, you know, people will call you the mental priest. Like that's a bad thing. Like, I'm trying to help you out here. And now I'm like, wow, I'm so delighted if people call me the mental priest. You know, like I couldn't imagine hiding that, you know, experience or hiding myself. And I'm delighted, you know, just God gave me an opportunity. And if you gave me a red button to press, I'd never press it to go back and take any of that stuff away. You know, I'd never want to edit my story.
Yeah, but I do. When you say you kind of, you know, you were forced to question kind of where is identity and where is our value. I guess there is a privilege to some extent that you got to address that early enough that you could then live a life with that reality, because I feel like so many people like that's classic midlife crisis territory, isn't it? Like that's what people hit at midlife crisis, or even towards the end, where they're kind of looking back and they're going, actually, what was this all about? And it's so, yeah, I can hear that even in the pain you can look back and see the good out of that. Could you talk to us a little bit about your recovery and kind of what that looked like and kind of the journey you went on there?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, I think with mental health recovery, again, like, what is recovery? Like, if I told you a virtuous story about, like, you know, the London bombings and everything, and then getting that kind of having that acute experience, it was based on, like, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. You know, I was living unsustainably before the London bombings. So, like, you've got to think not just like what's happened to me, but what's happened before what happened to me. You know, like, actually, how was I living, and where were the vulnerabilities, you know, in this boat that led it to then crack and sink, you know, and like there were lots of vulnerabilities. So when you talk about recovery, I can tell you, like, you know, I managed to get control of my panic within about a month. My antidepressant medication worked really well. I started feeling, you know, September I fell off the cliff. By Christmas time, I'm starting to feel like, okay, I'm starting to feel a bit more solid. Mental health recovery is never like a bell graph, you know, you never just like start there and you kind of go up smoothly. It's like one good day, two crap days, you know, 2 good days, 1 really crap day, then a great week, then a terrible 2 weeks, you know, then a great 3 weeks. It's like, it's so jagged, like, but you just got to look at the whole progression and go, actually, okay, the general drive is towards something better. I think, you know, by about Easter, I was sort of 6-7 months in, I was like feeling pretty strong, and I began to taper down my medication. I look back on that now and I regret that, because actually the recommendation is sort of 18 months and I did about 6 months. And I think that was driven again by stigma around mental health. Like at the time, there's a lot of stigma around medication.
Yeah.
And I was on Prozac, and that was quite often in the news. I was like, oh, you know, Prozac generation, everyone's popping happy pills. And like, that's not true at all. It's all total rubbish. Like, you know, this SSRI medication is really helpful, was really helpful for me, but I came off it quite quickly. It definitely helped me, and I recommend people see a psychiatrist, see their GP, and that medication is for Christians, not just for non-Christians. You know, it's not an easy fix, but it's a support. My wife was like, what do you need? You know, she was thinking, what do you need now to like get your confidence back? And I was nervous about going on holiday, because I was just like, I don't know whether I'm going to fall apart in a foreign country, which was quite terrifying. So she's like, oh, I'm going to book us a trip, because I think you need to, like, you know, get your confidence back. So she booked us this trip to the jungles of Borneo. It's like hardcore, like 2 weeks trekking in the jungles of Borneo, including like a boat safari in this bit. You had to drive 14 hours into the jungle to get in a boat to then go on a safari to this like remote log cabin. It was like seriously scary, even if you didn't have an anxiety problem. So like, and then she's like, and she also booked us in to climb Mount Kinabalu, which is the highest mountain in Southeast Asia. It's like 14,500 feet, and you have to climb it over 2 days. You have to stay up at like height, you know, in a shack, and then climb it in the dark, and it's super scary. And the guides are like, yeah, people die here every year, so don't let go of the ropes. But there's no harnesses, you just have to hold on to the rope. So my wife is like skipping up this mountain, and I'm like still super terrified, you know. And she just keeps going. You know, you can do this. You've got to keep doing this. You can do this. Like, and I still remember like that morning, watching. You kind of see the curvature of the earth from the top of this mountain. It's about 5:30 in the morning, and the sun's just coming up, and just got to the top of this mountain. It's like I felt a real moment there of like, I can do this. You know, this is all right. I'm going to be all right. So that was a real marker for me. But
did she pick that kind of holiday intentionally? Because if I wanted to get away, I would go sit on the beach. But she obviously knew
totally
that kind of really push yourself.
I wanted to go to like, you know, stay with family in Holland, or like, you know, chill on the beach in Cornwall, so I could get back to a hospital really quickly if I had a breakdown. So she took me way beyond my comfort zone, and that really boosted my confidence. But you know, recovering from this stuff, like I made so many steps for recovery, but I worked with my doctor, and I realized like I had an anxiety disorder underneath my acute anxiety breakdown. So my doctor diagnosed me with something called GAD, which is called generalized anxiety disorder. And that's not something that just goes away. You know, it's like, it just fluctuates. And I'm really pretty well, but I still have that diagnosis. And that, you know, that means that like in stressful periods of my life, I felt some of the anxiety come back. I haven't had panic disorder. I haven't had like acute feelings of panic, but you know, if I don't take care of myself and manage myself, then I do feel I get ruminative worries. I sort of, you know, I can feel physically. I can get like some physical tension, and I can feel on edge. I get these feelings of dread sometimes, like I've dropped my keys down the drain. They just come out of nowhere. So mental health for me has not been something you can just go, oh yeah, I had this really acute experience and then that's done. I had a really acute experience that woke me up to something, but I'm still journeying this. I was speaking at a conference, and I was talking about anxiety, and this woman came up to me at the end. She was super angry. She was like, why do you keep saying you've got an anxiety disorder? You're clearly fine. You know, I was like, well, thank you, lady. You know, I really appreciate that. You know, she's like, it's, you know, she was sort of saying it's really faithless that you keep talking about your illness when clearly you're healed, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, you know, like, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment that you bring, like you're bringing this with, but you have no idea what like goes on in my life or my mind. And you know, you pray like Paul, like your thorn will be taken away, and you know it's not taken away, and then you got to work with that thorn, and you got to work around that thorn every day. And that's okay. Everyone's got their battles, but like for me, that's, you know, it's dealing with mental health. You know, it's not over. It's just like, it's a journey. And for many of the men I work with, it's like, you know, almost if you had like one episode of something and forget about it, you know, great, fantastic, it's the dream, right? But you know, with lots of physical health issues, you could end up in hospital, and then you come out and you're just not quite the same. You got to work out what it is that you know, you got to work around whatever it is that's happened to you. So for me, that's part of the journey.
And for you, what are some of the tools that you use when you kind of hit those on, you know, on the graph, you hit those, you know, it just bottoms out and you can recognize that actually your anxiety is starting to take control again? What are some of the tools that you've personally learned to use in those moments to just kind of regain some stability?
Well, I mean, I've always been really pro therapy after my own experiences, and you know, I have intermittently seen a therapist. I mean, a counselor, you could call it, or whatever you want to, for a supervisor. And I've had probably 4 or 5 series of like 10 weeks where I've gone, you know what, I'm going to get back in and spend some time with someone and like talk some stuff through. Massively been hugely helpful to me. I haven't needed like medication again. There's been a couple of moments when I've been close to sort of thinking, oh, this feels a bit more intense, like in terms of the dread that I might get or the kind of anxiety that I might be feeling. Again, I haven't needed to go there, but I wouldn't be ashamed if I did. You know, it's just like, okay, that's a backstop. I found, you know, sleep is really important to me, and I've struggled with sleep because of my anxiety. And so I've learned a lot about sleep, and there's so many lies prop up $1 billion industry, a sleep aid industry. And one of the things I've learned is that sleep is a natural process, and you cannot manufacture sleep. There is nothing that you can do to make yourself sleep. And so all of that industry is actually very damaging. Okay. I've spent a lot of time on the work of people like Daniel Erickson and Rob Meadows, who take they're like the proper sleep people who have really taught me about sleep, and I sleep really well. And even when I am awake, I'm still sleep really well, which sounds like it doesn't make sense, but people who have insomnia will understand what that means. You know, I'm hyperactive. When I say that's not a clinical term, I just have a lot of energy, you know, and so I'm really busy, but I have to make sure like I find it easier to change gear up than change gear down. Okay. So I can always add stuff in, like, oh, you want to write a new book? Great, let's do that. Oh, we'll start a new podcast. Fantastic, let's do that. You know, like I'm like, you know, that Virgin advert of old, you know, the power to say yes. I'm like the guy who would be in that advert just saying yes, like brilliant, let's do that. Fantastic, what a great idea. But I have to learn to say no. So I have to like be like, okay, what is my capacity? And my therapist, Paolo, who's absolutely amazing, she would say to me, why do you always have to ski so close to the edge? She's like, can you not just ski a little bit lower down the mountain, like on the green run, you know, or the blue run? And like, why do you always on the edge of a crevasse, just going, oh no, I'm gonna ski up here, you know, like ski right along the edge here and see what happens. So yeah, so I have to like take that. I often I'm like, I need that advice. Like, why am I skiing so close to the edge? I love surfing, I do loads of surfing, and I love fishing, and they really help me. Like, sort of, I need my body to be busy so my mind can be still. So fishing's great because fishing like occupies the light ruminative part of my mind with focus. That's my best prayer time. And like I like fly fishing particularly because you're busy with your hands and then still in my mind. So I find that kind of stuff really helpful, and good mates, you know, good mates. Like, I don't know if it's a male thing. I don't like to stereotype, but I feel like, you know, just, was it the proverb, wounds from a friend are like kisses from gold? You know, people who want to tell you the truth, who actually love you enough to tell you the truth, and speak truth into your life, and just be there for you. And I've got some really great mates who do that for me.
Yeah, I think a lot of men just don't allow people to get close enough to them to play that role. So we live without it, and we're constantly trying to second guess our own decisions. We haven't let people in close enough to play that role.
But that's the beauty of, like, for me, that the gift of exposure is the thing, right? So if you ruin it, if you get ruined, you got no reputation to protect.
Yeah.
And to a sense, like, I think when Jesus says, if you lose your life, you'll find it. But if you try and save your life, then you'll lose it. It's like, unless a seed falls to the ground and die, it bear not life. Like you've got to, like, you've got to sort of get into that place of abandonment. And Rob and I wrote The Power of Belonging about that, because most of us spend our whole lives defending ourselves against being rejected.
Yeah.
But if you defend yourselves against rejected, you never also know that you're loved, because no one ever really knows you. So like, you might not ever get rejected, but also you never really get accepted.
Yeah.
And actually there's a beauty in finding out that some people hate you and some people love you. It's actually great. It's like, it's a freedom when you're like, oh, that's fine. These people don't like me. That's okay. I'm not going to spend my time with those people. I'm going to spend my time with these people. But that whole thing of, like, no one's going to be accepted by everyone. No one's going to be loved by everyone. What's important is finding the people who do love you. But coming to that place of abandonment and recognizing that actually you have to welcome hate, it's actually really great. It's like, oh, wow, okay. Now I'm really showing up. If everyone thinks I'm great, then I've got to worry that I'm not actually showing up, because it's like I'm just manufacturing a palatable image of myself, for people to digest.
Yeah.
That can't be good.
Which must be such a massive issue with the people that you're a chaplain to, because as a church leader, you do feel like it is your responsibility to present and portray what faith can do, and what it means to have your confidence fully in God, and to what it means to kind of live out scripture on a day-to-day basis, and what it means for all that stuff to be true. So it's
Yes, I mean, look, the standard is, Jesus, that the need to build faith is sort of high pressure. But like I'm these days, I just talk about sustainable leadership. Like, honestly, what I care about is helping leaders to get from where they are to get into like 85 and still loving Jesus as much then as they do now.
Yeah.
Like, the reality is that we've seen over the last like 3 or 4 years, leaders who were adulated and celebrated in every quarter, turns out they're just up to all sorts of mischief.
Yeah. Like,
so depressing. Like, what is great male leadership? It's got to look like sustainability. It's got to look like actually being in it for the long haul. I don't really care whether someone's a shining light for 5 years. I care about what they're doing in 50 years.
Yeah.
If it's true, it's got to be real long term. And I don't know, there's so much, like, it's all the social media stuff. It's like manufacturing a persona. I'm sure I've been guilty of that. Like, I pretty much, I just, on my Instagram feed now, I just, again, partly to do with my breakdown, I started trying to do a gratitude journal, and I just got bored trying to write little things because I knew I would read them again. So I just started taking photographs instead. But the only bit of social media I really found helpful to me is I take pictures of basically the River Thames and Hammersmith and Putney and Barnes bridges pretty much every day. And now all these people follow me who like bridges, which is such an irony. Like, I just think, I'm like, it sounds so boring, but it somehow, I like it. It's simple. But Instagram for selfies and Instagram for like reputational builds, or hey, look at this amazing event I'm at, or look at these amazing people I'm hanging with. I was like, I just got to catch myself. It's like, you're building just a falsehood, a castle in the sky. And if men want to be well with men, they've got to just start showing up with all of their vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
And that's partly why Bear and I wrote, Mind Fuel, was like, how can we help men escape that? And he's the best of them. I mean, Bear's just amazing. Like, everyone who has, like, Bear's so real, but all these people around him are like, oh, it's like trying to, like, make sure he doesn't upset anyone. And he's like, and he's just like, I just being me, just being Bear. Which I love about him, just that sort of just raw and real. It's really good.
And talk to us a bit about the book. Like, what was why did you decide to write it, and who are you hoping is going to read it, and tell us a little bit about.
I mean, like, we've written 2 now. We wrote the Mind Fuel, and then we've just written Mind Fuel for Young Explorers, which is our book for sort of teenagers that's just come out this year.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like I want to, with the mental health stuff and Mind and Soul, we've always wanted to reach men and women equally. And the only sticking point for me has been about male suicide, which is, you know, 2 to nearly 3 times the prevalence of female suicide. And I've been affected by that from some close friends who've taken their own lives. And, you know, it's been really hardcore. Like, and I see that, and that's a big part of the work I do with leaders, is when there's a suicide in their parish. So Bear has had similar experiences, particularly with men who've come out of special forces kind of backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
And he, you know, we've known each other for years through the sort of church network we're part of, and church camps, and we've sometimes ski in the same area. So not that I claim to ski like Bear, but you know, he's such a nice guy. So he was like, he wanted to do something on mental health, particularly for men. So we were thinking about what could we write that men would access. And basically what I realized is I write a lot of self-help style CBT books with Rob and others around, you know, perfectionism or anxiety or guilt, but those guys are never going to pick up that book because it's got that kind of soft label on it. So Bear was like, could we write a series of kind of psychological tools for men, particularly, who would never pick up a self-help guide, which I thought was a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
And so with Mind Fuel, Bear was like, you know, I'll share my stories, and we could use the stories of other adventurers, and then you teach the psychological kind of psychoeducation piece, which is a lovely idea. I mean, the trouble is, like, you get 160 readings in, and I'm like going, oh, I've got another 200 unique psychological readings to write, which is like pretty terrifying. You know, you're like, you're sort of thinking, am I going to be able to do this? But it worked really well. I mean, it was brilliant fun. I generally do the rough, and then WhatsApp to Bear every morning. He does a load of edits, comes back to me, and then I do a final cut, send it back to him for approval, and then it goes off to the editor. Yeah. So we did that over, we did 365 days of reading. So we did you know, whatever that is, 185 or something mornings of writing.
That's incredible.
So cool.
And was there anything that you learned in that process that was new to you, or kind of things that you hadn't read about or thought about before?
Oh, I mean, so much. Like, I mean, that's part of the joy of writing, is that you know, researching and like collaborating. I just love co-writing. It's so much fun. I hate writing on my own. I love all the balance that comes with writing together. I mean, Bear, like, one thing about Bear, which I love, is that he's just, if I wrote a slightly sycophantic Bear entry, absolutely hate it. So if I big him up, even in like the smallest way, he'd like just come back and go, crap, hate it, like rewrite, you know. So anything that like made him look better than he thought he was, he absolutely hated. Anything that was like showed his vulnerability, you know, his tears, his struggle, he was like, yeah, that's great. And so that was really cool. I mean, we did like a lot of the analogies that I might use, he interpreted really well. So I use a spring analogy for something, for Hooke's Law, which is about kind of our resilience, and he turned that into like climbing ropes. He was like, oh yeah, that's just like my climbing ropes. If I leave my ropes under load, they lose their springiness. And a climbing rope, according to Bear, should like extend by 1/3 when you fall. So it's like, you know, if you don't take care of your rope, you know, it will break you, it will stop your fall, but it will break your back. You know, it's like, so there's like lots of illustrations like that, which he'll be like, yeah, that really works for the kind of climbing community, or for the extreme sports, or for the military. You know, these kind of ideas. And I mean, he's just full of stories of survival and adventure. So there's tons of funny ones in the book, his and other people's.
Do you have any questions? I've been hogging the mic a bit.
No, I'm fascinated. I got hundreds of questions. I love what you talked about in your book, and about belonging as well, because I think, I appreciate you being so vulnerable, and we were talking about that a little bit earlier, that, you know, the price tag of authenticity is vulnerability. But in order to belong, what we're really saying is we want to be known and we want to know, but actually we're terrified of being known, aren't we? Because people will know all of our stuff, and if they know all of my stuff, then they'll reject me. And as you said, so what I'd like to hear from you a bit as well is, it sounds like you have a parallel of proactively managing a condition, but you also have tools in place and accountabilities, or whatever you want to call them, in place. How do you structure that? Is it structured, or is it intentional, or is it just kind of how you fell into it?
Yeah, I think it's really important to like think about all these things as if they're like multiple tracks. I always think like mental well-being. I live in London. We also have a very complicated tube system, but I like to think about that whole tube system like as a kind of collection of different behaviors. So there are like all these different lines all running concurrently, and health on the tube is determined by how many lines are currently out. And some lines could be out, but you can still get to the right destination because you've got other lines in place. But when loads of lines are out, you just can't get to your destination. And I feel like mental health is a really good illustration for that. Like there's going to be some experiences that you might be having which are limiting lines. There's like, that's not working right now, but there's another way to your destination. And you have to think about mental health, well-being, proactive well-being as a lot of different disciplines, which you can access or not access. But if you've got one A to B, if things start going wrong, you're just not getting into your destination every day. So I think, sleep, exercise, nutrition, friendship, psychological learning, healthy podcasts, good holidays, like mental flexibility, healthy prayer life, engaging spirituality, whatever happens to be, you're sort of looking at all these different areas and saying they all contribute. In psychological terms, we often talk about, experiences either being radiators or drains. Like you have to have enough radiators in your life to stay warm, and not too many drains that you basically go down a plug hole. And many people have like one thing that they back. Like I've got a few guys I've worked with who've like, gym is that if they can do the gym, they're mentally fine. The trouble is then they slip a disc and they can't push weights anymore. And then they have a massive fallout because they only had one tube line in place, and that was the gym. But if it was like they did painting or fishing, or they had a mate that they used to chat to, or they had like they did a contemplative prayer program or whatever it is, they've got another option. And I think mental health well-being is like a network of different processes and attitudes, and it's never one thing. And some things will work at one point and other things will work at another, but it's never just like I've got my mental health down. It's like I've never got it down. I'm always working to try and find that place of well-being. And equally, there's going to be times when we just have a crap time, and that's okay. And part of mental well-being is going, it's okay to have low mood, and it's okay to have anxious feelings, and many of these things will just pass. Sometimes you just got to batten down the hatches and just endure for a little while. But that's okay.
Would you say that part of your journey, I mean, on the freedom course, our third module is relationship with self. You seem massively self-aware. Was that a journey in itself for you in discovering things about yourself, your personality type, or can you talk us through that a bit?
Yeah, I mean, look, I if I was going to sort of offer God an 11th commandment, it would definitely be know thyself, because out of that, all the other ones sort of seem to make sense. I think therapy has been hugely helpful to me, because here's someone who's working to basically help you. They're really learning you and how you're presenting to the world, and I had a lot of blind spots, and I think I'm still learning about myself. I've been working recently on this almost like bracing against life that I've been doing, sort of holding onto the armchair, like, trying to like brace, and I'm trying to lean into life in a new way, not brace against my life. I'm also, I've been terribly worried about letting people down in my life. I guess you could call that being a people pleaser, but maybe that's a bit strong for what I've been experiencing. But I've come to a place with myself where I recognize, like, I'm all right if you're not okay. Like, if I put in a boundary and you don't like that, I'm okay with that now. Whereas before I'd be like, oh, how can I make that easier for you? You know, and actually that's how I feel better about myself, that I haven't let you down. You know, so like I've been doing this work now for 20 years and I'm still learning about myself. And I think that's okay. I just don't think you ran out of stuff. And maybe the journey is the destination and not the destination is the destination. You know, like I don't think we get a sort of fixed end until we get to heaven. I just, you know, I love the freedom course. I've done the training and I believe in it. I remember like coming up to Oxen Hope a long time ago to you know, with the first iterations of the training. I think it's brilliant. I think the material's fantastic, and I'd encourage any guy who's thinking about this stuff to see the freedom course as the best possible, you know, entry point to understanding themselves and beginning to engage with their like self-regulation. So I'm super excited about what you guys are doing, and I'd love people to like donate to your campaign to support this work, because I just think it's so important. I'm super excited about it.
Amazing, thank you so much.
Thanks, Will. A quick question from me, or it's probably not a quick question, but I'm just fascinated by the fact that you've got hands-on experience with, what was it, 170
church leaders, yeah.
Church leaders. I mean, you're kind of like a living study on the issues that that people in leadership face with their own mental health, and how not dealing with those things can lead to things like burnout, moral failure, stuff like that. Are there any trends that you've seen? Are there any like common issues that you've seen people have, and then common things that we as Christians or as people that run churches, lead churches, could be doing to just change that atmosphere and change that environment?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. It's really timely at the moment. I'm actually, Mine and Soul, the charity I run with Rob and Kate and Chi-Chi and Ari, we're doing a joint study with Oxford University at the moment. There are a couple of PhD students there on vicarious trauma in ministry, or what we call ministry associated trauma. Yeah. And what we've been working on and studying, you know, is the reality that like constant exposure to other people's trauma, other people's life disaster, other people's, you know, wounds and safeguarding related challenges, and all these things is breeding secondhand smoke in our leaders. Yeah. And our leaders are not really aware of that. It's a bit like, you know, carbon monoxide is kind of sneaking into the room. You can't see it, but you're definitely breathing it, and it's having an impact on your capacity. I mean, I spend most of my time now coaching kind of leaders and helping church leaders with their health and well-being. And what I've noticed is the more of that trauma that we sort of imbibe, the more at risk we are, both for our own immediate sort of mental health collapse, but also like this negative payback. You know, so like church leaders aren't paid brilliantly, and there is no sort of promotional scheme either. And it's quite a lonely role. And what I've noticed a lot of church leaders is they pay themselves back with their sort of esteem. Yeah. And the way they do that is like, how big is your church? How many programs are you running? How busy are you? And all of these kind of statements around almost how much of a superhero am I in your eyes? Well, that is the best possible route to breakdown. Because the way they're paying themselves back is basically to overwork and to overexpose themselves to things that are really unhealthy. Yeah. So, you know, I go on a clergy conference and I still hear people going, oh, I haven't had, you know, this is the first night off I've had in 3 weeks, you know. I'm like, this is a night off, it's a clergy conference. Like, you know, and they're like, everything is pain, everything is suffering. It's like the whole theology that they're carrying is almost like that suffering and wounds are a sign that they're doing the right sort of work. And I'm like,
how much of that is internal? How much of that is external? So how much of that is the pressure they're putting on themselves versus what they're feeling from their congregation for other people?
I mean, I think ultimately the answer to that question is in the internal, because how you respond to the internal question determines how you respond to the external pressure. Yeah. Like, I always remind leaders that Jesus was sacrificed on the cross so you didn't have to be, you know, and actually your mentality is like, look at me, I'm the sacrifice. You're like, you're not the sacrifice. Jesus is the sacrifice. But that mentality leads to this kind of embattled outlook. And it's like, I just got to work harder and faster and longer. And ultimately that comes down to approval. And I don't actually see it that much in American pastors, because they're paid properly and they have like boards around them that basically hold them to account on their holiday and rest periods. But the UK is like a whole nother world of like self-sacrifice. And I believe in hard work, and I believe that building the kingdom is challenging. But I think, again, it goes down to that heart orientation. Is, do I think my appearing busy is more important than my taking care of myself so I can actually serve this congregation over the long haul? And if we let other people determine how we're going to care for ourselves, we aren't going to care for ourselves. You know, if you think about an NHS doctor and you asked him, only employ your self-care processes as far as your patients tell you to employ them, how many NHS doctors would we have left? You know, if we were waiting for patients to say, hey, doctor, you know, you're working too hard, you should take the next 2 weeks off. Who's going to say that to a GP today? You know, our GPs are falling over because there's so much patient demand, and our clergy are falling over because there's so many parishioner demands. And what we've ended up in a consumer church culture where people believe that their tithes and offerings pay for their service. And that's a disaster. And we are busy always thanking our congregations. I don't know what we're thanking them for, but we should not be thanking them for showing up to church. It's a privilege to worship Jesus. And we should not be thanking our teams the whole time for serving Jesus, because frankly, it is a privilege and a blessing to serve Jesus. People should be thanking the clergy for an opportunity to serve Jesus. But we've ended up in this weird consumer church world where I hear leaders constantly saying, thank you for coming to church today. Thank you so much for serving the coffee. Thank you so much for being the verger. I'm like, in what world did Jesus go around saying, thank you, disciples, so much for being here, following me around. Thank you, 5,000, for being on the hillside. We'll serve you a great lunch right now. You know, Jesus never said thank you to anyone apart from to God. Like we've set up, I mean, I'd say the thank you response is just a classic example of a kind of consumer mentality, which we leaders are fostering in our congregations, which gives the impression that we're putting on a show and we want to thank you for turning up to watch. I'm like, that isn't what the first century church looked like. And that's really bad for our mental health.
How do you go about bringing back real authenticity back into the church experience?
It's got to start with, I mean, it has to start with us and leadership, you know, and that means owning some of the stuff that we've got wrong, talking about what we actually need, and inviting people into proximal discipleship. Leaders can't lead anymore as a sort of messianic image that they have to maintain. Leaders need to lead like people who are struggling disciples. You know, and the great thing about Paul and Peter, I think, to a degree, is that these guys are struggling disciples. I mean, I see in Peter, they're kind of like, what do you mean, me? The keys to the kingdom? I'm just a fisherman. You know, what are you doing, Jesus? And then I see in Paul a little bit of the like, about a wrestling, you know, between the qualification from being a Jew and a Roman to being unqualified, of all sinners, I'm the greatest. You know, and I can see the wrestle within him between the like prestigious leader and the kind of vulnerable disciple. And I think the vulnerable disciple works with Paul ultimately, but I think that's every man's battle in church leadership. We've got to get away from being prodigious leaders into being struggling disciples. And I mean, my church leader, I've got two, obviously, Archie here at HTB and Pete Winter, who runs my local church. They're both leaders just full of authentic struggle. I love it. I mean, I spend tons of time with Pete. He's like, I'm still working this stuff out, man. What do I do? And I'm like, I want to follow you. Like, because you haven't got it sorted. It's great following people who, you know, John Wimber said, never follow a leader who doesn't walk with a limp. It's like, you know, like I want to follow someone who knows the struggle, and I don't want to follow someone who's pretending there isn't a struggle. And with guys, I think we've lost that conversation. You know, no one talks about the wrestling anymore. No one talks about masculinity. No one talks about pornography. No one talks about alcohol. No, I mean, have you noticed how all these programs have vanished? No one talks about it. Like in the last 10 years, where have all the struggles gone? It's like everyone's so polite and like unreal. And it's like, where did it go? I like the people I coach, they have all these problems, but we just don't talk about them. I'm like, we got to get messy again.
Yeah.
And we've got to get real again, and that's got to start with us.
Yeah.
And we've got to get ready to be, embarrassed, I guess. It's okay.
Yeah. It feels like it's. I mean, thank you so much for sharing all that, Will. I feel like you've hit the nail on the head, and I feel like there'll be people, and after everyone listening and that will listen will hear that and just think, oh, thank you that somebody is saying some of this stuff out loud. Because it feels like the issues you talk about, they're so ingrained in our current culture. Like we live in a culture where social media, there is a window to our soul all the time, and so we dress the window, we put only in there what we want people to see, and people don't actually want to see the mess either. So it feels like we're both doing what people want and what we feel like we should be doing, but ultimately it's causing a really toxic world to be living in.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, this just breeds so much disassociation and loneliness.
Yeah,
like because like every guy is out there feeling like a fraud, feeling like they don't match up, feeling like they, it's like, what? How are we supposed to do life if there's this sort of pastiche of window of perfection that we're then supposed to fulfill? And like, I don't know. I think it's like the joy of being ruined. You can't, like, when, in a sense, spiritually, like when we're just like the freedom of just being like who we actually are is such a joy. I can't help but think some of the like unconscious some of the moral failure in the church that I see, some of the outs, I'm like, that is so basic. It almost looks like self-harm by proxy. It looks like you're blowing yourself up just because you want to get away from the pressure of having to be the perfect person that other people expect you to be. Much better ways of doing life. You could just say, hey guys, I'm like feeling like a bit of a fraud right now. I need to step away from ministry. You don't need to go and have an affair to do that. Just own it, just own the struggle. But, I feel like, again, we've got to get away from this sparkling image of perfection that is leaving guys. I mean, and I just look at the suicide stuff. Like, it's just, I'm terrified. It's kids from my daughter's school, young men, like, 15, 16 years old, like, saw Tom Kingston recently, and lovely guy, Christian guy, in the newspaper, like, just tragic, like the people I've buried, tragic. It's all a tragedy, and the tragedy in part, and I can't answer every question, and I don't want to make presumptions about everyone's stories, but so much of what's going on is this feeling like I can't ask for help because it would shatter the image that other people have for me. And I just think we have got to do something about that. And that begins with leaders who are vulnerable and saying, I'm struggling, like, this is difficult. They're the leaders in the shape of Jesus, the wounded healer. So that's my mission, I guess.
And what an amazing mission. I heard a podcast, and they were talking about the issues around moral failure that's happening, and it seems so prevalent. And they were saying that the number one cause they can see in the similarities of where that happens is an increasing isolation. So for all the reasons you've just said about the preservation of their identity, the preservation of their reputation, the feeling like this is who they're meant to be, and they don't want people to see the warts and all. So they increasingly retreat, and the more and more you retreat, the harder it is to know the stepping stones to then be vulnerable again. So I think you've really hit the nail on the head. And we're incredibly glad there's people like you that are out there doing that work, speaking to leaders about this stuff and playing that role.
Well, likewise, guys. I think it's fantastic what you're doing. Have you going to be up throughout the night? How are you going to do this?
How are we going to do this for? Well, we are. Yeah, we're 3 hours into 24-hour talkathon.
Wow.
We've got back-to-back interviews, literally non-stop. So James Ray should be joining us any minute.
Okay, great.
we haven't quite figured out when we eat and when we go to the toilet. We're going to figure that out as we go, Will. So
I'm going to figure it out in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, look after yourselves, guys. This is a tough deal, you know?
Yeah,
So,
I mean, you say that as a joke, but someone said before, and they're like, is this really a wise thing to do when you're talking about mental health? Because this could potentially break both of us.
Let's test these theories.
Yeah,
Bryn.
yeah.
Let's
yeah,
test
well,
these
make
theories.
sure you get some decent rest in tomorrow, for sure.
Well, yeah, my parents have come to look after the kids so that I can rest.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, thank you so much for your time. We really
bless you guys. Yeah, thanks for having me on. And like you say, just want to encourage everyone to get stuck into this amazing campaign and offer it support. Bless you guys.
amazing.
All right, okay, we'll see you again. All right, bye now. Bye.
Wow.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm recording and stopping recording as we go because we want to make sure that we don't miss a minute of any of this stuff. That was gold.
That's some absolute nuggets in there.
I feel like I could spend the rest of the time just unpacking all those things. It's incredible.
I was making mental notes as he was
Yeah.
talking. It just sounded, even there, what he was saying about leaders and about really talking about the culture.
Yeah.
We're setting people up to fail.
Yeah.
Because the mental health expectation is already unreasonably high.
Yeah.
And it's causing problems. So when we can get freedom,
Yeah.
and the more of us that have authenticity and share a bit of vulnerability, we can start to change the culture and do intentionally bring mental health into the conversation.
Yeah, I'd be really, I really want to explore, and hope there'll be people on, I'm sure, that can help touch on this stuff. But I want to know where that pressure is coming from, because my guess is that we try and meet that expectation because we assume it's what others expect of us. But I think everything Will's been saying is just so spot on that actually we're assuming wrong.
Yeah.
Actually, what people want and need is the vulnerability.
Yeah.
But maybe there is some truth also that we, you know, when we're in positions of pastoral leadership or leadership in general, people do look up to us to be perfect. And so I feel like there's even something in there to go, we need to look out for that. And we need to, like, when we hold people to such high account, if they preach a sermon and then we straight away pick out the one thing that we didn't agree with and we kind of come down on them, but actually just recognizing that we need to create a much more acceptable, open environment where people can stand up, be vulnerable. They can say things that might not be quite spot on, but they speak from the heart. Just to create that environment, but then, it's also the internal battle.
I don't know where the statistic is, but I remember reading not that long ago that a church leader, particularly pastors or people leading ministries, is one of the more, I think it's in the top 5 most left professions. That'd be interesting to explore. How many people end up falling out of well, not just into moral failure, but how many people actually just say, I can't do this anymore. But that was really good.
Amazing. If you have just joined us at any point in the last hour, you have just been listening to Will Vanderhart, who is a really good friend of Mercy's, and what an incredible story, personal story. But he's in a position of helping so many people through the things that he's been navigating with his mental health. So we are very grateful to him for his time. A reminder that we're going to be going for 24 hours. We are 3 hours into it. I think you need to toilet, don't you?
I'm ready for my first break. I'm
Paul,
going to be the one that makes a run for it.
No, don't leave me. Feel free to go take a break, Paul. Take 5 minutes. Next up is James Ray. Hopefully, who should be on any minute if he's not already. Let's have a look.
Oh, my dog's getting a bit warm again.
It's getting a bit warm, yeah. Amazing. So bear with us a minute. Paul's going to take a quick break. We'll wait for James to join us. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, please do consider making a donation. Should we do a live total? I think that'd be fun. Look at that. We're currently at, for the Just Giving Talkathon page, £2,250, which is incredible. We're almost halfway there. And just a reminder that all of this is being match funded as well. So honestly, your donations, no matter how big or how small, with this kind of fundraiser, every penny helps. So please, even if it's just £5, we'd really appreciate donations. It helps the work of Mercy. It helps us keep going. And we get to support pastors like those people that Will's just been talking about, people that are needing to take that time out to just really peel back the layers and do some of the deep work, so they can support the people around them. But it's also for you and me. It's for, so please do consider making a donation. And any other ways you can help, please keep praying. We've got a long way to go, lots of conversations. Pray that people remember their meetings, come into their meetings, that the tech works, the links work. And pray for those people that are on the Freedom Course. I think, as we've been hearing about, it's a vulnerable journey to go on, a really vulnerable journey. And a lot can come up that's unexpected. So let's be praying for those people that have taken that brave step to say, I need help, I need support, and that are doing something about it. Here we go. We've got James. James, where are you? It looks incredibly sunny.
Hi guys, this is sunny High Wycombe.
Sunny High Wycombe. James, Paul's just going to pop to the toilet.
Hi, James.
We've been talking non-stop for 3 hours, drinking water, and realised we probably need a little bit of a break. So,
some more water.
Yes, please.
This does often happen when I join things. People
just disappear. Yeah,
it's quite normal.
We've-
Paul, lovely to meet you. I doubt we'll see you again, but cheers.
Oh no, he'll be back in 5 minutes.
I'll be back.
Is he going to go for a wee in the garden?
Well, I don't think Ariana would be very pleased about that. This is her garden.
She won't mind. She won't mind. It's all for a good cause.
Yeah, well, just keep an eye out that window. See if we see Paul emerge from a bush. Yeah.
Watch out for
Yeah. James, thanks so much for joining us. We've just had Will on, which I know you guys know each other well, and I believe, are you about to do something together soon? Is there a conference coming up?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, I was actually just listening to that as well. He is the expert. I mean, I don't know why you didn't just book 24 hours with him. He is such a wise man on this.
And there was so much gold there, wasn't there? It was literally just every sentence. You're like, we could spend half an hour unpacking that. We could spend half an hour unpacking that. But I feel like you're slightly doing yourself a discredit there, James, because you, there's loads that you do. And I would, we're going to hopefully get a chance to talk about Extreme Character Challenge in a bit. We'll talk about your new book, Responsibility, which sounds incredible and sounds really timely. But if it's okay, I'd love to start with you and your backstory, like how it's obviously become a big part of your world, this kind of combination of mental health, faith, and extreme sports and using nature. Like, unpack that for us a little bit. Where did that start? How did you get to where you are today? Tell us a bit.
Well, like everything, it makes sense backwards, but going forwards, when I had no intention or no idea of any of the stuff that you've just talked about. So I grew up in a family of boys. My son, I've got 3 boys, an adopted one and 2 others, and the eldest of my birth children, Samson, he is the 7th generation of only males, obviously through my father's line. And so there's very strong kind of male theme.
Have you ever worked out the probability of that?
I've no idea. Someone might come right in, we won the world record or something. But he, so I grew up in this sort of quite male environment, and then I was involved with the Royal Navy for a little bit as an officer. Obviously, there's women in the Navy, but for me, it felt like a male environment. I played sport in a male environment, and then went to work in a boarding school where I worked in a boarding house with boys. I was their housemaster for a while, and so I have this sort of strong influence of men, but at the same time, this idea of men are entirely flawed in many areas, and so the sense by which all is not well amongst men. So that's just that kind of growing theme, if you like, was just almost like compost in the soil of my life. It's just been there from my own experience as well. And I've got 3 brothers, obviously sons, and just that sense of the beauty and the brilliance of men, but also the brokenness. And we know in society, you don't have to go very far or read very deep into the news before you find problems that basically men are causing. And so this sense by which always inside me, there's been a desire to want to do something about helping men.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear a bit more about what that was like growing up in such a male-dominated environment. And Like one of the things that we focus on at Mercy through our course is generational patterns. So it's understand that actually a huge driver for us in terms of the things that we struggle with actually have their roots in the people that have gone before in our family lines. And so for you, growing up in that environment, I'd love to hear both the good and bad of how much was mental health talked about? Was there a certain expectation upon people as to what it would mean to be a man? Did you feel that growing up? Did you see it in your father, in his father? Love to hear a bit about that.
So let me take a step wider away from mental health so I don't narrow too much of the story in terms of what I'm thinking. But I think you're absolutely right to highlight that male environments can become toxic very quickly. They can also be very positive. So I had a bit of both. Growing up with my brothers, we were adventurous. My father was very intentional about allowing us to have adventure and taking us on adventures. My mum was sort of complicit because I think she felt overwhelmed, like outnumbered, outvoted. And so we were very adventurous. We wrestled a lot. We were actually encouraged to sort of compete or to challenge. Maybe now looking back, I don't know how helpful that was from a mental health perspective. But my dad also was aware that we really didn't have, and he also didn't have and doesn't have that much experience with women outside of a romantic context. There's a sense by which women as sisters, women as daughters, just is absent from that narrative.
That's interesting.
And what we used to have as growing up, we didn't have pocket money. We used to have a thing called review, where each month we'd have to set some objectives, and then you'd be rewarded. And it started at 20p, and then it went to 50p, and then £1 for hitting the objectives that we set. So it was I think my dad was trying to teach us to plan ahead and to meet goals. The objectives we had to have was with God and with him. So father, son, and then another was with girls. So every month we had to invite a girl into the family context from the age of about 10 onwards. And 20p if you did it. And I actually met my wife, Emiko, who I've been married to. We've been together since we met at 12. We've been together since we were 14. We met at 12 because I invited her to play tennis with my family. And she famously says that as she left the tennis court, having beaten us all at tennis, and she well and truly beat us, that she thought, I will never speak to that dysfunctional family again. What a bunch of misfits. And obviously then we re-engaged again or met again at 14. We've been going out ever since and married when we're 20. But the reality of that is that she saw a lot of truth in that this all male environment was also quite negative around our inexperience with women was also played out, and we just didn't know how to behave. But the over competitiveness, we were all deeply shocked that she beat us. She literally beat, from my youngest brother through to my father, she's thrashed everyone at tennis one at a time, picked us all off. And I remember the moment. I just remember being humbled and realizing women were brilliant. They're really very good at stuff. And how that hadn't landed with me until I was 12, and even then it took a while for it to really bed in. That's a bit of concern. And so I look at that again from that mental health, mental well-being. I think this world where it's one or other of the gender focus is a real problem for any human being growing up.
And some real credit to your dad then for spotting that and recognizing that needs to change. I think you might be the only family I've ever heard of where the parent has paid their sons to invite girls to stuff. If my kids are listening, like, don't have any expectations, please.
Look, it was far worse than that. You had to pay 20p to watch TV, and often you weren't allowed to watch what you wanted to watch anyway. I think the A-Team was about as risky as it got. We had to spend 15 minutes a day with dad and come up with something that we had to organize for 15 minutes. You had 4. So it was a lot of effort in this review.
We'll probably get onto this stuff later, but while we're on it, when you think about some of those things that we're instigated at such an early age, how have they informed your adult life? Because I mean, even things like the idea of having to be intentional about spending time with your parents, and actually for you to be the one to figure out what that's going to look like. I mean, that's an incredible skill to give a child, because how many of us just take our parents completely for granted and expect them to do everything? And we don't really learn until we're into our late adult years that actually they're now our peers and we need to think of them as peers. So yeah, how did some of those things inform your life?
Yeah, the upbringing was super intentional. My parents had very strong views on what good parenting was. I think they hark back to names like James Dobson, I think, was one of the. But anyway, this old sort of family books that people used to read about raising boys, another one, bit of, and so a lot of that was deep in them. But also, I think my dad knew that his capacity was limited. Four sons, working from home often as well. And so I think it was his way of saying he wasn't going to get round to spending 15 minutes a day with each of us. So we would have to take responsibility for it. It did feel odd. And even now with my boys, I think I would be reluctant to push it back round onto them, because I think it's more my responsibility. But I like what you said. It did teach us each that, look, we're one of four, and so we don't have any specific louder voice than another, and nor do we have that kind of entitlement to demand time at any moment. Actually, we have to work it in, we have to plan it, we have to think of things to do and be creative. And also, I think my father would argue that it meant we then came up with ideas of things we wanted to do, so he was able to engage with us at our level. So I think there were pros and cons.
Yeah. What you mentioned at the beginning, that there was both good and bad things about growing up in an all-male environment. What were some of the things that were a real challenge, and you've had to kind of over time, either through your childhood, through your adult years, actually reframe things or think differently because of growing up in such an all-male environment?
Well, I think I'll focus on two things that spring to mind. The first is the competitiveness, and it's not just that it was competition; it's that macho competitiveness. Absolutely strongly. I'll come back to that. And the second one is also around being able to speak openly, cleanly with one another without that sense of that also becoming aggressive or challenging. So take the first one. It was a very physical environment. We used to wrestle all the time, build dens in the woods, climb trees, jump off stuff and break things. And my parents used to be very happy about that. I think often encouraged that. I think adventure was a big part of our upbringing. But I know for sure, for me, that really fitted who I was anyway as a human. Always been physically quite big, and so physically it was easy for me to be strong because I was already strong. I know for one of my other brothers in particular, but two others, but one particular, that that physical side was not helpful. And I think that he felt pressured a lot to be tougher than he is, or more courageous than he wants to be. And also to compete in an arena that was basically already weighted against him physically. I'm definitely not sure I think that was healthy. And I think with a girl, the sister, we would have been very different. And I think linked to, we also didn't learn language to fall out well, to disagree well. And that we're struggling with that to this day. There's big kind of breaks in our family connection because of the inability to challenge cleanly without the beef behind it of, if you're going to say that to me, I'm saying this to you, and man to man we're going to kind of front up. It's that kind of nonsense that we just never been able to move beyond because we don't have it in our heritage, we don't have it in our language. And that, to your point earlier, I do see that going back generationally. I see it through father's generations as well, the inability to actually just disagree well.
And for your brother, I know you can't speak on his behalf, it's not really fair, but I would be interested to know for him what that looked like when he struggled in that environment, because I can kind of relate to that, because I think for me, one of my big journeys is with the idea of masculinity is I've never really aligned myself to how masculinity is projected and what it should be, and so I've never quite known how to fit in those environments, and I've always steered clear of men's activities at church. It just doesn't resonate, and it seems to often be driven by like high competition, a lot of bravado, and so for your brother, if you think he wouldn't mind you sharing, how for him, what was the impact of growing up in an environment where he was surrounded by that kind of culture?
Well, I'm totally with you on it. The impact for him was also an impact on me. And so let me tell you what I know for sure, that he's very creative. He's an excellent musician, a brilliant dancer, brilliant at football because he was very jinxy. But I played rugby. He's not into rugby, and I know for sure that he felt that he was always sort of last place, and he was definitely bullied. I bullied him. He and I've said sorry to each other. Well, I certainly said sorry to him about that. But the reality is that side of masculinity in him was crushed. There's a beautiful essence of masculinity that is found in gentleness, which is what I think we're phrase gentleman from, but we've forgotten. And I think the reality is that he expressed masculinity in a way that I probably didn't dare. he did ballet for a while and jazz tap. I remember that. And he got ribbed mercilessly at school for that. And I would have joined in and said, what is this? You know, this is not a kind of male thing. And now I look back and I realize what a mistake that was. But also not because it's any less male or any more male. It's just another expression of male. And my view, your question from a bigger perspective now, looking back and working obviously as I do with men, is masculinity is effectively almost anything, which is partly why we've tried to redefine it in our book, and Responsibility of the Authentic Man. Because when you want to become the authentic man, you have to be not just the true version of yourself, i.e. you do you, but actually you have to be true to yourself. If you like something, you need to say, I like that. And because you're a man, it becomes male. The moment you say, that's me, you've then owned it, and now it's male. And I think the risk we have in society these days, we've made things binary in the sense of saying that's a female thing. Therefore, if you're a male and you like female things, you must be more akin to being a female. I just think you're a man that likes those things that others attribute to being female. So you could just take pink and blue. I know a friend of mine used to run a toy shop, and they used to have the aisles were pink for girls stuff and blue for boys stuff, and then he realized he was trying to help people mostly to work out which side you want to go. But you know, nowadays he's been told off and told that's absolutely wrong. And right in the sense that you could get plenty of boys who say, I like pink, so I'm going down the pink aisle, and then finding nothing for me that I want to play with in there, or maybe loads for me to want to play with in there. The mistake then when we say, okay, so if you like that side, then you must be more akin to that side, I think that's a load of nonsense.
We're creating rules, aren't we, when we do that then mean people have to conform. So in order to be masculine, I have to conform to this set of rules. To be feminine, this set of rules. But that's not authentic. How have you reshaped that for your own children?
Great question. I hope I have. We should ask them. I'll ask them. I think conversation is crucial. I think one of the biggest ways to unlock any kind of truth is to talk about it and to discuss it and to almost like pull it apart. You know, the cows, when they eat grass, they chew it, don't they? They chew the cud. I actually think before we swallow anything, we should just chew it over. And what with my children is to say, how do you feel about that? What are your thoughts around that? And it's a good question, because if you know my family, and Will, who you said was just on, he knows me well, he'll know that, again, often by chance or by luck, I happen to be fit into quite sort of stereotypical male things. I can do them generally quite well. And so for my sons growing up with a dad who's reasonably competent at that kind of stuff, that's also a challenge for them, because if they want to nudge their way to the top of the competitive pile, or say the physical pile, they have to be able to do more press-ups than me or something like that. And so actually I've been really aware of that growing up, that those shouldn't be the measures of anything. It's just nonsense. They don't actually matter in any way, shape or form really about at all. It's just a measure. So what we've done is try and talk with them about what they feel frightened about, what they feel afraid of and worried about, why their worry matters. We did a parenting course once called The Circle of Security. It's a brilliant course. I really recommend it. The good news is they reckon you only have to get it right 3 in 10 times. And 30% of your interactions. So I was like, I think I could do 3. But one of those interactions, they also talk about when children hurt themselves. You know, that instinct as an adult is to say, it's okay, it's okay. And what this parenting course teaches us to say, they don't think it's okay, so now you're just becoming a liar. You can say to them, what's going on? Or I could imagine that hurts, or that must feel frightened. How do you feel? You feel frightened. I wonder, why do you feel frightened? I can imagine that's frightening, or I can imagine that's painful, or does it feel painful? So we really learned that. I don't know why that landed with us quite early on, my wife and I, but we really tried to live like that. We tried to bring that into our family style, rather than telling them, yes, no, you don't do this, you don't feel that, to say, why do you feel like that? That doesn't mean to say everything goes. My boys will tell you I'm still pretty tough and still have some quite strong values and firm views. They just know that they'll have to challenge them. And we actually sat down on holiday a few years ago. So my eldest now is nearly 19 and the youngest is just turned 14. And it must have been 5 years ago we sat down on holiday, and I said, we came clean and said, look, we've actually got to come clean with you. We've got expectations for you that we haven't really ever talked about. We actually expect you to leave home at some point. We've never told you this. We actually expect you probably to go to university if you want to carry on your education, to get a job, to earn income, to get married, to have grandchildren. I'd like to be a grandfather. I've never told you this. And so I also expect you to have a faith. I also expect you to be kind. And so we actually came up with 5 family values that we said, from now on, we're going to punish or reward you against these 5 key values, and the rest we're going to kind of overlook or ignore because you can't really worry about everything. And our 5 family values then became the kind of core foundations of the family, that we said, if you want to challenge those views, that will be okay. If you want to sort of abandon any sense of faith, you can do that. It's just you need to take us on the journey with you, because I'll especially be quite difficult to take along that path. Yeah. So if I don't want to leave home, I'd quite like you to go and have your own home and enjoy your life and thrive on your own. So if you want to stay at home for the rest of your life, you'll need to talk to me about that along the way, because I'm expecting you to leave. Yeah. And what we found that approach is that really unlocked in them the responsibility to also buy into the view, the kind of shared community view of healthy life. So it's not really just masculinity, but just healthy living.
So you're coaching them in essence as well through the potential anxieties attached to that, and you know, the uncertainty around it, but actually empowering them to go and be themselves.
Yeah, well, I don't know if we knew we were, but I think you're right. I think the word you use there that's super important is empowerment. I believe actually masculinity and femininity can be defined effectively as nurture and empowerment. Nurture being the feminine trait, empowerment being a masculine trait. And men and women can have strong elements of both simultaneously. So I could be a very nurturing male or a very empowering female. It's just I believe that empowerment is predominantly a male trait. And so what it's important for fathers to do, I think, is empower, say go for it, but not just go for it like I don't know if you go to the pub and you say to your mate, oh, I'm going to go and jump in that river, and they'd say, yeah, go on mate, you go for it, do what you want. And they sort of sit, I don't know if that's what do you say when you, I don't know what you say when you go to the pub, but something like that. Let's say you say you're going to jump in. Often guys empower each other by just saying, I don't really care, do what you want, I'm not interested. That's not actually empowerment. That's not this just kind of passivity or disinterest. Empowerment actually says, okay, you want to do that, I'll come and hold you, I'll look after your stuff while you do it, and I'll stand on the bank in case something goes wrong, and I'll keep my phone on in case we need to call the lifeguard or something. And so actually empowerment says, you go and do it and I'll support you in any way I can along the way. And I think there's something in masculinity that's been lost there. I actually think in terms of nurture, society is very good at nurturing. If you think about most of what we do is about saying, are you okay? How's your well-being? And I think one of the challenges for you guys on this call for 24 hours will be, how do we keep empowering men to find breakthrough in their mental well-being, or to find health in their mental well-being, without over-nurturing them, without allowing them to stay in that place of victimhood where they're feeling overwhelmed and staying in that place of overwhelm, or without allowing them to feel too sorry for themselves and say, I'm the only person in the world who's ever gone through this. There's something about where men help each other that's really empowering, about saying, I see you, I hear you, and it matters, but you can change, and I believe in you, I'm going to walk with you in that.
Yeah. Well, do you want to take that point and kind of unpack it a bit? Because my guess is that with the work you do through XCC, and if there's any other stuff that I'm not aware of in terms of what you do with, whether it's work hat, church hat, parent hat, I don't know, but just talk us through your experience of journeying with men and how you do that, and how you do the empowerment piece. And I love how you've just phrased it, because I think often with empowerment, we often think of it as kind of a pushing away, but actually what you've just described it as is a encouraging them to be themselves, but with the support structure in place. And actually, I think it's the support structure that is so missing in today's society, is that men don't really know how to have friends and make friends, and the traditional support structure you get in a village or a community has been lost. So in making that, creating that, and being intentional about that, well, it does take intentionality. It doesn't just happen anymore. We live in a society where structures around you don't just happen anymore. You have to be intentional and put them in place, and that takes vulnerability, and it takes it takes something that doesn't seem to be very common at the moment. But yeah, talk to us a little bit about XCC, about how you do some of this with men.
So the XCC stands for Extreme Character Challenge. We take I don't know, up to 200 men away at a time, maybe nearly 1,000 men a year for several, I don't know how many years I've been doing it now, nearly 10 years, I think. So lots of men. And you've basically just described, if you like, the theology or the philosophy behind what we do. You've just talked about the fact that we often don't know how to be honest with each other because there's a risk associated with that. So we don't support that. I think adventure is really lacking. We don't take that many healthy risks these days, and we don't have adventure because of the worry of getting it wrong. And then what happens? We judge everything retrospectively. So you go for it, but if you do something wrong, I'm going to come and get you. And there's that sense of like, well, we better not take a risk. We also don't know how to introduce a faith concept in it with any real weight to it. I don't think amongst men anymore. It's either your private faith that you have, or come and listen to my faith and do it my way. And so for all those reasons, really, and men, of course, as you know, they much prefer to talk side by side. So men connect side by side. We connect with that sense of walking together. Firstly, the physical journey of that is that you're moving anyway. So there's a physical sense of we've moved from the place we started to the place we're going. And so if you're having any kind of difficulty or any kind of thing in life, it's healthy to feel you're moving. Second thing is we're not looking eye to eye. So there's that awkwardness that men often feel because they're just not used to talking openly and honestly with each other. That can be a little bit alleviated by going side by side. And also that process of walking gives time for breath. I don't know if you remember watching, if you ever saw any of the or any series really, but the Peaky Blinders is the one that stood out to me, where every time they had difficult conversations in Peaky Blinders, Tommy Shelby, I think his name was, he would always take a cigarette. I remember him in the House of Commons a lot, having difficult conversations about power and about movement. And he would, just as someone asked him a very tricky conversation was about to undermine his whole operation, he would take out his cigarettes. He would sort of knock the packet. He'd flick one around. He'd reach around for his lighter. He'd light one or strike a match, and it would take 3 or 4 attempts. He'd take a big draw on the cigarette, blow it out in a flamboyant way, and then give his answer. And what I love watching that is not the smoking side of it, but what I love watching that was I realized that we've become so instantaneous that even this conversation, because we know that people might watch, we're trying to keep a pace to it. The reality is, if we weren't in this intense environment, we'd be trying to take our time about this sort of stuff a little bit more. We'd be thinking it through. As you said earlier from Will, we'd be going into more detail. We'd make time for a toilet break or a coffee. And so actually the wild does make that for you. It slows everything down because there really is no rush. You can go at 3 miles an hour, which is basically walking pace. Also, there's a Japanese philosopher called Koyama, and he says that love has a speed, and love moves at walking speed, which is 3 miles an hour. And he says that God moves at 3 miles an hour.
I've never heard that. That's fascinating.
Yeah, Koyama is beautiful. He wrote a book called The 3 Mile an Hour God. And his argument is that if you want to meet God, you cannot sit still and stay where you are. J. John always says, if you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always got. If you stay here, you're not going anywhere. But if you rush on ahead to, I know exactly what's happening, I'm off, you will also miss it. Somehow you have to go at this kind of annoying, frustrating, ploddy, walking space at 3 miles an hour. And that's the place love moves. So what we do is we take men on adventures in the wild for 4 days. We take any men, all men. In fact, the wider the variety, the better, because it's beautiful if a lawyer and an ex-offender happen to be walking side by side. It's brilliant if a big guy and a small guy and a older guy and a younger guy. That's what we really need in society is men, all people connecting with each other. And so we take all sorts of guys, some who know why they're there. Some will say, okay, I've got this problem. I'm watching porn every day, or I'm stuck gambling online, or I'm in an inappropriate relationship with someone, in an inappropriate relationship with someone, or I'm not paying my taxes, whatever they might be. And then other guys will be there like, well, I just wanted a physical adventure, and this is a challenge. Someone else will be there. Their wife signed them up, or their mate told them it's the best thing they could ever do. And other guys literally just think, I don't know why I'm here, but I felt compelled to be here. And there's a whole bunch of guys there. But what will happen over that 4 days is somehow they'll start to bond with each other, bond a little, reconcile a little bit with themselves, and also remarkably reconcile with God. Even those who absolutely would say there is no God. And they might even say that at the end, but they would say something's happened. And I think what we've lost in our space is in our communities is space for men to do that. We've lost the space to be able to speak cleanly and openly about who they are and what they're about, without feeling condemned, judged, or chastised, or ridiculed. Banter. It kills healthy conversation. And we just don't have room for it. No one really talks about what car they drive, or what football team they support, or their golf swing, or whatever it is that men often compete on. They don't really bother, because now it's about what really matters, which is what's going on inside me. I'm worried, I'm frightened, I'm feeling I've been stupid, I feel alone, got no friends. All of that comes out on an XCC.
Amazing. Have you ever been on XCC?
Not yet, but I'm going to. This sounds great.
Yeah. So James, this is the kind of thing that historically I would have gone, heck no. Like that sounds like my worst nightmare. I'm being honest. So like, sell it to me as a man that kind of doesn't often kind of put myself in that place of going, yes, adventure. I guess I'm just trying to think myself. I'm taking a moment to pause. You said, like, what is it that I would need to be sold on? I think I would need to be sold on that there's a place for me, and that I think that's what I would need to be sold on, and I reckon you can speak into that.
That's beautiful. Because I was about to give you a different answer. The answer I was going to give you for sounds like my worst nightmare. My answer to that, more superficially, before you justify why you're saying that, it's my worst nightmare. I hate running them. I've done it for 10 years and they're horrible. Guys have nearly died. Most people say it's the hardest thing they've ever done in their lives. But we have I think we did some study, 98.7%. I hope I've got that stat right. It's something high 90% say it's the best thing they've ever done in their life, alongside the birth of their children in 4 days. Why? And so the reality is that we often don't know what's best for us, and the choices we make, if we repeat them often, are the ones that get us into trouble we end up in. And so I've never lived before. I don't know about you. I don't know what I'm doing. Literally, I don't know. Tomorrow, I'm trying to live my best life based on what I know. But the reality is, often when I make mistakes, I will be the guy that created that mistake. So if I carry on trusting me as being the definitive answer on what's right or wrong for me, I will keep making the same mistakes and maybe have the same successes. So the first thing I think beneficial about an XCC is it does take men out of their comfort zone to a place they don't want to go. The second thing, to your superficial answer, is comfort is a killer. I think comfort's one of the greatest killers of our time. And I love your environment at the moment. It's so beautiful, so comfortable. And what we love is that mix between the outdoors and the indoors and this easy life. And often Instagram and social media points and charges us towards this kind of higher comfort life. But the reality is we don't really need comfort. We need challenge, because the greatest victories come after the greatest battles. And if you haven't struggled, there's nothing to win. There's no victory. It's just literally handed to you day after day. So XCC does provide something of a re-struggle, of a struggle, and even the hardest times in their life will say they valued the struggle they had on XCC over and above the struggle of losing their job or getting divorced or what might be. But to your justifying point, I love that. And that's why we want guys like you to come on XCC, because the reality is there is no one size of masculinity. And it's absolute fallacy. You'll find on XCC, and thousands of guys have done this, and you can ask any one of them if you meet them. I am very, very, very deliberate. There is zero competition on XCC, and also there is no sense, I don't think, of what, if you like, ultimate masculinity. That's a wrong phrase. What, like, better masculinity? There is no grading. There's no way of knowing. So sometimes a team will arrive at a campsite early, and they'll get there and they expect us to congratulate them. And then the team that comes in last might expect to be the last team. For us, it's irrelevant. Everyone just ignores everyone. There's nothing to do with anything like that. And the team that are last often have had the hardest struggle. They're the ones we tend to want to celebrate. But the reality is that actually our male life is spent so often with this comparison of who's bigger, who's tougher, who's stronger. I just don't believe that that's how God looks at us. I think he sees each person as individual, a bit like the wildflowers on a mountainside. The reality is there's so many of them, they're so different. How could you possibly say what's better than another? So we need guys who don't want to be there because they want to reject that kind of typical masculine view. As much as the very typical masculine guy happens to be there, he might just embody that physically. I mean, I told you, I just happen to be reasonably big. And so it's not my fault. I can't do anything about it. I just need to be aware of it. But if I wanted to be less of a presence in a room, I have to work quite hard at that. And so the reality is actually we need each other to contrast. We need to learn off each other. Just as you talked earlier about my brother, Nathan, he really taught me that lesson about what it's like to be brave being different, to be brave being gentle. So anyway, that's why we need guys like you to come. So I'd love
that's
to see
a great
that.
answer, James. You've sold me. It sounds great. I imagine on the days, there's kind of, do you see a pattern? I can imagine like it's kind of like day one, you arrive and you think you know what you're going to get out of it, and you think, I'm going to love the challenge, and you think this is what I'm going to talk to people about, and you come with that bravado. I'm imagining it as a backpack full of stuff, and you kind of go, yeah, I'm here. But then as the day goes on, the kind of bits start to chip away, and then eventually, is there a point where kind of this is when actually people start to be their authentic selves. And so 2 questions. One, do you see that pattern, and kind of what does that typically look like? But then the next question I'd be really interested to hear is when people get to that point, I can almost imagine that kind of like everything that I've just said, there's an assumption as to who's going to be there, what other kind of people are going to be there, what it is that they're going to be bringing, how they're going to be presenting themselves. But that is also just prejudice in the same way. So I'd love to hear, like, what do people discover is actually the common ground once you strip all that back, and actually it doesn't matter who you're shoulder to shoulder with, we're connecting over the same stuff, and actually there must be some common themes in amongst that.
You're absolutely right. So there are some pivotal moments that happen every time. They surprise me every time because I'm sure it's not going to work each time. I just think it's a crappy long walk. But the reality is every time it's mind blowing what happens. I cannot tell you. I can't even begin. If anyone's watching this or listening to this, and both of you guys, now I feel you're warm. I'm going to send you an invite after this, and you'll both be my guests for free. But the reality is, we need men to come because we need men to go through this kind of fire to realize what God does in those moments, and also what we of in those moments as men to each other, not just for ourselves. It's not just self-help in the sense of I found a courage in me. The reality is I actually found courage in you. We had a guy, I did a thing, and actually this links to what I just said to you. Both of you seem to be warm, therefore I do a thing with the men where we talk about our yeses and our nos. Often as men we say yes and then behave like no, or we say no and behave like yes. No, I won't drink too much tonight, and then I do. No, I won't watch porn next week, and then I will. Or yes, I will be there to help you on your birthday, and don't turn up, or whatever it is. So we do a thing where we say, right, yes and no, and it revolves into guys just jumping into some water, and sometimes do it. And last time a guy jumped in and then just drowned, promptly, literally went straight down. Now we have had this before, and we were a bit ready for it, so we got our third line. One of my guys jumped in, pulls him up from the bottom, but he went straight down. Pulled him up, he got out, and I said to him after, "Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine." I said, what was that like? He said, "Well, you said I can't swim. I mean, you said say yes and do your yes, say no and do your no." I said yes, so I was going to do it. And I didn't want to tell anyone before because I felt I should trust. It was a lesson in trust. And he said, "I knew you guys would have my back." Now, I find that that guy, and this has happened 4 or 5 times, so it's not just that one time, but I reckon those men, if I wish I remembered their names, they're probably the most brave. You could say stupid, but I think there's something very deep going on there that's brave. I don't think I would ever trust. I literally think if I'd said yes, I would still say, but I can't swim. Please be aware. Hang on, guys, just so you know. And I'd have slid in gently near the side. He leapt in and just literally sunk like a stone. And I felt like in those moments, there's something around masculinity where he just knew these other men would save him. Now, I don't have that confidence in masculinity in our communities. Generally, it's like, nah, if I sink, you're going to abandon me. If I go down, you're going to speak badly of me. We're going to tell a story about, oh yeah, I used to know that about him. He's terrible. And we're going to kind of talk shame on each other at those moments. And so it's quite beautiful that happens around men. But also to your question of what do we connect over? I always get asked what I think a real man is, and you boys embody a little bit. I talk about big muscles, strong guy, and big beards and tattoos and carburetor changing. I don't think any of that matters in terms of masculinity, pipe smoking, whatever those things. I think masculinity, real men, really beautiful men, are men that can admit when they're wrong, say sorry, and ask for help, and that is where the men. Now that's a bit of a spoiler for those coming, and the reason we don't talk much about XCC, a bit like Fight Club, is you don't talk about it, because if I tell men, by the way, on this XCC you're going to admit when you're wrong, say sorry and ask for help, most of them will say fine. But actually a guy me recently, he's quite a famous guy, I'm not going to say who he is because many of you will know who he is. He wrote to me and said, "James, I do really want to do an XCC, but the reason I've said no to you all these years is because I knew that you would find me out, not me personally, but that would find in an area that I've now just been found out in. But every time I said no, and I laughed it off and walked away. But inside I said, that will expose me." And that's that often, guys, we're running a racket. We don't want to be exposed. And so we're doing all we can to hide, to again run away from admitting we're wrong, saying sorry, and asking for help. And when I see that happen, it's the most beautiful thing you can ever see. I remember one guy, I think his name was John, who was a Geordie from a very, very tough background in Newcastle. I think he's definitely been to prison. I think he might have come straight from prison, but he'd been in prison a long time. I think 13 years he'd been in prison. And he walked to the front of the group at the end to tell a story about what had happened. And in front of 200 men, with his head down, he mumbled almost inarticulately. You could barely hear him. He just walked forward. Apologies for my Geordie accent, but here we go. He said, I did something. I don't know. This is not Geordie now. Whatever's northern. He said, I did something. That'll do. He's from the north. I did something on this XCC that I've never done in my life. Bear in mind, he's 40 something. He's got tattoos all over and he's weathered. He looks like the hardest man you've ever seen, toughest guy. He just looked up and he said, I asked for help. And he just walked, thank you. And he just walked off. And it's like a powerful moment. And I can't do it because that face, when you see that face of pain, just saying, I've done the first of my life, I asked for help from other men.
Yeah.
Something about, you talked about before, those generational things. He's broken something in his generation to say, I'm the first guy, 40 years of life, and I asked for help from men.
That's inspiring courage, isn't it? Inspiring courage, just to have, for me, it's like when we're talking about masculinity and just listening to you describe, you're just being you. You're just being yourself, and you've learned to embrace yourself, to take responsibility for yourself, but to take inspiration from others as well. For me, that is masculine. When that inspires me, and I'm sure will inspire lots of men watching. But it is, that's really true masculinity, is to have the bravery to be yourself and to let other people know you as you are. That terrifies me sometimes. And gosh, I'm struggling with this or that or whatever it is at the time that I might be going through. But actually, if I can dare to just still be me, I think people respect that more. And it helps me to have a better relationship with God as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think what you said was really powerful as we connect in weakness. If you just said to me, if you just said to us, and hey, nice, James, I'm glad that many men are getting help. I don't really struggle with these things. It makes us say, okay, fine, and you're okay. So who else am I talking to? But when you say what you just said and engage, it frightens me to be honest sometimes. I want to talk to you. I'm thinking straight away, I want to talk to you about that. I want to find out, and how do you find the courage, and how do you do it, and what happens when you do it? Who can you be honest to? And it suddenly opens up another way of conversation where I believe most men actually are desperate to get there, partly through father wound, partly through this kind of male ego, but mostly just through the desire as humans. We just want to connect. We just want to connect, and we connect in weakness. There's that beautiful Bible verse, isn't it, about God's power being made perfect in weakness. It's not through, it's not after, it's in the weakness. I imagine it like you fall in the mud. While you're lying in the mud, that's the most beautiful moment for people to connect with you, because they can come and help you. No, I'm fine, and you clear yourself off, and then you walk a bit, and then say, right, now let's connect. I'll tell you about my mud story. Lost some of the effects. I know, but I wanted to be there for you when you were in the mud. And by the way, when I'm in mud, you can come now and help me.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, James. I'd love for you to spend the last sort of 5-10 minutes chatting about your new book, because that must have been quite an adventure itself to write that. Is it the first book you've ever written?
Yeah, I've got a copy here because I don't have anything else to show you. Okay,
The Authentic Man. Yeah, so tell us about why you decided to write it, who you were hoping to write it for, and sort of a little bit about what's inside.
Thanks. Well, it's the idea behind it actually is really this, that we have it right now in our society, these kind of really polarized views of masculinity. On the one hand, we've got this kind of Andrew Tate style rampant masculinity, which is a reaction to the opposite side, which is the kind of feminist get in your box masculinity, because of the sense of toxic masculinity. And I can see, I get it. I get why we've come here. I can see that men for hundreds of years have abused their power and position. And there is one strong sense which says men deserve to be just brought down a bit and to stop kind of hoarding it. But at the same time, my sons don't deserve that. So I've got this kind of balance in me to say, well, I get why I've made mistakes and should really be more considerate. But I don't get why my children who haven't yet made those mistakes should have to suffer the wrath of that. And linked to that also, the worry is that over here on this side, where you've got this kind of rampant voice about male dominance, the reality is that that's quite attractive for young men if they hear nothing else. In the absence of anything else, it's like, well, I may as well go and do this then. And all of them will think, I'll be better than that. I'll be kinder than that. Don't worry. But they'll still pick up the traits of that. And so the answer for men, I think, is so boring. It's why we overlook it. It really doesn't write headlines. And I think that the two things that men should focus on in life is balance and responsibility. Balance being finding that middle ground between almost every vice you can think of. There's that historians say. I'm not sure whether it's how biblical it is, but I think it's certainly Christian to talk about moderation, everything in moderation. And there's that sense by which, if you talk about alcoholism, or if you talk about power, if you talk about money, if you can say balance, suddenly it just brings it right down to okay, largely the answer is balance. Find balance. Find a place where it's not one or the other. It's not all or nothing. It's just that place of balance. But at the same time, take responsibility for what's happened to you, what you've brought onto others, and then react to that responsibility. Remember, we talked earlier about the victimhood. Edith Eger wrote a beautiful book called The Choice, which is about how to make decisions based on, it doesn't matter what's happened to you. She was in Auschwitz, and she said you can still have a choice to move your life forward by keys to your freedom. I know Mercy talked about keys to freedom. They're in your own pocket. And so I think something about taking responsibility for my own life, my own thoughts, my own actions. And even after this, if people don't like anything we've said, I'm really open to people writing to me and saying, no, I really struggled with this, the way you said it. And the chances are I would say, yes, do you know what, if I had my time again, I'd rephrase that, or I would say it differently, or I'd have said more about it. But often I'll say, no, fine, I accept I might have upset you. But that's just the way we might sit. But the reality is I need to take responsibility for what comes out of my mouth, for what I say and do. But I need to find balance also in that process. So this book, the idea of the authentic man, is just this idea that I don't embody, this is to the point earlier we were discussing, I don't embody authentic malehood, masculinity. I embody a bit of it, but so do you two. So do your father, so do your sons, so do our brothers, so do all these men around us. So does the guy over there, the guy in the coffee shop, right, flower pressing, and the guy who's playing guitar. There's masculinity in so much. And so what we talk about is this idea that the authentic man, it's a bit like chasing the sunset. You can go west and you will see the sun setting, but you might not ever get to the sunset. And so I like that. It's a challenge for all men to become the more authentic version of themselves, more authentic version of masculinity, but don't ever feel like I got there, now I'm the guru. This is book like a conversation on the journey. We're walking with you, talking with you about what we think it is. And the chapters are kind of divided up into the topics, so it's like both and. Remember the balance thing. So the first chapter is both fierce and tender. The idea again, a bit tough. I think it is, men are physically bigger than women generally, and cross-culturally, statistically, you can't argue. An elephant is big, a mouse is small. Elephants are bigger and therefore stronger often and more dominant often. So use that strength and dominance. Same for men often. Not in every case, but the exceptions normally prove the rule. And so you can use that physicality for something. You can use it to help, to build, to defend, to protect, to carry, to lift. But also there's no excuse for not developing that tender side. So the biggest man could be the most tender, but equally the tenderest man can also make himself fiercer, make himself braver, stand up for himself a bit more, speak up against injustice, speak up on behalf of those. So there's a sense by which that those chapters each, we have right and wrong, connected and abandoned, which is about friendship, fun and healthy, first and last, and both father and son. The idea that all men are both those things simultaneously. I think it's time we father boys in society, even just by helping them fix their bike, or just by leading the scout group, or just by taking them to school, whatever it might be. We actually take responsibility for all those things. So that's the book, and that's what it's about.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah, sounds incredible. Any last thoughts, Paul?
No, I'm just absolutely blown away that you're sharing your journey with us, and I appreciate it. That's what we want to encourage everybody. Why we want people to come on the Freedom Course is to become the best version of yourself in Christ. And, to be okay when you're not okay. And, take that. Just thank you so much for sharing with us.
Yeah, James, someone's that's been on XCC has jumped onto the YouTube comments, and I feel like it's worth reading out. It says, I've done XCC and it changed my life massively. I'm now with God and I owe everything to all the men I've seen and done it with. A huge thanks, James. I want to thank you too, brother. Yeah, and I want to add my own thanks. I feel like there's been something about the manner that you've spoken about this stuff, the tone you've used, the words you've used, the balance that you've brought through everything, the vulnerability, the authenticity, the humility. It's felt very healing, actually, to kind of just hear it and to hear it presented like that from someone that's doing, the kind of work you're doing. So just a personal thank you. I've really appreciated your words and how you framed everything. And I've got no doubt that the people listening now and the people that will listen will benefit from that as well. So thank you, James. Any parting words on this issue, or anything you feel like you haven't had a chance to touch on?
It's been an honor, really, and genuinely, the three of us should become better friends. I'll write to you after this, but also for those watching and listening, this is a little bit of what masculinity should be. It should be guys holding each other to account. Oh, the window cleaner's just arrived. And oh no, and it should be a little bit of that. Oh, it's Rob Harvie. This guy's a bit of a
right.
Here we go. Are you going to be live in the studio?
Yeah.
Rob's actually going to co-host for a bit. He's
oh, well, here we go. You're going. Listen, I should have shut up earlier and let him speak. This man knows a lot about what it means to embody all these things. But I think that's it. This is just healthy masculinity. And the tragedy, I think, is for all those people watching and listening, for us in our own lives, all those men we know who don't have anything like this and have never experienced anything like this. It's no wonder they're frightened and aggressive. It's no wonder that they're lonely and sad and depressed. It's no wonder that our young men are struggling. So the challenge is for us men to be more like this more often, to be more like this more openly, and to invite them in and say, come, you can come. It doesn't matter how big or small or left or right or up or down you are. Just join in and come and join our conversation. But there are some parameters. We are men. We are a bit fierce, but we're also super tender. And so holding those two things together, I think is the call for us men. So thanks for doing this podcast. I really hope you last to the end. But now you're going to have a great chat with Rob, so he's going to tell you more about all this stuff.
Well, Rob's actually going to do his spot in about 2 hours' time. He's coming to he's coming to kind of help hold the fort.
Good man.
Much because you'll know as much as anyone, James. Rob has championed this stuff for a long, long time, and within Mercy as well. So it felt right that we made sure that he was here for a part of that. And you've done XCC?
I've done XCC many times. I think 8 or 9 times. So
amazing,
I can hand on heart say that James is the real deal. I'm always very jealous of his hair. But no, he's the real deal. And it is a genuine mind, body, soul connection when you go. So
hi, Trevor. No, you're fine, Trevor. Don't go. You're fine. Stay with us.
I'm not going anywhere. Hi.
I saw the panic in his eyes. I was like, I'm in the right place.
I pressed the button.
Hey, we've got quite a gathering now, haven't we? This is amazing. Love it.
I'm just happy that High Wycombe's being repped twice.
Yeah. Amazing. James, thank you so much for your time. I mean, you're welcome to stay on, but you've also given us an hour. So thank you so much for everything you're doing.
Thanks guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I hope you guys well. Take care.
Cheers. Thanks, James. Trevor, great to have you with us. Bear with us 2 seconds. I'm going to stop James's recording and I'm going to start yours. And while I'm doing all of that, just a reminder to everyone that has joined either recently or in the last little while that we are now 4 hours into our 24-hour men's mental health talkathon, and we're doing this because we care about this issue, because we recognize that there's a bit of a crisis out there, and conversations like this are hopefully going to help. But we're also doing it because we're wanting to raise money for the Freedom Course, which is why I'm really excited to have you on, Trevor, because you're going to be able to give a bit of a first-hand experience of what that was like.
No pressure.
No pressure whatsoever. But yeah, so if you are watching and you haven't had a chance to donate yet, wherever you're watching, there'll be a link somewhere. So if you're on our website, it will be roughly over there, or wrong side. No, I think it's that right, over that side. If you're on YouTube, there's a link in the description below. If you're on social media, you'll be able to find it. We'd really appreciate any donations you can make. They really do make a big difference. And everything is being match funded, which is great. So you give £5 and actually Mercy's going to receive 10, which is great.
I think I'll bring you food.
Oh, amazing. I was just about to say, so I've now been sat down for 4 hours without moving, and I need to stretch and I need to go to the toilet. So
needs to.
yeah, definitely needs.
We're all friends now.
We're all friends.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to leave you in these guys' hands just for a minute, just while I pop off. But I'm going to jump back as soon as I can, Trevor, because I really want to hear about your story and your journey.
That's all good.
Yeah, don't time me, please. And this might not all be weeing time, as in I might just take a few messages, just in case someone's going, flipping out, that took a long time.
I was going to say, you'll come back and we'll be like, so you need to get that checked, mate. Yeah.
Right, thanks. I'll leave that there if you want to keep an eye on any comments that come through. Otherwise, take it away.
Cool. So, Trevor the Rev.
I'm not a Rev.
How have you been doing generally?
Yeah, good.
Nice.
Yeah, I got back from the gathering this weekend, the CVM Men's Festival.
Oh, fantastic.
Which was absolutely awesome. Yeah.
That's second year running for you, isn't it?
More like fifth, I think.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So it started off with me and my best mate from church, and then we've managed to get up to 5 of us this year, which was really great. Just it's awesome. We just every time we come back, we're just like, well, next year we need more men.
Yeah,
because it's important.
Well, you can certainly give it out a shout out now.
Oh well, definitely gathering. Go to the gathering, run by CVM. It's a lot
have a link somewhere. So like click here.
It's like Top Gear meets church.
It sounds brilliant.
Best way of doing it, I think, describing it.
Oh, well, remind me and give it another shout out later. So obviously, I know lots about you, but can you share for everybody else watching just a little bit about who you are and how we've connected, and what you a little bit about what you do with your own podcast as well?
Yeah, of course. Well, firstly, thanks for having me, because I look at the list and I'm just like, what? I'm just some like little schmuck in an office in Wickham. So great to be here.
Very nice.
So I met Paul because he was my facilitator through the Freedom course. We finished probably just over 2 months ago now, which is crazy to think it's gone that quick.
Yeah.
I'm married with 2 kids, live in High Wycombe, as I say. Yeah, I run a podcast with my wife called We Have This Hope. And the idea is that we talk about faith and mental health. So when you asked me to be a part of this, I near enough bit your hand off. I think it was like, yes, I want to be a part of that. That sounds amazing.
We couldn't imagine not having you. I mean, listening to your podcasts, I mean, I've re-listened to some of them recently. They are very real. Would really encourage anyone listening to get on and go through, because you talk about some real everyday life topics and difficulties that people are going through, but you're also really open in your approach and in your podcast about your own journey, which I guess was what inspired you to start the podcast. But could you share a little bit about the type of topics and things that you cover and what we've got to look forward to that you'll be covering next?
Yeah, of course. Well, so yeah, the idea came about. So I had a mental health breakdown when I was working in recruitment, and I was kind of fed up of lining other people's pockets kind of things, and there was stuff going on family wise, and my wife and I just felt this kind of disconnect, I suppose, with the church and mental health. And I don't think it's intentional. I think it's just we're a part of a middle class, mainly white church. We just don't know how to ask those questions. We don't know how to deal with it when someone says they're struggling with their mental health. It's that, are you okay? And it's like, well, not really. That's not the question I need asking. So what we decided was, it's based on Hebrews 16:9. We have this hope and as an anchor for our souls, firm and secure. And we kind of thought about it in that way. And like, actually, it is a storm. When you're in these kind of things, you're in storms. And sometimes there'll be ups, you'll be at the top of a wave, and sometimes you'll be low. And I think people spoke about that kind of already. But like, it's that kind of idea of sharing stories and saying, look, you're not going through this alone. Someone else has been in a similar situation. So what we did is we decided to share our stories very openly, my wife and I, because my wife has also, what it was mentioned earlier, I think, she has generalized anxiety disorder. So it's just like her brain wakes up one day and goes, I'm going to freak out about that, and then that, and then that. And it's kind of like, so we were really honest, and we just wanted to be honest because, as you've said already, you need to be authentic in it. Otherwise, people aren't going to listen and understand what you're doing. So what we did is we just invited our friends, basically. We started with our friends. We started with our vicar. He came on and shared about anxiety around leading a church and actually running a big church and taking for a massive building project and having anxiety attacks before preaching on a Sunday morning. And it was just like, well, none of us knew this. And it was like, wow, this isn't amazing that this is happening and we're not seeing it in our leadership of church. And we've had someone share about the loss of a daughter, the loss of a father. And it's just, it's just an opportunity for us to sit with them and hear their story and have that story then hopefully inspire others, really. That's kind of what we're aiming at. But what I would say as well was we're not mental health experts. I haven't read all the psychology, as a thing someone said earlier. I haven't read all that. I just know my experience of my own struggles with mental health, my own journey with God through that struggle, and we kind of share that. And I think it's Peter, I know it's in Acts, there's a verse, and it was CVM use it a lot. is just, we're just unschooled, ordinary men. And I really love that. Like, we are just ordinary people, you know, we're an ordinary couple. We have our arguments, we do all this kind of stuff. But we know that if we put God at first and we share our story openly, it might help others. And that's important.
Yeah, that's amazing. And you connect with people around this as well and share your story quite openly. I mean, I'm sure it's okay to mention, I won't mention names, but you connected with a footballer, didn't you, recently?
Yeah.
And just, you know, how you were able just to share a bit of your journey, your story, and how he responded to that.
Yeah, so my wife currently works for our church. She's a communications manager. And also she's been helping with the youth team, because once you're a youth worker, you never get away from it, as I know. I did it for 14 years and like, they keep getting me back. I don't know how. And anyway, they had this footballer, professional footballer, coming to the youth group that week. And she was like, look, none of the leaders like football. It makes no sense that I'm there. It needs to be someone that gets football. So I went along and I had the chance to interview him. And yeah, we just got chatting and like, I think we connected quite well. And yeah, he, without me even asking, I just mentioned the podcast and he was like, well, I need to do it. I need to share my story. And I was just like, yes. You know, and that's something that we're hoping to get done later this year. So we're currently in the process of putting together our next season of episodes where we're going to have a few more kind of interviews and be a bit more specific in some of these stories and stuff. But yeah, it's just, I'm so blessed by the way that people respond to it. I had an amazing message actually from an ex-member of my youth group who's not a Christian, but he texted me saying that he'd listened to my story and that he just wanted to let me know that I was one of the most kind of influential parts of his life. He's not a Christian, but he listens weekly because he loves to hear what we're saying. And for me, it's like, I started planting that seed when he was 12 years old in terms of like, God loves you and that. And the fact that even now he's in his 20s and he's engaging with something that I'm doing because of who I am. But then by doing that, is it being exposed to Jesus? And I'm just like, yeah, crack on, like, see what happens. So yeah, it's just loads of people like messages like that. Like, and I know that I've got lots of non-Christian friends that text me and say, oh, we loved your episode. And I'm like, you're listening. That's amazing. So yeah, love it.
That's brilliant. And it just shows how important it is for us to connect though, isn't it? I think, you know, particularly in the context of men's mental health, men traditionally are pretty terrible at keeping in touch. We can be bad for it. And life's busy, isn't it? You know, we've talked on the sessions, which we'll get onto, but you know, how busy life is sometimes. And we've heard it said a few times, you know, about this, you know, pace of life just going whizzing past us, and we don't actually take any time just to even check in how we're doing and check in with other people, see how they're doing, and vice versa, and then crash. You know, we hit a crisis or something when actually we could have just had a conversation.
Yeah,
we could
definitely.
Purposefully, intentionally apply to go on, you know, say for example, like the Freedom course, or to do the Keys to Freedom book and things like that. Why? Because we can.
Yeah,
because we can. So I'd love to hear a little bit. We couldn't not ask you some questions or some to get some thoughts on what your experience of the Freedom course was, how you even found out about it, why you decided to apply, all of the above. You do you.
You do me. Are you sure? Remember the detours we would go on in our sessions?
I do. I remember, and I loved every single one of them.
Ridiculous amount of movie quotes. So, well, I knew about the Freedom course because a friend of mine, she went to it when it was a residential, female-only residential. And I remember her kind of explaining that she was going to do this and kind of hearing about it and thinking, well, that's cool. But I think even at the time I was like, what about me? I don't get to do something like that. But that was how I heard about it. And then later on it was, so kind of I was working, as I said, and I had this kind of really quite bad mental health breakdown. And I decided that I was going to take a year off from work and start the podcast and just kind of do things that were good for my mental health and good for my own well-being, kind of looking after my kids a bit as well. That was fun. And again, this lady at church, she came up to me and said, have you thought about doing the freedom program. Like, I know that you're looking for something to do. Have you thought about it? And I was like, oh, no, I haven't. And I literally phoned up that day and I spoke to someone and they said, oh, we're not actually taking anyone on at the moment. You can put like an email in or whatever to say that you're interested. I was like, yeah, fine. Didn't expect to hear anything back. And the next day I got an email saying, we'd love to have a chat with you about being on it. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, this feels like a God moment. Yeah, and then it was just kind of going through that process of getting onto it. And the more I learned about it and the more I realized what it was, I was terrified because, you know, I knew that it would be a case of having to work through a lot of stuff that I had very meticulously repressed for a long time. And, you know, stuff that I didn't want out. It was hid that there for a reason. But I, you know, the more I prayed about it, the more I kind of heard about it, the more I went through the process. I was just like, this is going to be awesome. And I remember watching Ariana's talk that kind of was told to watch before starting the program. And it's that whole, like, you know, we walk through it to help through. And I that just had me. And like, it's something I think I was already doing. Like, I like supporting people. You know, I was a youth worker for 14 years. It's like I've definitely walked through it myself and with others in that time. So it was just like, well, this seems like the right choice. And then I met Paul and it was all wrong. No, wait, no, sorry, it was all great. No, and then yeah, the weekly sessions, as you say. I mean, you spoke about it earlier, the bridge tool. Oh, the bridge tool, I loved it. Because I remember when you mentioned it, in my head, I think I even said, "What the heck?" Like, I didn't say it out loud. I think it
might have been out loud.
Actually, to be fair, it was probably out loud. And I was expecting myself to do like a big suspension bridge, you know, very kind of Victorian, and it was this little kind of old stone bridge that was chipped and stuff. And I think I came out of that session being like, I'm not where I thought I was with my journey with God, and that's okay. Like, I know there's work to do. And I think then moving through there was just so much. I think one of the big things for me, wasn't it, when we got to the forgiveness myths, which I just think that really struck me in a way that I wasn't expecting. And there was the one kind of around, you can forgive someone, but you don't have to have them in your life. That for me was a big thing. I'm very open about it on my podcast, so I'll talk about it on here. So I have issues. Unfortunately, I've had a relational breakdown with my mum. A lot of kind of weirdness, and that's what kind of led to my mental health issues. I think the anxiety and the depression that I suffered. And it was something that I don't think I'd let go of properly. So when we started talking about this forgiveness myths and stuff, because I think in my head it was like very hard to forgive her, because I was thinking, well, I've got to try and bring her back into my life, and I'm not sure that I'm ready for that. I'm not sure if I want that. I'm not sure. And it was to read that it's okay to forgive, but and not have them necessarily be a straightaway part of your life. I think that was a really interesting moment for me. And your guidance through that was amazing. Anyone listening, Paul, great. Although he did have a breakdown once on the way to one of our sessions, which I said was my move, and that's not allowed. It was a car breakdown, but it's you know.
Did have a breakdown, yeah. Just to clarify, it was a car breakdown, not a live yes, breakdown.
But it sounds funnier when you say it from a point of a therapy session, doesn't it?
Yeah, you were great. You were great to take through the course. An absolute privilege and honor. And just to see your commitment into it and the revelation that you got, and how you went at the pace that you wanted to go to. Sometimes you ramped it up, but you parked on some of the stuff and actually really went through it. And I had a great respect for the courage that you showed there. But it was kind of like you decided you were going to get whatever breakthrough God would give you, and you were going to take it, and you did.
100%. And I think, you know, you spoke about it earlier, the generational stuff. That was really interesting, because I think when I've always heard, like, you know, generational patterns and things like that, they've always been a negative thing. But actually, when we spoke about the fact there are positives from that as well, that was really interesting. You know, kind of like, actually, my sense of humor, that's clearly come down from my father, who's, he's quite a funny guy, and I think I get it from him. And then, you know, there's generosity, and I can see things that have come down generationally which were positive, and I don't think I'd ever really thought of it that way before, or it had never been explained that way before. And it was that kind of like actually taking time to really truly look at stuff like that is just such a blessing. You know, it's this opportunity to really kind of go back to basics with yourself and with God, and just say, look, I'm broken. I am broken. I know it. Yeah. And I know that because I'm so broken, I'm not connecting with you properly, and being able to go through that. And, you know, one of the big things that we really hit on was, and it was so amazing, was the armor of God. Yeah. And I said to you at the time, I was like, armor of God is like, it's something that, you know, you're taught at Sunday school and you hear about it and you're taught all the way through church if you grow up in church. You know, the armor of God. And it's like, yeah, armor of God. Right. Sort of something, whatever. But when we got to it, I was also reading the book of called Troy by Stephen Fry, and because I love mythology and history. And there was this whole section about Achilles' shield. And then we did the four-door thing, which was amazing. And we looked at that and about shutting doors and kind of sealing them with God's help. And it was this idea of the shield just really got me, because what I'd read in the book about how shields and armor were coveted on the battlefield. So actually, when there was someone died, there was actually a fight just as fierce over trying to get the armor. Like the enemy wanted it; they wanted to show it off. They wanted to say, "Look, we've got this. He's lost it." And I think that was really interesting, and it really changed my perspective on like the armor of God kind of thing. It was like, well, okay, well, actually, then this is special. God's given me this. My shield has my story on it, and the enemy wants it. And it was through that prayer time actually with yourself, Paul, where you gave me that image of like me being stood with a shield lined up with others as well. And it was just all this stuff came together so well and kind of opened my eyes to things. And I'm just so thankful for it, really. It was just great. I could talk all day. You know, we're talking.
Listen all day.
But that's what concerns me.
Well, Trevor, I've got a couple of questions. We've never met. Hello, I'm Rob.
Hi, Rob.
So I just real quick, I worked for Mercy for a long time and volunteered for a monstrous amount of time before that. So I'm fully involved in the Mercy program and the Mercy ethos and vision. But anyway, right at the beginning when you were speaking about how your mental health was sort of showing itself, you said you took time off work. You said you took a year off.
Yeah.
Just because that's probably not a normal thing for people to do, certainly for guys to do, and certainly in their workplaces, people just don't tend to get a year off. What did that look like? Was that sick leave? Was that actually, I'm just going to quit and hope, or did you have savings in the bank? Just because for the normal everyday Bob that's watching this, they go, "Oh, mate, I'd love a year off." How did you
No, it was. I am very privileged in terms of we have enough in savings to do that, and also, so I married well. You know, I was a working class guy. I've now been kind of promoted to middle classness. But we had in the year where kind of previous to this last one, I bought half the house that I live in now. It's my father-in-law's house. He unfortunately lost his second wife, and he was living in a 6-bedroom on his own. So we managed to move in with him. And because of that, we were able to kind of share those bills. So we were very fortunate. And I know I'm very fortunate in terms of being able to do that. Mm-hmm. The first month of that time was sick leave.
Okay.
And it was during that time that I had a conversation with my then boss, who told me that I had nothing to be sad about. I had a nice house and I had a family and all of this. And I came off that call and I was so angry. I just was like, I can't believe that she's not got it. Like, I'm not putting this on. I'm like, I've been diagnosed with this. The doctor has told me to do this. And I just said to my wife, Fee, I was just like, I can't go back. Like, there's no way that I can see myself going back into that environment and ever being okay with it. And so yeah, it was something that, so ever since we've been together, it's always been me that kind of went out and did the full-time work and allowed Fee was at home, and she was amazing doing full-time mumming, which actually I always think is harder, having done it for a year as a full-time dad. That would never say otherwise. And it was this kind of opportunity where Fee was like, well, I'm doing this in my job, and I'm doing extra work here, and that's going to earn a bit of extra money. And it was a really amazing. I felt very humbled by it. For her to turn around and say, you take a year and you invest in your mental health, and you invest in your relationship with God, and you kind of learn new skills and things like that, and we'll see where we are at the end of it. So, and yeah, it was faith driven.
So it's fair to say okay. So it's fair to say, well, firstly, you married into money, and then married into someone that's like, yeah, fine, you can take a year off and I'll work. So became kept man for a year. But seriously, did it at the beginning? I think I know the answer to this from what you're saying, but was it, yeah, actually, I'm taking a year, or did it just sort of go, I'm taking a bit of time, ended up being a year?
We said a year. We set out and we just said, look, take 12 months, and I can do a bit of work here and there. And I did some, so I'm an HR professional, outside of recruitment, and I did some contracting for Wycliffe Bible Translators, a charity that I used to work for. Did some HR stuff for them, and then I did some contracting for other stuff. So it was like I wasn't actively out of work completely, but I was taking that time to really invest in me. And the Mercy course came into that. And that, if I hadn't have had that time off, I don't think I'd have been able to do the Mercy course as easily. I would have made it work, but like it would have been a bit more stressful and things. But not everyone can do that. And I know that I was very, very privileged to sit in that position and take that time.
So I'm just trying to get the timeline right in my head, really. So you obviously you called it, all right, I'm taking a year. How far into that was the Freedom course?
The Freedom course was about 6 months in, actually, because actually I had a bit of a spiral in there in that first 6 months. So I invited my mum back into my life for a little bit, and it was going quite well. And then it didn't go well, spectacularly not well. And so therefore I had a bit of a spiral, and it was about the 6 month time where my wife just turned around to me and went, we made an agreement and you're not sticking to it. So she called me on my
You got told.
I did. Someone said earlier that they're not the leader in their house. Amen, brother. I know that I am not, and she told me to do something about it, and she literally gave me the telephone number for Mercy. She was like, she put it on my phone and pressed the button and then just handed it to me. So it's like, I was like, okay. And I realized as well, like, I wasn't doing what I said I was going to do in that time. I'd been distracted by things. My mental health wasn't great again, and I was pretending to be an introvert. And
what did those 6 months look like then? Those first 6 months before your wife bravely hit call on a telephone and handed it to you. What did that look like? I'm sure there'll be sort of the school runs and stuff that you actually I'm going to say the good stuff, the stuff that you got to do. But actually, what did it look like for you? The ups and downs, the nitty-gritty of it all.
So yeah, school runs, looking after he was then 3-year-old, he's quite full on. So all of that kind of stuff, the housework stuff, I was taking that on, which was all a bit of a change from the normal 9 to 5 that I'd always done. So it was kind of, it was nice at the start. It was a bit of a change of environment and things. But then I realized that I wasn't seeing people. And then it became harder to see people, because actually I was like, well, hang on a second, I'm not seeing people. And, and I would say that I wasn't necessarily getting messages, and I wasn't messaging people to ask for help. And that's what we were talking about earlier. You guys were talking about earlier. Like, actually, I shut myself off a little bit, and that became more insular. And then, but from that, I spent time working on our business. So I'm wearing my merch because I'm shameless. My wife is an artist as well. She's a kind of graphic artist, and she designed all these products and stuff. So we built this shop, and we built our website, and we built the kind of idea behind this hope. So that was kind of what was happening in that time. But then there was a lot of time where I was just not doing anything. And it was, I was becoming I loved it during, this is a silly thing to say, it's like a oxymoron. I loved it during lockdown watching Rob Beckett on Instagram stories, because he would just say this thing every day and it was like, yeah, I agree, and he would just be like, every day is the same, every day is the same. And it got to my life where I was like that, and I wasn't reaching out to friends, I wasn't doing things, and actually the best thing that ever happened was Fee giving me that kick up the butt to say, you've not held up your end of the bargain. What the heck? So yeah, I think that kind of says what. I don't know. Sometimes I ramble, so just stop me if I'm rambling.
No, it's good. No, it's good.
It speaks into the importance of having people around. So it's been one of the themes that we've covered in some of the other talks, is the danger of isolation, because we do it either to protect ourselves or to protect a sense of image, or out of fear. But actually, when we do that, we take ourselves away from the people that can actually see what's going on and see what we need. So it's incredible. We need people like that in our lives that are close enough to the reality, that see it, that can then give us that kick when we need it. Because I don't know if you found this. I'd love to hear you talk about it, but from my personal experience, but also from seeing and hearing other people, it is that first step. It's literally that. It's actually a very thin layer. It's a very kind of, but we avoid it at all costs. It's the first step of going, yes, I need help, or yes, I'm going to pick up the phone and book an appointment with a counsellor. But the minute we're the other side of that, we're like, I don't know what I was worried about. What was that journey like for you?
Well, yeah, I suppose the anxiety is always way worse than the actual thing. To be fair, I'd done talking counselling before, Christian talking counselling as well. So it was like I knew that it would help. But I think I just got myself into this like, oh, I'm fine, like, because I'm an idiot. And it was like, instead of actually facing up to the fact that I probably wasn't fine, and having gone through the freedom course with Paul, I was not fine. Like there was stuff there that was definitely not okay. But I think it was that almost lethargy, almost really kind of like I'd got to this point where I was like, oh, it's fine, I'll do it later. I don't need to worry about me. One of the things that we've always kind of done is my wife and I, as I say, both suffer with mental health issues. So it's kind of like one of us tries to, we always joke that one of us tries to be on, the other one off. So we're one of us is supporting, one of us is breaking down. And I think, it was Fee's time to kick me out of the backside and get me going, whereas I've done that several times with her as well. But it's one of those things that I'm so glad I did it, because being able to have the opportunity to open up and talk through that with and Paul's great, because Paul will sit there and listen, and then you're thinking that you're talking too much, and then he'll just come out with this absolute banger of insight into what you've just said, and you're like, oh yeah. and so pleased to have been able to go through that journey with him. I think that's I'm trying to just I don't know what to say on that one really, because it was like there was a lot of lethargy. I don't think I had a lot of anxiety around it. I think I was just being lazy, if I'm being really honest about the way I was. It's that kind of thing. Fee actually said something to me the other day, it made me laugh. She went, do you have a to-do list for all the things we need to do in the house? I went, in my brain. And she went, what about writing it down so it actually gets done? And I was just like, all right, fair enough. It's like,
I think it's also just a tragic reality that so many men, and I'd include myself in this, have just accepted mediocrity. They've just accepted a certain way of being. And I don't know whether it's just because we don't have hope that things can change, or whether it's the fear of what it would take to change, or whether it's just we see everyone else around us is a little bit miserable, so we think it's fine. But I think it's one of the core underlying issues, is how willing we are to settle for something that is not bringing out the best of us, and we're not being the best versions of ourselves, and we just accept it as the way it's always going to be, without the sense of hope that things could be different. When you started the freedom course, did you have a sense of hope?
Yeah, definitely.
Immediately, did you tell straight away that it was?
I think even from my initial conversations with the team at the beginning, I could tell through that, the way that, I can't remember her name now, but she was absolutely brilliant. the way that we spoke and the way that she could see how the course might help me. And it was like, you know, the Mercy put me through the food course with Harriet as well, which was so good, because I've always struggled with kind of eating and stuff. You know, I said to Harriet on the thing, my secret was stealing spoonfuls of Nutella when I was stressed. And like the fact that it was not just going to be kind of the main Mercy bit of the main freedom program, but there was other opportunities to look at other areas that I struggled with that would cause me anxiety and things like that. I just was like, this is going to be amazing. And it definitely was. And I don't think I didn't feel like I got bored of it, if that makes sense, because it's 16 weeks. It feels like at the beginning you look at 16 weeks and you're like, that's a long time. And then you get on the course and you're like, that's not a long time. It's like, and poor Paul, the amount of times I had to reschedule because of a child throwing up on me or something like that. It was just being able to look ahead and go, right, I'm going to look at myself for like a month. What the heck? I'm going to give myself that much time. I'm going to look at my relationship with God for a month. I'm going to look at my relationship with others for a month, and it's all going to come together. And you know, I came out of it with the tools to be able to deal with stuff that comes my way, and the mentality to go, I need help, and the mentality to go, God, I don't know what's going on, but give me something. And that was really great in that sense. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to ask a question that you probably might need a minute or two to sort of ponder and think. Obviously, the freedom course is split into relationship with self, relationship with God, relationship with others. Is there one more, Lewis?
Setting the stage.
Oh, at the beginning, yeah, okay. So those three relationship sort of sections. What would be your big aha moment, your big takeaway moment for each one of those? So feel free. We'll just kick back and have a drink. And
yeah, no, definitely.
And look, let's face it. Some of them might be deeply personal. So if it is deeply, I've got one, but I'm not sharing it. Is a total cool answer.
I don't really have deeply personal bits. I'm quite open with everything that I think. That's one of my problems. I think from what I'm trying to remember it all. As I say, the relationship with others is when we looked at the forgiveness myths, I believe, and the generational patterns. And for me to come away from it with an understanding of kind of, you know, these generational patterns are good and bad, and actually being very conscious of that in terms of my children. What patterns am I putting in place that they're going to take forward as well? It's really, that was something that I really kind of pondered over for a long time. The armor of God stuff, as I say, definitely, it's something I've spoken about so many times since. That's the kind of relationship with God side of it, and actually understanding. And it was, for me, it was, I got fixated on the shield, because the shield is so much more than just a shield. It's, you know, it's a bed. It's so important. And I was like, okay, well, I've spoken about that lots as well in terms of we need to take care of our armor, and that means we need to kind of spend more time with God and understand these things. And I think that, you know, even this weekend, as I say, I've just gone to the gathering, having opportunity to listen and hear other people's testimonies and just kind of go, oh yeah, I get it, and knowing then how to ask God for that kind of thing in my life, and that kind of faith and stuff has just been awesome.
So let me just wrap it. So you've got the one with others was about forgiveness. Yeah,
definitely.
The one with God was about armor. And sidebar question to that: how do you use that on a daily basis? For the average Bob that's watching this, going, do I actually get dressed? Like, how do you? And obviously, everyone's going to use it differently. And actually,
yeah, of course.
Different. How do you? What's that look like for you?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, I suppose, yeah, you know, I don't physically get dressed in the morning with a load of armor.
But actually, I didn't mean it to be a mixtape, because actually, I know a lot of people actually do sort of go, right, okay, I'm just sort of pretend it on, if you like, and sort of.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I think that I kind of do my little Bible verse of the day and kind of all the stuff around that every day on my phone, because it was the easiest way of making sure that I'd get that. And I think that that kind of thing, and actually remembering what we spoke about with the armor of God and stuff like that, is just, I try to bring it in every day. I'm not going to say I do every day. I'm probably I'll get distracted or whatever by life, as we've already spoken about. Life gets in the way a lot of the time, doesn't it? But it's that, those kind of fundamentals of that, and the change in the way that I looked at it, I think that's something that's kind of changed just my attitude generally coming out of the Freedom course. That actually I don't see reading the Bible now and trying to spend time with God as a chore, as something that that I have to make time for. It's just no, that's important. That's more important than having an extra cup of tea and taking 10 minutes to look at TikTok or whatever.
And in a busy household with kids and life, how does that fit? Is that a whole thing? I remember when my kids were young, they're not so young now, but when they were young, I was like, my son was getting up in the 4s. I'm like, oh yeah, oh mate, I'm not doing Bible study at 3 a.m. Like, that ain't happening. No. So it just took a nosedive. Right? How do you fit that in your world?
Yeah, I think it's a case of so now I'm working for a charity at the moment, and I have the flexibility to hit my microphone if I want to. No, I have the flexibility to take time out if I need to, and I now try and do it in that time after the school run.
Okay.
I try and take some time there. If not, so I have a son. My son is, as I say, he's 4 years old, and bless his heart, he does not sleep well. So it takes like 2 hours to go to sleep at night. So, sometimes I'm sat in his room and I'm just like, ugh. So I'm listening to the same Life is a Highway from Cars over and over again on repeat for 2 hours. And it's just like, I'm going to sleep. So sometimes, I'll even just go to the Bible app then and have a read the Bible verse of the day and the kind of stuff around it, because otherwise I'm probably going to try and hit him with a pillow, So I try and fit it in around stuff like that. And again, I don't always manage it, but and I'll be really honest with that. But I try my best to. And I'm really lucky, because I now do 1 day a week working for my church in their cafe, and I managed to get the day where they do staff prayer, so I get to go to that every week as well, and just spend half an hour, 40 minutes with others, just praying into things for the life of our church. And that's, for me, that's so precious. I'm really lucky to be involved in that. But actually, one thing that came out of the weekend away was, some of my closest and oldest friends were there, and this was a time we don't get all the time, where we had no distractions. And there was one session that was amazing, and there was a guy called Sean, who was an ex-paratrooper, that shared his story, and it was it's just absolutely unbelievable. And one of my friends said, we're going to go back to the camp now, and we're going to do prayer. You can join in if you want, but it's compulsory. It was like, and so and it was like, what? Hang on. So we all went back, and we had this, I'd say, kind of half an hour, 40-minute prayer time together as just 5 men, being super open, super honest about how we're feeling. There was anger at God, there was disappointment, there was the worries about future, and we just sat together and we just prayed. And it was incredible moment of kind of brotherhood. Like, we were all really open about where we were, and for me that was so important. And I've come out of that going, that needs to be more often. I can't have that being a once a year thing. And actually, how does that look? I'm trying to figure that out going forward. And I've got a few ideas already, but I've not kind of formulated them properly. But it's like, that felt incredible to sit with fellow men that all have our own problems, but we are joined by a love of God. And that was really great to be a part of.
That's amazing. It's probably worth noting, just for anybody who is interested in the Freedom course, to talk about that structure and what could seem like quite a challenge. But one of the things that we did, and you did at the beginning of each module, was to actually set some realistic goals. We used the SMART goals principle. You were picking measurable goals, things that were achievable, that were realistic. They are specific. And then as you progress through the modules, you were building that habit in, so that you knew, for example, when you were going to have a busy period because you had some of your podcasts to record, and you knew that there was, the switching for the schools and some bits and pieces with working for the kids. And what you actually did was to process through that and to put some planning in there. And that's partly my role as a facilitator is to help frame things in a way that makes it realistic for you to go through the module content, you know, taking into account your learning styles, that type of thing. And actually there is just some practical elements to the course that have come from all of the years of experience with the various staff and teams at Mercy and building the program into what it's now evolved into in the Freedom course, to be able to deliver it in such a way where God can use that framework, but without it being so rigid that it's a one size fits all. You know, your journey on the Freedom course is your unique journey.
Yeah, definitely.
It's your unique journey. And for the big thing from my perspective that I remember is the renewing the mind element that's threaded through the whole of the course. When you realized that you weren't doing some stuff, you weren't responding or reacting in the way that some stuff you would have caused you to withdraw, you actually faced it and you realized, oh, I didn't withdraw, I did this. You know, like you were saying, you weren't going to just accept mediocrity in that and to just go, oh well, you didn't. You actually you picked up your shield.
Yeah,
picked up your shield.
I definitely felt like if I'm gonna do this, I've got to do it. Like, you know, these tools that we go through and you teach me and teach anyone else on the Freedom course, they're so important and they're so useful to kind of reevaluate the way that you see things. And I think that was really important. But I also think that there were some weeks where you could just tell I wasn't right. And we would just chat. And actually, we would chat about our weeks, we'd chat about silly things like cars, for instance, breaking down on you. And it was actually, I'd come away from those as well, being like, oh, it was good, because then you'd finish it with a prayer and it would be like, I came away being like, actually, I needed that. That was really right. And it was the flexibility to be able to say, from your point of view, and clearly that your skills in that area of saying, oh, this is not going to be the session we were planned, but actually we're just going to do this and we're going to, you know, get through it. I thought that was really great.
I think it was James, wasn't it, that was saying about coming alongside. I think, you know, when we get the great honor and have the privilege as facilitators of doing this role and coming alongside. And I think, you know, that back to the word, one of the words from the Holy Spirit means to come alongside.
Yeah.
One who comes alongside. And I think it's beautiful, certainly from my perspective, to watch and be a part of that and to see you do what you do with God and God do what he does with you. And I appreciate you sharing it and the vulnerability that obviously brings.
We've had a couple of questions come through from my wife, so I better read them out or
you'll be in trouble.
So if you could choose 3 words to describe the experience of the Freedom course, what would they be?
Oh, good one. Challenging. Definitely challenging. Renewing, I would say as well, actually. I felt different afterwards. It's such a good question. It's difficult to choose just 3. That's the problem.
We'll allow you a few more if it's easy just to read off words.
I suppose it's kind of
He's quite good at talking, so I reckon this might be a good learning curve for you. Just
yeah. Hey, I'm dyslexic. That's my way of communicating. So I would say challenging, renewing, and I think just a journey is kind of the best way. Like, actually, considering I went from a bridge to 4 doors, so I must have got home at some point. Which I would say that it's a journey that is very challenging, but if you commit to it and you give it your all and you trust God and you have faith that he's going to be there with you along the way, it's life-changing as well, I think, in renewal.
If your wife was on the call,
she's escaped. Yeah.
What would she say the differences were that she saw in you having done the Freedom course?
Probably. That's a good question. I'm putting words in her mouth. You could get me in trouble here. I would say that she would have seen a lightness in me. I let a lot of things go, and I tried to stop holding those those kind of burdens and you know, self-inflicted pain, I suppose, in terms of like holding on to stuff and not letting it go. So there would have definitely been that. And I think an openness as well. Like, actually, I was able to, we've always been able to talk about things, but I think I was able to bring stuff up that I'd never kind of bridged before with her. And, you know, she learned a bit about my childhood and stuff that kind of I'd forgotten until we had the conversations. And I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that now. It's like, oh, that wasn't so great, but hey ho. It's so I think there's been that kind of lightness and openness that's changed. And I think as well, like, my willingness to talk to others has gone up. I've always spoken to others, as you can probably tell. I like to talk, and my willingness now to talk to those that aren't Christians, that or even that are, that. Yeah. So I'll give you an example. Is probably the best way of doing it. One of my friends. So sadly, we lost a friend recently. She was taken ill very suddenly. She was the same age as Fee. She was 30, 31, 33. Gosh. And
You're in trouble.
no, I made her younger, so it's fine. It was sudden, and it's brutal. You know, she had a young family, this lady that unfortunately passed away. And, you know, there are people out there that, and one of my friends was really struggling with that anger, and he was saying, I know it's silly to have this anger. And I'm like, no, it's not though. That's your feeling. Don't try and stop that feeling of anger, because it's fine for you to feel that. But like, let's look at where that's coming from. Like, let's pray into why you're feeling angry. And hopefully then we'll be able to see you through that anger, rather than you sitting and festering on it and it destroying that relationship with God. And I think that it's that kind of stuff that you know, I'm hearing Paul's voice in my head when I'm having those kind of conversations. It's like, yeah, just I'm hearing that northern drawl, you know, just do this. And it was just like, having that kind of knowledge now and that ability to share with others. Like, I'm hoping to help out on the Keys to Freedom course that we're going to be running at the church. I'm hoping to be a leader on that as well soon. So there's just that kind of eagerness now to go out and tell people there is another way. Like, that you can live differently, you can live free. Don't shackle yourself. Don't think that your emotions are a bad thing. Don't think they're silly or stupid or whatever it is you're going to label it. Let's turn it around. Let's positive it. Let's feel that emotion. Let's bring God into it and work through it together. And I think that's kind of something that I'm so glad that I've taken away from the course.
Yeah. There's another question that came through asking for your thoughts and advice for people that are either on the waiting list to start or just starting the Freedom course. What would you, as a veteran of the course, a graduate of the course,
survivor.
What would be
you know, I went through Paul's teaching, you know. No, I think it's just that, give it your all. Like, don't be prepared to take down the walls, I think is the easiest way of doing it. Be prepared to not have it come brick down bit by brick, but it will kind of be smashed out from underneath you, kind of thing. And just be vulnerable. Like, it's so hard to have that time. So, and if you're going into it and you're trying to hold things back or not be honest about where you are, then it's not going to help you. I think you've got to, from my point of view, this is again my perspective, so it might not match for everyone, but I went in knowing that I needed to sort myself out. I was in a bad place and I needed help. And it's that actually I needed to be vulnerable with Paul. I needed him to know my backstory and where I was and how I was feeling, because that's the only way that we can heal and go forwards. And I think that, you know, if you're about to start or you're on the waiting list, just kind of pray into that for you as well. Like, just be open to everything your facilitator is going to throw at you, because it'll be fun as well. There will be bits where you'll laugh and there'll be bits where you cry, and God will probably do amazing things in those sessions for you and a lot of healing. So just be open to it, I think, is the easiest way of saying it. It says.
Absolutely fantastic. You like a good T-shirt, don't you, Trevor?
I do like a good T-shirt.
I did the Freedom Course and lived with 16 weeks with Paul.
I survived Paul.
To be fair, Paul, you did near enough have a heart attack halfway through, so I must have had some effect.
That's no joke either.
Fair
No,
enough.
that's not even a joke. It's like when I got an email saying Paul's
can imagine
ill
what I
and
was
we
thinking
can't tell you
like,
when he'll be back.
Trevor, if you don't mind, just to zoom out a little bit from your personal journey to what you see amongst friends around you and the church around you. Have you got any thoughts, top tips, or ideas as to what we can do about the fact that men do find it so hard to reach out? I guess maybe a double-barreled question. Why do you think it is that so many men do struggle to reach out for help? And all the stats kind of show that men find it harder, that they internalize too much, and it has a really dangerous impact. Is that something you've seen? Why do you think that is? And then what other things? You alluded to something earlier on in the conversation. It sounds like you've already started to process this and think, what can I be doing with a group of guys around me to change this story and change this narrative? But for anyone that's listening, what are your top your thoughts about why men don't open up, and your top tips as to what we can be doing to change the culture around that?
I think, so as I say, I go to the gathering quite a lot, and CVM are doing this kind of thing so well in terms of trying to reach men. And, they joked about the fact that they've started a Christian Vision for Women, and the fact that they'll probably get to 1 million much quicker than men, because men are so reluctant to come forward. And I think, even in my own church, myself and my friend Josiah, we looked around our congregation and realized there were so many weeks where wives were coming with their children, but the dads weren't coming.
Yeah.
And it's like we're trying to wonder what is it about that kind of environment. And I think for some men, I suppose the whole singing and singing love songs effectively, because quite a lot of worship songs are, if you look at them, they're quite love songs, and that might be difficult in that kind of, you spoke about it with James, a bit of that masculine culture, I suppose, that we've all grown up in, that we have to be strong and silent and not own up to our feelings. And I think that's changing in churches. I genuinely think it is changing, that actually there's been a bit of a realization that maybe we need to change the way that we go about things. The classic of doing either a curry night or a full English breakfast, I suppose, isn't it? Is one way of doing it. But even just having opportunities to sit around a fire, I think fires are so good. I love fire, love setting things on fire. And CVM actually are doing this. They're doing this at the moment. They are actually making fire pits, but they're sending out to people for free, but as long as you use them. So actually it's things like that where actually we just get someone together and say, look, someone bring some beer, someone bring some meat, I'll bring the wood, let's go. And I think just having those opportunities for fellowship with other men is so important. And yeah, it's trying to be honest with your brothers in Christ, which is not always easy. Because again, we're always worried about showing weakness, but actually I find that some of the best conversations I've had just generally has been when we actually are open and vulnerable with our friends about how we're feeling and how we're doing, and finding out as well that generally they're probably not doing as well as they make it seem like they are.
We've had another question on the YouTube chat. This time it's my wife's turn to but we laugh. I'm not too sure whether she's asking this question to you, Trevor, or whether she's asking this question to me. And it says, a lot of the guests touching on the impact of unspoken pain on their partners. Women are often shouldering the invisibility that wider society has shunned men into. And I think that's something probably yeah, definitely me. But there's to kind of unpack that question a bit more, there is a truth that when men retreat and when men struggle and when men can't talk about their feelings and they can't move beyond that and do the deeper work, that often it means that burden of doing that and being there for the kids and for the family and for society and even for the church as a whole, it falls onto women who do seem to do it and who seem to be more prepared to do it. It's a question not just for you, and I think we'll Hi, Paul. Stay with us. We're just finishing up with Trevor, but don't go anywhere. You can join in the conversation. Yeah, it's probably a theme we'll try and unpick through guests that come on as well, because I think we as men, we have to just accept. I mean, James talked about it in the interview before about responsibility, that we have to take responsibility for the impact of our decisions. And when we struggle to open up and we choose not to, and we choose to internalize it and repress it, it has an impact. It has an impact on our wives, on our children, on our parents, on our community. Anything that you'd like to say on that?
I think being open in about mental health stuff, as I say, my wife suffers with anxiety as well and depression. So the fact that both of us have moments where we're feeling rubbish, it's okay for us to come out to each other and say, look, I'm feeling crap today. I'm feeling crap today. And actually, okay, well, then in that case, let's look at our day and assess what we're going to do. Who's going to take what? Who's going to take on the mental load of the day? And I think that it's taken a long time for us to get to that, and we still don't get it right. But it's something that we try to do, and I think it's so important actually in a relationship. Especially, you know, when my mental health effectively, the cork came out and everything came out, it was a mess. I was a mess. I was no help, especially because I went on to antidepressants and things like that. That 2 weeks of kind of when you're first taking them, and I didn't want to get out of bed, things like that. And it's actually, some of that could have been avoided if maybe I'd have had more conversations that were a bit more open, which we now try and build into our relationship. So just taking the time to be open, but also as men, taking the time to ask about wives' mental loads, I think is so important, because Fee takes on so much from her work and for the children and stuff that, you know, I might not even register that she's taking on. So actually just being able to say, so what's on your plate this week? What's on your plate today? Just to find that out and see how I could help take it on, because, you know, sometimes I miss things.
That's amazing. Thank you, Trevor. Yeah, we can't thank you enough for giving us a little glimpse. It's a very personal journey going on the Freedom course. So it feels like a real privilege to have someone on that is willing to just peel back the curtain and show what the journey's like, and some of the things you've had to go through, and some of the things you've discovered. Thank you so much.
No, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, but before we go, I've been doing this little segment between interview slots, but I feel like I'd love to do it while you're still here, which is just no, don't be afraid. It's just to remind anyone that's joined that why we're doing this and what we're trying to achieve. So we've talked a lot in the interview about just wanting to normalize talking about where we're at, to normalize reaching out for help, try and be really practical about that and drill down on what does that look like and how do we do it. But also, this is a fundraiser, and the thing we're trying to raise money for is the Freedom course, because the Freedom course is completely free for people that come onto it. So it's been a principle of Mercy's for 20 years that we'll never charge for people that need support. We want to provide that so that finances is never a barrier. We would love for people to donate. There's links wherever you are. There'll be a link somewhere. If you're YouTube, it's just down below. If you're on the website, there's a link below, or there's one up in the corner. Is there anything you could say on our behalf to people that might be thinking, is this a worthwhile cause to give to?
Do it.
You heard Trevor, do it.
It's so worthwhile. I mean, the work that you guys do is incredible. I've said to Paul in the past, you know, myself and Fee, we want to do something in the future where we kind of make a product or whatever, or something that my wife can design that will give funds to Mercy as well, because we truly believe in the work it does. You know, I'm living proof of that, and my friend at church is as well that recommended it to me. So yeah, if you can, even as you've said already, give a couple of quid, it'll get doubled. It's great, definitely worth doing. Yeah.
Trevor, we can't thank you enough for your time today. Any final parting words, thoughts?
No, just that we'll be praying for you, my friend, and championing you on. Keep that shield firm.
We'll do. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to be cheeky and just go, if you fancy listening to my podcast, it's
go for it.
It's wehavethishope.co.uk. That's our website, and you can buy our products and listen to our podcast all on there as well. We are on Spotify and things like that as well.
If someone's listening to this and is on YouTube comments, can you pop that in? Just say it one more time, Trevor.
So it's wehavethishope.co.uk. I'll put it on there in a minute.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I've been listening all morning and I'm intending to carry on listening. So
I highly recommend it. It is a great podcast.
yeah, I enjoyed Paul's drinking Coke, not realizing he was on air. That was my favourite.
That's amazing. Trevor, thank you so much
No worries.
for today. And yeah, keep listening.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Bye. Bye. Paul, it's great to have you. We're gonna move straight into your time. Just give me 2 seconds. It's the dull practicalities of stopping the previous recording, and then I'm going to start again with you.
No problem.
Yeah. There we go. Paul, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. You are on hour 5 of our 24-hour talkathon, and it's I've been really enjoying it. I think the quality of the conversation has been phenomenal, and some of the stuff that we're hearing has been great. Paul, do you want to introduce?
Yeah, so Paul Benger, some of you watching will know, is the senior leader of Icon Church down in Chesterfield and other campuses, but also runs the ground level network all across the country, which I won't do justice if I explain it, but I'm sure Paul will be able to tell us more. But that's actually where we met, through through my brother-in-law, Ollie, pastor of Rock Church. Took me along to a ground level event, which was, I just absolutely loved it. It was just great to connect with people. We talked today, hadn't we, a lot about authenticity. This guy is authenticity, and very welcoming and warm. And as we were a part of that and got involved in that network, we just realised that flows down amongst all of the people, and just being able to connect with people is a real gift that Paul has, and I'm sure we'll be able to ask some questions and find out about that. But Paul, I'm going to hand straight over to you and ask you to tell us a little bit about ourselves.
Yeah,
about ourselves.
About ourselves, I'd struggle saying too much about
we're only 5 hours in.
Yeah. So I'm married to Jeannie. We got married 39 years ago. So so get into the 40th. We and then 37 years ago we planted a church called Icon. Well, now called Icon. It had 2 previous names, but now called Icon. And we got 3 campuses. We did have 5 at one point, but COVID and the way things go, we've trimmed back a little bit to 3 campuses, but that church is doing great, etc. All that time, 37 years, because I was 23, my wife was 22 when we planted the church. And we knew that we didn't have a clue what we were doing. And so we asked a few people for help. And one of the people we asked was Stuart Bell, who from Lincoln, and many of maybe your listeners will have heard of Ground Level and the One Event and Grapevine, as was in the early days. So we asked Stuart, and Stuart's reply was, my words to him was, I'm 23, my wife's 22. We feel called to plant a church. We have no idea what we're doing. And he said, well, I'm not sure we know what we're doing, but why don't we do it together and learn together? And I was sold. And so I've been part of the ground level network all that time, 37 years. And 2 years ago, I took on the leadership from Stuart. Stuart transitioned the leadership of the network to me. We've got 80 churches in our network, 3 overseas, 77 in this country, and we've got more churches looking to join us in the present, actually. So we're in a really good season. Just had our leaders conference, and that's been fantastic. Family wise, we've got 3 boys and 6 grandchildren, all boys. So I don't think we're able to do girls in our family, but there you go. So and loving the grandchildren phase. I joke, as many people do, if I'd have known how good grandchildren were, I'd have skipped my own children and gone straight. I'd just bypassed that. So, but I guess your own children are the pain pain you go through to get grandchildren. So it's not quite that bad. Sorry, I'm kind of speaking slightly out of turn there, but you know,
is our chat now just going to blow up with your kids?
Yeah. Yeah. They've heard me say it many times. It's the kind of it's the preacher line that, you know what, I can guarantee a laugh every time with it. So yeah, great. But it's great to be with you guys. Love Mercy, love what you're doing. Maybe I could just say that we were introduced to the Freedom Course a couple of years ago. Talked to Paul a little bit as well about it, but got introduced through Georgina Smith at King's Church in Bolton to the Freedom Course. I know you guys have worked with them, and we'd been looking for many years for something that we felt fit our church and fit our church culture to help people. And so we've been running that for a couple of years. We took all our staff through it at the end of last year, beginning of this year. And so we're big advocates for the Freedom Course. I've even been, you know, as I've been traveling recently in South Africa, just talking to the guys there about it and just, you know, raving. As I say, I'm a big advocate for it. Feel like it does a great job, and we've seen some good things as a result of running it over the last year. Definitely.
That's great feedback today. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you took your staff through Keys to Freedom. Then what was?
Yes.
How do I phrase it? Taking a group of people through it can see big impact relatively quickly. So from a church point of view, now, I mean, I've done Keys to Freedom. I've delivered it. I've run groups. I've delivered the majority of the training that Mercy have done had my fingerprints on it somewhere. So taking a big group through it can bring huge changes. What were the changes that you saw across your staff team, and how immediate were those changes?
I think so. Obviously, we've run it in the church as well. I think we've run 3 courses in the church with people in the church, and I think. Certainly within the context of the church, more acute issues came up with the church people rather than the staff people. But I think from the staff perspective, taking the staff through it, what it did allow was us to talk together as a group about some of the issues, and even for several people just to open up around certain things, you know, in their own lives, in the way that the things that they'd faced or been facing at times. And that created, you know, Paul spoke about authenticity, and it is a massive authenticity, and relationship is a big value for us, both in our church and in our network. And I want to say, just in that group setting, it just created that normalizing of, you know, we have struggles, we have challenges, there's things that we need to get free from, there's things we need to understand. So I think that was a big win for me. The fact that I think gave us a bit more cohesiveness, even within a group that was very cohesive to start with and very united. So it actually joined us together. I think it helped some people to change perspective on an individual basis, and to reframe some of the things that they faced and were going through. I think reframing is a very important thing when it comes to, you know, spiritual growth or even mental health. I think the whole idea of being able to reframe things and see things in a different light. And so I think that helped people, and I saw that in 1 or 2 individuals. So I would say they would be the big takeaways really for us as a staff, and just giving us an environment where a lot of the time, you know, as church staff teams, you're just talking about how was Sunday, you know, what's coming up next Sunday, because it comes quick. You know, we've got these big events, we've got all this doing. You're talking about the work, the ministry that you're doing. Sometimes as staff teams, you don't get time to talk to each other. And that gave us a good environment to do that. And so my wife, who's kind of led the team across the church, she took all the staff through it. So I went through it as just with all the other staff as well. So yeah, really good experience.
Amazing. I think that leads nicely into a question that we had a minute ago, which was about it was a question from actually one of Mercy's senior leads. It said, what can be done for those men who don't have brotherhood or community to draw on? So you obviously have those people came together. There was a space for them to maybe talk. In your experience of running churches and being at the grassroots end of community work, really, I suppose, what are the things that you've seen that if people don't have that brotherhood or that sort of community or connection, how can they get that?
Well, I think is the question, how can they get brotherhood, or what can be done for them in terms of their own mental health? Is that what the question is? Yeah. Well, I think there's work that can be done on a personal level. That would be the first. That would be the first thing. I mean, my encouragement, I'll come back to that in a second. My encouragement would be for anybody to seek it out and to seek out a community. You know, I genuinely believe, like, I have this teaching that talks about the 4 encounters we all need. The first encounter is the gospel, the grace of God, the love of God, the fact that we can be accepted. The second encounter is truth. We've all believed lies across our lives, and we need an encounter with the truth. We need to know the truth that sets us free. The third encounter is the Holy Spirit, and the fourth is community. And I believe that they're as powerful as each other, and that we need all 4 of them. And so I would first of all say, can we help somebody find a community where they would be accepted, where they would be involved? If that's not a possibility, then I think there's the personal work that a person can do. And one of the things I was sharing with Paul is, I like the term mental fitness. I don't know if I can jump into that just for a second. I like the term mental fitness other than mental health. And part of the reason for that is because of my own journey. Like, when I think about mental health, it's like it's fixed. You know, this is my mental health. But if I go to the doctor and the doctor says to me, Paul, you need to lose some weight. You're not very fit. There's something we can do about that. There's something that can be done about it. That's why I like the term mental fitness, that we are not stuck in, it's not the end of the story. If we're going through a period of whatever it is in relation to mental health. And I found this myself. And I found this, I want to say it was about the year 2000. I found myself in a very negative place. Well, my whole demeanor really was negative. I went through different periods of different things over the years, and I realized that I couldn't live a positive life with a negative mind. So there was something that I had to do to become fitter mentally. And for me, that was all related to my faith. That was all related. I was a leader at the time. I was pastoring a church. I was preaching the gospel. I was preaching good news, but I was still in this place where, people say it was the glass half full, is the glass half empty. And I used to say, life's never that good. and now people say to me, Paul, we can't believe that you're one of the most positive people, are the most upbeat people we meet. I say, well, just ask my wife. She'll tell you that was the truth. But I had to do something about fitness, and I got to a place where I realized I can't be the person that I feel I need to be or called to be. I can't be the husband. Let's put it in that context. I can't be the father. I can't be the pastor. I need to do the work I need to do with that. And so I began, every time I was in that space of real negativity and defeat, which was a lost time, I began to say to myself, that's not me. That's not who I am. And I would replace that with the truth of who God had called me to be, or who I felt God wanted me to be. And I relate that to the verse in Corinthians where Paul says, you're tearing down strongholds, you're taking every thought captive, making it obedient to Christ. And so I would say for anybody who is going through something, on a personal level, and that's just, scraping the surface, I guess, of my story a little bit, there's things that you can do and that you can do personally. Seek out community if you can, but find things, find techniques, find things that help you change your mental fitness, become fitter. The Apostle Paul says it, doesn't he, in Romans 12, we can be renewed, we can be transformed by the renewing of the mind. And I'm sure many of the people who've been on today will have mentioned the fact that neuroscience has taught us that our brain is not fixed. Even when we get older, which is good news for me, just having had a big birthday, but even as we get older, our brains can still be renewed and rewired. And, that would be the first thing. There's things that we can do, finding different things. Community is important, though, and friendship, too, is really important. Simon Sinek came across some research, and he talks about how many 2 a.m. friends have you got? So how many people have you got in your world that you could ring up 2 a.m. and say, chaos is happening, this is happening. And he says that there's research that says 10 years ago, the average number would have been 2. That 10 years ago, people would have been said, I've got 2 people I could ring at 2 a.m. The average number now, 2024, is 0. That when you add that up across all the people surveyed, it comes out at 0 point whatever, it's 0. And I think that's a big challenge. And I think it's a big challenge for the church that actually, one of the things in our network I've been saying to pastors is, on your worst day, ring me. Don't sit alone. Don't face it alone. On your worst day, ring me. When you're going through a crisis, ring me. Just pick up the phone, and if there's nobody else that you feel that you can call, ring me.
Paul, can I ask you a quick question on that? So when you were talking about your personal journey, I know you're just kind of skimming over it, but I'm interested in there would have been a moment where you'd been struggling and you'd been realizing that actually you were in a bad place, and then you kind of said, and then I realized I need to do something about it. Could you zoom in? Could you hover a magnifying glass over that moment? And what helped you? Because it seemed, I don't know if it relates to what you've just been sharing there about having somebody that you can pick up the phone to at 2 a.m. in the morning, or who was it that was around you at the time? What was it that happened? Was there a specific moment where you said, oh, I realized that something needs to shift here? Could you zoom in on that moment? Because my guess is that for a lot of men, they hover on the wrong side of that line for too long. They're either afraid of it, they don't realize, we've talked about it before on this or today, that they accept mediocrity, they accept the fact that they are just in a bad place. But help us understand what shifted for you.
Yeah, well, I guess one of the triggers, I think there were many things that triggered me thinking I need to do something about this, but one of them was actually being around people who had better mental health. And for me, being around mental fitness, seeing people who didn't seem to struggle the way I did, who didn't seem to be always negative or always worrying or always believing the worst was going to happen rather than something good was going to happen. People who I felt had not necessarily more faith in terms of their belief in God and their spiritual faith, but more faith in terms of living out life. And that was a key for me. So I began without having really any of those people I could talk to directly. I actually began to look at their lives, and some of them were some of them were pastors as well, so I would listen to their teaching. I would listen to their messages, and I was looking to find, where do they think differently to me, so that I could actually think, well, that's where I need to change. So really trying to find for me what fit my situation, because many of our situations, whilst we face similar things, actually present very differently for individuals. And so it's finding the things that you think, that's a different perspective.
Yeah.
I don't have that perspective. I don't look at what mistakes. I don't look at failure. I don't look at fears. I don't look at challenges in the same way that that person is looking at challenges. And for me, trying to go on that journey to reposition myself, and it was, it was months, I would say. It was months and months of daily pulling down thoughts, and actually declare that the most powerful thing I did in that period was actually saying to myself, and sometimes even saying out loud, that's not me. That's not who I am. I'm a person of faith. That's not who I am. And there has been some recent research, again, I've not got the citing with me, but there's been recent research that I've read where one of the most powerful things that we can do is not create a vision board of what we'd like to be, or some, that's a picture, but actually declaring and saying, this is not who I am. Actually deciding, this is not the person I am, and I'm going to be. And that's been proven recently, the proof of that. I'm sure the research has gone on for many years, but it's been written about quite recently. And so I think, just zooming in on that, it was very much what I saw around me, that actually I want to be more like that. I want to respond and frame things more in those ways. Specifically, a lot of it was to do with ministry, and how I looked at ministry, how I looked at my work, the value I put on myself. So I would say that I grew up with a very poor self-image. In my life, I had lots of, positive idea and a sense of calling as to what I was going to do, but I still carried that poor self-image. That didn't take that poor self-image away. So I had to reframe all of that.
Where do you think that came from, Paul?
I think my family background was challenging. In one sense, I mean, my mum did an incredible job, but my mum got pregnant with me at 20 years of age, and my father didn't want anything to know about with my mum or me. So I grew up, and my mum never remarried. I grew up in that situation. I grew up in a home with my mum's obviously her family, with her siblings and my grandmother, who were all amazing. My grandmother was a Christian. My mum became Christian when I was 3, and that was kind of a, that was a great foundation for faith. But the home was had a lot of conflict in it, and there was a fair bit of chaos. So some of that, I guess, transferred itself into me. I never felt, probably, and I've never really, in some ways, I've never clearly articulated this, but I never felt growing up that I was in a perfect home, or anything. And and you go through life, you just get on with it, don't you? You do what you do. But I feel probably some of that had an effect on my own image of myself, and how I approach. Never felt good enough. Whatever I achieved, never felt it was anything of worth, etc. And then I just carried that into my adult life, and even having a sense of calling, having come to Christ, having a sense of calling, planting a church, starting a church, leading a church, I've been leading the church 12 years by the time I went through this transformation, particularly in my own mental fitness. So that came with me.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's a little bit more, I guess, of my story. You know, some of the things that I had to overcome in terms of that.
Do you mind me asking if you ever had a relationship with your dad? So when you said he left home before you were even born.
I had 2 conversations with him only because I ended up training. I was we lived in a mining village, and I got, when I left school, I got a management trainee position, which meant I had to work in all the departments at the local colliery. And he happened to work there, and I ended up having 2 conversations. I can't really say they were even with him, but there were 2 conversations about me that he had with me present when we just came across each other. The first one, he didn't even know who I was. His friend had to say, that's your son, you know. And I overheard all this, and then he said some very derogatory remarks about me, and you know, which I never responded to. And then there was another incident, you know, just shortly after that. So I occasionally would see him about in the town and in the place where we lived. And later on, he got a different job, actually working for somebody I knew at the time. So I'd see him physically, but never had any interaction with him beyond that.
I appreciate this is getting probably more personal than you had intended, but it's an important question to ask, I think, because our relationship with fathers is a really significant one for guys that are that grow up and that struggle.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind me asking one more follow-up question, by all means you don't have to answer it, but how much do you think his absence and those experiences you just described, which sound incredibly painful, how much do you think that impacted your idea of what it meant to be a man, of what masculinity looked like, felt like?
Yeah, I don't think the experiences felt painful at the time.
Yeah.
So, you know, I was a kid. I enjoyed being a kid. I got on with stuff. But the places where you're being wounded aren't external. They're internal.
Yeah.
And so they do leave their mark. I think I had to learn, because obviously, and being a preacher now and a pastor, I help other people in similar situations. And one of the things I encourage people is, you know, when Jesus said, pray like this, he starts off, our Father. And if I ever teach on that, I say this can be a challenging thing for some people, because relationship with your father might have been chaotic. It might have been abusive. It might have been, you know, it might have been brilliant. But there's a whole range of relationships. But if there is a wound, it can be healed. And I say that from my own story of understanding, obviously, who God was and who he is as a father. But the other brilliant thing, and this is why community is an encounter. I had incredible male role models in church, not in my family, but in church. I had my pastor. I became a Christian at 13, and my pastor, he was a young man with a young family of his own, 4 children. He would include me in his family stuff, and you know, he would even took me on holiday twice with his family, you know, as a teenager. Like, so I'd be, I don't know, 15, 16, 17, sort of that age, when I went on holiday with family. There was another family in our church. They used to take me to their house for Sunday lunch. And it wasn't that they had children, 3 children, but they were all younger than me. But again, a couple of male role models that actually just were healthy men, good men, and leading good families, seeking to lead good families. And I felt that helped me. That was, you know, part of my journey. That's why community can be an encounter.
Yeah.
Because it can put you in a place, even if it's just an example. You know, I think of, I met with somebody just last week, Jeannie and I met with somebody, and they were talking about their 15-year-old daughter, and they were talking about some of the young couples and families in our church, and they were saying, that's what I want for my daughter.
Yeah.
And that encounter can be so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we all know, and it's in the news all the time at the moment, isn't it, that the church isn't always incredible and an incredible experience for people. The sad thing is the other stories don't get told. The story like I'm telling today, how many millions of people lives have been saved by that community. That it far outweighs all the stuff we see in the media, far outweighs it. Yeah.
Well, you've obviously been if my maths are correct, you've obviously been a pastor for 30 something years. Is that about right?
We planted the church 37 years ago, but I had 2 years before that pastoring.
Wow.
Yeah, in a couple of different contexts, so almost 40 years.
Okay, so nearly 4 decades of pastoring, of people helping, of working in church, working in the community. What has been the change in the mental health across that time? Obviously that's the answer is going to be quite a lot, I imagine.
Yeah.
But what has been the change? What did you see then? What did you see in the middle? What are you seeing now? Or are there actually not really any differences?
I think I think there's a lot of. It's a great question, because I think it presents much more now. In the early days of pastoring, you probably wouldn't know that people were struggling as much as you do today with mental health. I mean, let me say it was definitely there, but people didn't talk about it, and still today people don't talk about it, particularly men. Find it very difficult, but it presents a lot more. And I think because of that, we're all more acutely aware of it, because we all know somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, if I tell you that yesterday, a lady in our church, whose husband wasn't a Christian, he took his life yesterday. And you know, we were obviously dealing with that yesterday, and other people still involved in that. But we all know somebody. Now, you know, it presents. The other big shift is the younger generation are far more anxious than they have ever been. They present far more anxious. I feel like I was an anxious 16-year-old. You know, I was a insecure, you know, sort of 16-year-old kid. I wasn't necessarily. I was still quite gregarious, and in many ways people would have thought outgoing, but internally was quite anxious. But I feel like there's a lot more anxiety, and I'm not sure that society are giving people tools. I think they're good at diagnosing. They're giving diagnosis, but actually tools to get free. Like, I'm not sure there are. I don't want to dismiss the good work that so many people do in this area, but I feel as society in general, culture as general, doesn't give the answers that people need. And you know, I come back. This gives me great confidence in the gospel. It gives me great confidence in the church. The truth will set people free.
Yeah, I saw a little advert recently. Forgive me, I forget what it was for, but it was about mental health, and it was about working with your own stresses and mental health. And basically, the idea was have a hot bath, go for a walk. Not against those ideas, but but that's really, what's that, 1 out of 100 level of stress and pressure and mental health. Like, no amount of hot water and bubbles in the world is going to fix it. It might just make you feel better at the end of a difficult day, but it's not actually fixing that type of thing. So we're getting quite a lot of comments and things through on the chat, and lots of people are really, to be fair, you probably can't read these, so I'll share it with you, but lots of people are really impressed with the work that you're doing, and how honest and open that you are with sharing your thoughts around mental health around the community. So yeah, I'm going to share that because you probably can't read that on your screen. So
yeah, I can't see it now. But, no, that's great. No, it's good, and I think we want to help people, don't we? I like I say, I love the term mental.
Yeah.
But I think everybody can get fitter mentally, and for some that's a bigger journey than others. But even today, sat here, and someone who doesn't struggle anywhere near at all in the same way as I explained briefly previously, I can get fitter mentally. I can still be renewed. My mind can still be renewed. My thoughts can still be renewed. I can still find things to help me on that journey, and so some of those things I would just, one thing I would say, and I think this is very good, is that rhythms are super powerful in life. In fact, we have a saying, and I think I coined it in our church. It's this: rhythms are more powerful than encounter, but an encounter has the power to change your rhythm.
That's good.
That's good, yeah.
But it's the rhythm, and like for me, just every morning, first thing, usually it's fairly early, 6 o'clock this morning, because Jeannie and I went to the gym about 6:30, 6:45. The first thing is I read some scripture, not a lot, but I just read some scripture, and all I do is say, Lord, I'm here, do whatever you want. And but most days that doesn't feel too special, but I think that rhythm has a power that we often don't understand. And having rhythms of corporate worship, being together, with other people, because I feel one of the things that society does do, or culture does do, it can remove people from helpful spaces because they're struggling, and actually remove them from the things that will potentially produce answers in their lives. And so I'm a big believer, whatever you want to call them, rhythms, spiritual practices, natural practices, whatever whatever kind of helps in that area, but having rhythms.
That's great. I had a conversation recently with someone, and what we were talking about, and I think it's so true, is that often when we think about what we need to have mental fitness or to be mentally healthy, we have those conversations in ourselves at the point in which we're not. And actually what the rhythms does, and if we take your analogy of exercise and fitness a bit further, is that if you've got to do a marathon, if you've got to do a trek, if you've got to walk up a mountain, there's no good starting the practices when you're at the bottom of the hill. You've got to prepare beforehand. And the reality is, for all of us, there is a mountain to climb around the corner. So even if we feel great now, there is a mountain to climb around the corner. There will be, parents will get sick, children will get sick. There'll be challenges in our church environment, challenges at work. We will have mountains to climb. And actually the good practices and the rhythms, we have to establish those when we're in a better place. But often when we're in a better place, we don't even think to do it because we're fine. Could you speak into that a little bit more? Because I feel like that probably encapsulates a lot of the mental fitness stuff.
Definitely. Let the rhythms become habits. And I'd also say as well, I think a big thing in establishing rhythms is people stop because they fail. So they'll say, I'm going to set a rhythm, even if they're in a good place, I'm going to set a rhythm of whatever it is. getting up early, going for a walk, getting some fresh air, you know. I mean, you alluded to some of the things like bubbles in the bath, or, you know, even I'm going to feel the grass on my bare feet. You know, I've read all those things too. I might have even written a few of them. I don't know. They're going to say, and then they fail and they stop. But actually, the most important thing is just keeping that rhythm and just resetting. I read a book a few years ago, which really helped me in this area, and it was about climbing Mount Everest. And it was saying when you climb Mount Everest, you go to a certain altitude, base camp, and then the following day you walk up, and then you come back down because you need time to get used to the altitude, and then you go back up, and then you're able to put your camp there. And then it's this pattern that happens all the time. And I think that is so true on many journeys, but certainly a mental health and a mental fitness journey. There'll be times you feel like I'm just back where I was, but you don't realize the fact that you've put in practices into place is helping you breathe a different air at a different altitude. You are actually moving forward. And so I would encourage anyone to get some whatever rhythms. I mean, I'm an only child, you know, as you can tell from my story. I love solitude. I love family. I love everything. I love solitude. You know, there's a difference between solitude and isolation, I think, you know, where solitude is, you know, where you're just in that place, in that space, you know, for purpose. Isolation is when you're withdrawing from other people. So there's a big difference. So I just love, so like every 3 months, again, forgive me because I can only speak out of my context as a pastor and leader, but every 3 months I have a day in my diary, and I put it in my diary, and it's called Jesus Day, and that's my solitude day. And it's like I get my notebooks from the last 3 months, and I just go through every note I've made over 3 months. I just sat there, you know, with a coffee machine. It sounds idyllic, doesn't it? It sounds idyllic to me anyway. I've got a chair and notebooks, and I just spend as much time in the day that I can just in that, and that I find so refreshing and renewing. But we're all different, so that's a great rhythm for me. Other people will find other rhythms that you know are helpful for them. So find community, find your rhythms, I think would be my big statements.
Well, the chat is blowing up with that quote that you brought on board. Then rhythms are more powerful than an encounter, but an encounter has the power to change your rhythm. Everyone's loving this coming through on the chat. So I even saw Paul reach for his notebook. He got the pen out. He went old school Christian with paper and pen. To be fair, I'm exactly the same. I've got paper and pen right here.
I'm surprised he's not heard me say that before.
not that one, but you did just mention something that I was going to ask you about. But there are two themes that I think are emerging throughout this time already. One of them is the pace of life. That is definitely emerging as a theme. Everything is just million miles an hour. The other one that seems to be coming through that you're talking about is being intentional. It's being purposeful. And I remember you and I had a conversation maybe a year ago or so, and we were chatting about this kind of stuff, and you were saying that, you know, you lead a really busy church, you lead a busy network, you've got all the pastoral role that you fulfill. You're a busy guy, but you purposefully take time off, don't you, on a sort of regular basis. You have it actually planned in, don't you, in advance?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Can I just say something about pace then? Because I don't think pace is our problem. I think peace is.
Peace, that's good.
So I think pace robs us of peace. Is there again?
There again.
This is just for Paul, isn't it?
I'm going to preach this next Sunday.
and the reason I'm intentional about well, I learned this from Rick Warren. Rick Warren has this statement. Get your pen ready, Paul. You'll need your pen for this.
We're recording this as well, so
all right. Divert daily, withdraw weekly, abandon annually.
I do.
And he talked about being a leader and or being a person with any kind of busy life. You need a daily divert.
Mm.
And for me, that was when my kids were little. That was I'd come home, play with the kids, wrestle with the kids. My eldest son said, "Yeah, but Dad, that stopped when I was 11," which is about true, because in his mind it's because he could probably win the fight with me then. But yeah, I realized it was a bit tough. But the diversion daily, some diversion daily, which family or some personal time that diverts you from your work. Withdraw weekly. That's just like the principle of Sabbath. Just having that time, and I try and do that. I'm intentional. Try and finish work sort of midday Friday, and then just have that 24-hour period where I'm not thinking about it, not doing anything, not answering emails, etc. And then abandon annually. That's taking time, to be away with family, holidays and stuff like that. But and then of course there's a load of other rhythms that we can build in that I'm just very intentional about those things, because I know without that intention, all kinds of health issues are going to hit me. Mental health issues, could be physical health issues, emotional health issues. I just feel we're not built to be on all the time.
No,
we're built with this rhythm, aren't we, of rest, of even every day we need sleep. So just that, and I'm good at sleeping as well. So
that by the way was exactly what you taught on at the meeting I'm referring to.
Yeah.
Well worth as trying to get hold of that message actually.
Paul, can I go back to something you mentioned a little while ago? I know you kind of talked about it in the midst of a bigger point, but I feel like it'd be remiss not to kind of revisit it. You kind of mentioned that you just had an experience yesterday of someone. Was it in your church or someone that you're aware of that kind of committed suicide?
In the church, yeah.
In the church, yeah. For a start, I'm so sorry. That sounds horrendous, and our thoughts are with everyone that's involved in that. One of the statistics we mentioned right at the very beginning, and you feel wary mentioning it because it carries weight, and it carries, behind every statistic is lives destroyed and like destruction. So as much as you feel like you're able to or is appropriate to do, could you talk to us a little bit about not necessarily the specifics of the circumstance, but how you're coping with that and how you're supporting the family through that and how you begin to make sense of that?
Yeah, well, I think it's too early to throw out too many sort of quick answers.
Yeah,
and because that journey, we've had other people in the past through the years and other families who faced that, whether it's been drug related. This wasn't. This was, I would say, a despair issue, and just getting to a stage of life where there was just no point. The person felt there's just no point of living, and so on. But so I think in community we're trying to support as much in community. So in terms of pastorally, just being there for the person, whatever they need, however they need, that kind of support. It's amazing that whilst the person has family outside of the church, who they of course did contact, the next 4, 5, 6 people they contact are all people within the church.
Yeah.
Who they feel they can give support to. And so as a family, as a church family, we'll just rally around and be there for people. There's sometimes, you just don't have any words, do you?
Yeah.
but what you do have is presence. And that presence, even if that presence has to be, you know, through phone calls or whatever, there's presence that we can have. And of course, when it's local, like it is in our situation, actually in the town, we can have some physical presence on the ground as well. And there'll be people and there'll be environments where that person can do that. I went, part of my journey, just the power of presence was very acute to me through one particular season where I just wanted to be in a space with people. Like, I didn't want to say anything, didn't want to talk about anything, but I just didn't want to be in isolation. Because I knew isolation was killing me and making me worse. And so I would turn up for meetings I didn't even like. But I was happy because I'm there, and somehow that presence of people was helping. And you know, that's why for me as a pastor, I never encourage people to withdraw. You know, don't put yourself in a place that, you know, will wreck you or is but withdraw. And so we will try in that situation to have presence and connection, because those things can bring healing and can bring strength and bring life. But that's a journey, you can imagine, can't you, from that yesterday to back to some sense of health and strength. There's no quick fix. Prayer will help, but it won't help quickly.
Are there any other top tips in terms of how to, because that when you say it like that, you hear it and you go, yes, that's absolutely the powerful thing to do. It's hard to do, and it's often hard to know how to be present and how to support people going through things like that. Any other top tips as to how to be present and how to even if it's not saying anything, and things that you can do that just are clear demonstrations? Because I think quite often what happens is, because we feel uncomfortable, we don't know how to support, we ourselves withdraw because we don't want to say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing, but that then leaves the person or the family or the community in isolation. So it'd be great just to hear any top tips you've got for that.
I think words of encouragement are really important. What I don't mean by that is, you know, necessarily, and again, forgive my context, because I realize not every listener will be in this context, but what I don't mean by that is mini sermons or trite things, but words of encouragement. So just receiving a text, I'm thinking of you and I'm praying for you, love you. You know, I remember a few years ago, I started saying to all the pastors, I used to start saying to all the pastors, I love you, which felt a little bit weird at the time for them, you know, but now we all say it to each other. You know, we'll finish our messages because we're like, I'm trying to create brother. But I just think simple words of encouragement. Do you need me to questions? Do you need me to come see you? You know what I mean? And just when you think of something, do it, but do it sensitively. If you think, you know, should I send a card? Send a card, but send it. Make sure it's sensitive. Don't try and fix it all through your, you know, through 3 paragraphs of writing, but just tell people you're there for them. It means more than we would ever know, you know. We had a guy in COVID who went into a coma. He was in a coma for, I forget the times, but it's a miracle he's alive, and he's alive with full mental strength now. Every day when he was in a coma, I text him. Every day, say, hey, love you, man, praying for you every day. When he comes out of the coma, his phone goes bing, 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 bing. He's got like 40 texts from me. You know, now imagine what that does for a person. And it came from a genuine place. It wasn't something I thinking, oh, we need to text him every day. It's in the manual. It's in the pastor's manual. Text the person in a coma every. But it actually had incredible impact on his life. So all you can say is when people are going through something, if you're prompted, if there's something you feel you can do, if you're a gift, if you've got the gift of giving and you can give, you know, if there's a gift giving person, you know, do it, but do it sensitively. Just let people know you are there, you're there for them, because you being there for them is a sign that God's there for them. So if you withdraw, it can feel like God's withdrawing. All this happens subconsciously, doesn't it? But if we're here for you, we're standing with you. Is there anything? It can give that sense that, hey, this is how God's responding to my crisis.
I think that piece of advice of if you think it, do it is golden, because we've all fallen victim to that. The amount of times I'll think, oh, I should probably send that person a message because they pop into my head. You don't think of doing it, and then you sit down with a conversation with them 3 months later, and they go, I just feel like people have moved on, and from whatever they've been going through. You're like, well, I know that's not true, but actually I didn't do anything to demonstrate otherwise for you, and I didn't give you anything so that you knew that wasn't true. So I think that's probably the one. That's probably one of the best pieces of advice is just the minute that idea pops into your head, act on it.
Do it, and probably the more awkward it feels, the more necessary it is. So, you know, because it can feel awkward when a person's in a crisis, because you think, do they need this? But actually, it's probably the most necessary if it's done well and sensitively. Can bring real encouragement.
Amazing. Well, we're almost out of time, but I'd love to give the last few minutes over to you. If there's anything else that you had thought about when you were kind of thinking about coming on here that you haven't had a chance to say yet.
I feel like we've talked about an awful an awful lot, really. I think I would just want to say to anyone who might be struggling, even, or with people living with people who are struggling, or connected to people who are struggling, there is hope. You know, that there is hope. There's good people. There's good practices and solutions, and don't be afraid to seek help. If that's spiritual help, you know, from a church community, or if it's psychological help, or, you know, professional help from GP, it is not a sign of weakness to seek help. In those things. Reach out. You are more valuable than you think, and so you get in health. A person pursuing health and pursuing fitness in that area of their life is so important. So I think that would be the last thing, just like a message of there's hope, you know, and be intentional, be proactive, and get some rhythms.
Love it.
Amazing. Paul, do you want to finish us off?
Yeah, well, that's a great reminder. I love that mental fitness. We can all proactively do something. Paul, just so appreciate your time and your heart and your willingness to just come and share your experience and your wisdom. Anything just as well around ground level that we can be praying for you and for church?
Oh, I'd love you to. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to come on as well. I just, like I say, I'm a big advocate for mercy and the stuff, keys to freedom. Sorry, I was calling it the freedom course at the start, wasn't I? And it's just that I get that wrong every time, and my wife has to correct me. But anyway, yeah, just a big advocate for all you guys are doing, and thank you for that. But thank you for this opportunity as well. And just again, you know, just want to shout out, you know, if people can support Mercy, you know, in any way, please do that. Just ground level, what you guys can pray for. We've got our Awaken event, which is, it used to be Grapevine, then it was one event, now it's Awaken, and we're back. Last time was the first time we'd done it, the full event, Lincolnshire Showground, August Bank Holiday, for first time we'd done it for 4 years. And so we're back this year, and our numbers have increased already. We're well ahead of bookings from where we were last year. And so it's going to be a fantastic event. And if you could pray into that, we're just really believing. We have 3 goals in ground level, and that is creating healthy churches, developing great leaders, and equipping God's people. And the event really leans into equipping God's people. You know, it's that bigger picture of the people of God being equipped for life. And so, so if you can pray into that, that would be awesome.
Yeah, we will definitely hold you in prayer, and thank you for all you're doing there as well. It's great to be a part of and to visit. I have a great time when I go over there, so thank you. And I'll most likely see you at the next one. I don't know if we can put it on the group chat or, but yeah, if anyone wants to go and check out, and we'll be praying for you guys.
Yeah, it's awakenevent.uk, I believe, the website. So yeah, it'd be good.
Brilliant. Get your camping gear out.
That's it.
Fantastic. Thanks, Paul. We love you. We love you.
Yeah, we love you, Paul.
I love you.
Love you too, mate. Love you too. See you guys.
Blessings.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Amazing. How great was that?
Oh, some real
Yeah,
in there.
Everyone's loving it through the chat. Hey, look, it's you. Do you guys want a break? Do you want me to just like hold the thought for 15 minutes, answer some questions?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah. So we've had quite a few questions come through that we haven't quite dipped into. So I'll dive back to the chat. And,
So you hold the thought for 15 minutes. We'll come back and then we'll dive into your story, because I think you've got loads to share on this.
Sure.
For 45 minutes, and then we've got Billy, musician, doing some live music at 5
o'clock. Yeah.
So yeah, thanks, Rob.
Amazing. All right, guys. Well, look, I'll scroll back through. If you've got any questions, please stick them in the chat. I will be on the question hotspot for 15 minutes. I'm going to track back to Shaheen's question from probably, apologies, about an hour ago. How equipped do men feel to sit with their feelings? What does that look like? Has that ever been explained or broken down beyond the term sitting with your feelings? Man, oosh.
What a question.
What a question. All right. Actually, truthfully, I've actually never heard the phrase sitting with your feelings. I'd suggest 2 things. I think see, Paul's really into it now. He wants to stay, don't you?
I'll stay now.
Yeah. You're welcome to stay.
No, I'll bring you a brew back though.
Oh yeah, legend. I would suggest 2 things. I think thing one, and I always joke about this, but it's not really a joke. I don't think guys mature very quickly. I just think we get better at hiding it. You get a bunch of guys together, it becomes primary school level humor pretty quickly. So I think our maturity levels always stay about the same. But actually, I don't see that guys. Now, granted, maybe I'm in my own world, maybe I'm in my own bubble of people, and you're going to be in yours. And actually, I don't see that people have a great issue talking about their feelings or talking about their stuff. I think we have a great issue asking questions about people's stuff, and a bigger issue listening to the answers. Because how many times have we been in conversation and we start to talk about something and someone obviously isn't listening? I've shared this story a few times when training. So if you've seen me do any Empower or Keys to Freedom training, this was a story that came out a few times. But I was at quite a large church. I knew some of the guys quite well, and one of the worship leaders who was there, he came up and shook my hand and asked me how I was doing. My father had passed away probably 6 weeks before, maybe a little bit less, maybe a month before. So he came and shook my hand and said, Rob, great to see you. How are you doing? And I started to tell him how I was doing. And while he was shaking my hand, he was also looking around the room for the next conversation. And clearly I'm an idiot, clearly I'm northern, clearly I'm rude, and clearly I wasn't having the greatest of days, because I pulled him really close to me and I said, either I'm really boring or you're really rude. Which one is it? And he had absolutely no answer, nowhere to hide, but we were still holding hands, shaking. So he sort of melted in my hand and was like, oh my gosh. And I just let go of his hand. I went, doesn't matter, see you later. And we don't have a problem talking about it, but actually we've got a problem listening to what people say. We've got a problem maybe asking those questions. So that's how I would sort of answer that, I think. Kat also put one on about the same time. We briefly mentioned it earlier. I'm just going to close that door, actually, because someone's mowing their lawn. Bear with me. There we go. That's a bit better. Yeah, so we briefly touched on this question a while back. It said, what can be done for those men who don't have brotherhood or community to draw on? There might be a men's event twice a year, but midweek people seem just to be getting by in isolation. Yes. Church world, absolutely. You put a women's event on, it is full, and it is full quick. People buy them tickets, and it is full. You put a Wednesday 11 a.m. meeting in for the women, and it is well attended. You put a Sunday something in, or a group of some sort. Women tend to be there. Men don't tend to be there, but also there isn't that much to go to. Certainly in the church experience that maybe many of us have been in, our men's events look like a weekend once a year, where you come together, there's preaching, there's worship, and then you're sort of pumped up a little bit, and then you're sent back. Now, in my experience, this might not be everyone's, and I need you to hear me on this, so don't just write off a quote and leave it at that. Stay with me. That actually, sometimes events like that can be quite damaging for people, because they get pumped up. They're like, God, yes, my life is going to change. I'm feeling down. This is going to be amazing. Like, oh God, yes, I feel amazing. You go home on the Sunday afternoon and, oh yes, my life has changed. This is changing. And then Monday hits, and then Tuesday hits, and then Thursday hits, and then it's the weekend again. And all of a sudden that pump has crashed because it hasn't landed in a place where you thought it would. And then there becomes that frustration and that disappointment of, yes, but God, you said, I felt that you were speaking to me and it was going to change, and it hasn't. And we've ridden that high, essentially the sort of a pumped up euphoric high. We've ridden that high, and actually we've crashed on the other side of it. I think some of the greatest men's moments that I've had have been outside, as in physically outside, with a group of people, with a group of lads around a campfire. Someone mentioned it earlier. I think it was Trevor mentioned about her fire pits. And actually, it's old-fashioned caveman TV, isn't it? A fire pit. Men can do. Doesn't matter how old you are. Doesn't matter where in the world you live. Doesn't matter anything about you. Every man can stare aimlessly into a fire for hours. And there was a few of us, and we'd had a couple of nice bits of chicken. There was some steak kicking around, and pita breads and a beer. And actually, and we were sitting around the fire, and actually, just some conversations that came up were those conversations that you'd never have in one of those big events. They may be conversations that would happen around a smaller unit. So to answer Kat's question, actually, how do we draw on that brotherhood and community if we don't have it? I don't have a great answer. My answer is go and try and find it. Like if you've got a couple of lads in your world and you throw text out, boys, I'm lighting the barbecue on Sunday night. Fancy a burger? Well, actually, there's probably going to be a fair few that say yes. Lads, I'm going to a church event all weekend. Would you like to come? There'd probably be a few that are like, maybe not. So, and again, these don't have to be Christian guys. It maybe helps in your Christian journey, but actually just having that bond and that brotherhood, if there is a coming together of overall values, if that makes sense. They don't have to be, in my opinion, they don't have to be a great big Christian group of guys. Maybe it's something like mountain biking. Maybe it's rock climbing. Maybe it's tonight I'm going actually to a pool hall and playing some pool with some good friends of mine. Maybe it's something just something that guys can just gather around together. Hope that sort of answers that question. Right, I'm going to scroll back down. What have we got here? Do you think Do you think for men who struggle with their own mental health, that speaking about presence is also a key thing to input into their journey? Depends. I think if you are a Christian, if you understand the presence of God, if you understand the Holy Spirit, yes. If you don't understand the Holy Spirit, then actually I would suggest that's going to complicate things a little bit more, because then it's, well, why don't I understand it? I feel like I should. I've been to church for 10 years. I feel like I should understand what that actually means. But actually, they might not. So that might not help. But if they are aware of the Holy Spirit, then my gosh, yes, bring it into that conversation. And if they're a Christian and they're not aware, bring the Holy Spirit into that. Baptize them in the Holy Spirit. You can bring people into the presence of God very, very quickly with the Holy Spirit, because my gosh, I have seen the Holy Spirit move in the most amazing ways, especially when it comes to around freedom, comes to inner healing. Yeah, incredible. So yes, if you have that in your locker, use it. Okay. What else have we got in here? Yeah, a few people suggesting Paul and Bryn might need a stand-up. Well, they're gone. They have disappeared. So, right, well, I'm still on the chat. If anybody wants any more questions answering, please fire them through. I just want to do, while I'm here, I think I'll do a little bit of a shout-out for the Keys to Freedom book and the Freedom course that Mercy you're talking about. Most of you are probably familiar with which is which. The Keys to Freedom is a booklet. It's like a self-study guide, if you like. It takes you on a journey of 8 weeks, and then the Freedom course is that, but way more in depth. It takes you over 4 months, so 16 weeks, and dives deep. And I've done both. I've done Keys to Freedom, the book, a few times, and I've done the Freedom course as a participant, like we had Trevor on an hour or so ago. I've done both of those things. Both have been incredible. If someone has the space, the mental head space, and the time to actually dedicate to the book, Keys to Freedom is a phenomenal tool. A lot of people maybe don't have that time. It's a little bit like going to a gym and saying, okay, this is all the equipment that you can use, go and get fit. Okay, great. If they are that way inclined, fantastic. They'll be there 3 days a week, 4 days a week, 6 days a week, whatever. They will use that and they will get fit. The same with Keys to Freedom. If you have that inclination, if you're able to do that, you can work through the book and get amazing, amazing freedom. Even better is to throw some accountability in there and get some other people to do it with you. So if you're like, actually, yeah, I quite fancy a bit of that, don't buy one book, buy 4. And say to 3 lads, I'm lighting the barbecue, we're going to have a burger and we're going to have a beer and we're going to do this book together. Well, actually, that's quite an easy yes. Welcome back.
Hello, Mike. Thanks.
But if you need a bit more of a personal trainer, if you need a bit more of a deep dive, if you need actually, I think there's going to be some stuff that's going to pop up here that is going to be a bit more complicated than I'd hoped. Then actually the Freedom course is probably something that you can look into. We've got some amazing facilitators on staff, Paul being one of them, and actually people that are well trained and well, not just well trained, but actually very connected with mental health, very connected with what God is saying, and they can really help walk you through it. So if you've got any questions, then you can go onto the website mercyuk.org and you can check it out. You can see what it's all about, and fire an email out, or alternatively, if you're sitting at your laptop right now, fire a question out and I'll answer it. Okay, how can wives help husbands with their mental health? Great question. I was going to ask this question earlier to one of the guys that was on. How can wives help men with their mental health? In my experience, being open and honest is the first port of call. Actually, I've struggled with my mental health. I won't give you a full overview, but there's been a breakdown in there. There's been depression in there. There's been medication for depression in there. There's also been low-level grumpiness. I'm not sure that's the medical term, but you know what I mean. Just constantly, just below the line of just a bit grumpy all the time. And also, there's been freedom course in there. There's been therapy in there. There's been a real mixed bag. And my wife, I think one of the things that she did very well was actually just reflect things back in kindness to me. I think the difficult answer for me with that one is that I never always saw it as kindness. I always saw it as back off. I'm fine. Stop trying to change me. Well, actually, if I'd seen it for what it was at the time, it would have been a lot smoother, I think. But I think openness with good questions of, hey, honey, I see you're not quite yourself. Talk to me a little bit. It sounds really primary schoolish, and I use it. I was a teacher for a very long time, and I use this. I still use this question now. I used it when I taught in primary school. I used it when I taught in high school. I use it with my children, and I'm now like an executive leadership coach, and I use it with my clients that I work with. How are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Because if you just ask a guy, how are you? The standard answer is, I'm fine, I'm all right. But actually, how are you on a scale of 1 to 10? They'd go, I don't know, 6. And then you get to go, well, why are you a 6? What's going on in your world? Tell me why. You might be surprised. How are you out of 10? And they might just go 3. Okay, well, why are you a 3? Well, I'm just not quite feeling myself. But actually, there is a wealth of resource out there, Mercy UK being one of them, and in my opinion, one of the best Christian ones out there, if not the best. Being open, being honest, asking those questions, and like, who was it earlier that said it? It was Trevor that said it earlier about actually, my wife just kept saying on me, hang on, you haven't kept up to your side of the bargain. So doing it with kindness, doing it with love, and I would certainly suggest not keeping any of it as cannon fodder. Well, I told you that you needed to get help, and look at this now, you've smashed a mug on the floor. It's going to cause chaos both ends. I hope that sort of answers the question. Yeah, Bryn, I don't know if you've got any wisdom on that one, but the great question was, how can wives help their husbands with their mental health?
Well, I would flip it on its head and say, probably they're already doing their end of the bargain. Husbands, listen to your wives. My experience is that because they tend to be, we've talked about it a little bit throughout today, there tends to be a willingness to open up and share quicker with women than there are with men. I think it's more natural that they will have a circle of people around that they open up to. So I think they can just be quicker to recognize that we're not opening up and we're not being vulnerable and we're not, as Fee, Trevor's wife, said, not living up to our end of the bargain. So I think wives, all I would say to you is keep going. Like, you will get pushback probably the first 20 times that you say, I'm sure you need support, but we need to hear it. That's not an excuse. We should hear it and listen to it and act on it the first time round, but we do need to hear it. Yeah, great question.
One of the things I scribbled down earlier of one of the things I want to speak out, and actually probably maybe answers that question a little bit more as well, was I just wrote the word adventure down. Men are drawn to some sort of adventure, something that looks different. There's that phrase that I did have on my wall a while back, and it said, you think adventure is dangerous, try routine, it'll kill you. Whilst, don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of routine, but if I do the same thing every day, day in, day out, week in, week out, month on month on month, it's going to kill me, and it's going to kill me pretty quickly. So actually, for a guy to take a bit of time out to go and do what he needs to do, actually can be really, really helpful. For me, that's a day in the mountains. I tend to take a day off maybe once a month, maybe once every 6 weeks, an actual day. It's in the diary, it's booked off. I'm leaving at 6:30, I'm back about 6 p.m, a day in the hills. For me personally, I'm very introverted, so it's me and the dog and nothing else. The only people I want to speak to is the people that I'm ordering my coffee and bacon sandwich from in the morning. But actually allowing your husband that space, but obviously he needs to communicate that. But actually, I'm taking this day out. I'm going to come back refreshed. I'm going to come back a much better person to help, to do everything. Then yeah, allow them that time and that space. And fellas, if you are allowed that time and that space, come back and don't be a div. Come back and be good. Come back and be thankful. Come back and be kind. Because why would your wife want to say yes next time if you've gone out for the day and you come back annoying? So come back refreshed. Yeah. Okay, we're still on the chat. If anyone's got anything that you wanna throw through, please do.
I think it'd be great to. I'd love to do a deep dive into your story, Ron.
Yes,
So should we give it? I'm going to give it 20 seconds. See if well, I'll give it 40 seconds because a 20-second lag on the on the YouTube comments to see if anything comes through. Otherwise, we'll start with you. That's fine. Let me record this. 1 sec.
You guys seem like you're holding up all right. 6 hours in.
I feel fine. Everyone that's on is making our job so easy because the content is just golden. So we're not having to do anything to mine for it. We just hand over the platform, hand over the mic, and away we go. So
yeah, no more questions come through. So
okay, great. Let's go. I mean, when it comes to mental health, specifically men's mental health, you've like a lot of the other people that we've had on so far, you've got multiple relationships with it. You've got a Mercy hat, you've been on XCC events, you've had your own journey, your own experiences, you've worked at Mercy, you are a mountain rescue team member, you're now doing coaching, loads of different hats. I'd love to hear, as much as you feel comfortable sharing, a bit about your own personal journey and why mental health and supporting other men and coaching people through some of this difficult stuff. When did that become a big thing for you, and what's your journey been like with it?
I'd probably suggest it's always been a part of my world, wanting to help people. I mean, I won't go into it now, but I do a lot in my corporate life. I do a lot about different personalities and leadership profiles. And there are certain different personalities that want to help people more than others. Yeah. And I am the personality type that wants to help people. So there's always been that space in my world for that. When it comes specifically,
has that always been the case? Is that ingrained? Like, did you notice it even when you were a child or a teenager? Was there an instinct to help? Or is it something?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Certainly, when you're finding your feet as a young teen, I don't know. Later, sort of late teens, early 20s, you could definitely feel it coming through. Even with things like, I don't know, sports things. Like, it was never. I always wanted to make sure that people were doing all right. Yeah. In some aspect, I think, and certainly I've just grown into that. So really got married at 21. Obviously, when you're 21, you're like wet behind the ears and pretty cocky, I think. But you sort of think, oh yeah, life will be fine, and it isn't until you start to really mature and really grow up. But also when you get married or even just share a house with housemates, actually, when you got other people in your own world, you realize that some of the stuff that you do probably isn't normal for everybody. Yeah. So some of the things that I was noticing quite early on in my early 20s was that I got cross and aggressive quite quickly, and there was a level of, I'm going to say, a level of sadness just in my world. Yeah. So there was, and there's been multiple pockets of healing throughout all that. They've included therapy. They've included the Freedom Course with Mercy. They've included Keys to Freedom. One of them was actually a bit of a breakdown moment for me. I remember coming home from work early. I left early and just broke down.
And do you remember what triggered that?
Yeah, it was. I think it was lots of stuff all piled on top of itself. Yeah. My kids were also pretty young, and you know what that's like when you're pretty much at the end of yourself. You're just knackered. You're not sleeping well. I'm not saying it wouldn't have happened if I had a good night's sleep, but life is so much better when you're well rested. And actually, I remember coming in and actually curling up in a ball on the lounge floor on a rug similar to this, and sort of a soft rug, and actually just sobbing. And I'm like 16 stone, 6 foot northerner. It's a bit of an unfamiliar place for me to be, curled up in the ball sobbing.
And did it feel unfamiliar to you? Was it like a new experience? Like I don't know what's going on.
Oh gosh, yeah, absolutely. And I remember I worked as a teacher at the time, so thankfully I was in a job that allowed a bit of sick leave. I mean, not monstrous amounts, but but a bit of sick leave. So I had to call HR and just sort of explain, and I did. And I just couldn't get my words out, stuttering and just unable to communicate, and lots of broken pieces from across my world had all sort of just landed in one. I think the phrase I used at the time was, I've basically been taking all my issues and all my stuff and sweeping it under the rug.
Yeah.
But all that actually does is create a really bumpy rug.
Yeah.
That at some point when you walk across your lounge, you're going to trip over it. Yeah. And I just, at that moment, tripped over it.
And do you know why? Do you know why you just felt like you had to sweep under the rug? You couldn't do it?
I think there was a couple of relationship breakdowns in my world at the time. But really, no, it didn't feel like, I could probably feel it coming. I think the week before, I was traveling to work at like 7:30 in the morning, and this guy at Bradford, I was driving through Bradford. Bradford is renowned for being a very poor city for driving, and this guy had cut in front of me quite aggressively, and I didn't actually beep or anything. I'd sort of put the brake on, and then he, out of his window, was throwing gestures at me, and then we stopped at some red lights, and I remember putting the handbrake on, which is obviously you should do, but you don't always do it at red lights. I remember putting the handbrake on, getting it out of gear, and I had one hand on the seat belt and one hand on the door. And I thought, if he gets out of his car, like, I could see him and I could see that he wasn't particularly big. Yeah. And I was like, if he gets out of his car to challenge me, he will wake up in hospital. I'd just gone mad, but he didn't. And then it was all okay, and we drove on. But in that moment, I was like, and that isn't particularly me.
Yeah, but that's quite terrifying.
Yeah,
suddenly go through and realize that you've got the potential for that.
Yeah, suddenly someone that's never had a scrap in his entire life, never thrown a punch, was actually well up for a fight, and that wasn't normal. So I could feel it coming. But again, it's that bumpy rug syndrome of loads of stuff under the rug. I'm tripping over stuff. So that was a bit of a breakdown moment for me. I got some support. I got some therapy. Again, paid therapy. Great, it's fine. It's expensive, but it's fine. Paid therapy, and actually, my wife was amazing through it all. She's had her own journey with mental health as well. But yeah, I think the whole mental health journey for me has been an up and down roller coaster. But over the last 2 years, I can probably hand on heart say actually properly leveled. Okay. Like, I don't dip, I don't crash. Yeah. Even on my worst day, I'm like a 6 out of 10.
And what do you put that down to? Because that's a huge statement. So Will Vanderhart that was on earlier was just he was talking about his journey. He was saying even now, like, he recognizes that it's, yes, there's an uphill trajectory, but it does that, and you kind of get those crashes. So I know that to be able to say that actually you've recognized over the last couple of years, you've been able to stabilize, and actually you don't get those crashes anymore. That's huge. Yeah. So what do you put that down to?
I put down to 2 things, and I'll hold my fingers up so I don't forget, because I'll talk about one and forget the other. Yeah. The first one is the Freedom Course, Mercy UK's Freedom Course. Many of you know I was a member of staff there for 7 years, but actually, whilst being on staff, I did the Freedom Course, and it was an absolute game changer for me. So my facilitator was a lady called Louise. I also did some therapy as well through the course, and it was an absolute game changer. They were amazing, but also God was amazing. Yeah. So the Holy Spirit really, bearing in mind I've been saved since I was 19. The Holy Spirit really taught me what He's good for, and He was good for coming into those deep, dark moments with a head torch on, going, "Hey mate, you all right? Yeah, I got some rope, and I've got some food, and I also know the way out." It was a little bit like that. So having Him shine those lights on those things for me was an absolute game changer. But more than that, helping me through it. Yeah. There was some big stuff in my world which I won't share, but there was some big stuff in my world, but also big stuff in the world of my family that I think had just been sort of, I don't know, we talk about generational patterns quite a lot. There were some big generational patterns. So that was one of the things which was absolute game changer. The other one is actually, I've got to understand myself a lot over these last 5 years. I do like I said, I do coaching, leadership coaching, and one of the things that I use a lot now is a tool called Know Yourself to Lead Yourself. Essentially, it's the more you know about yourself, the more you can lead yourself. And then the next stage is the more you can lead yourself, the more you can lead others. But for now, it's actually the more you understand you, the better you can lead you. So I know I'm not very good if I'm consistently stuck in routine. I know I'm not very good if I'm consistently stuck behind a laptop. There has to be outdoor stuff. I mean, I've got a couple of dogs, and that is very helpful. That I'm always out in fresh air. But I also know that I'm massively introverted. Like every personality test I do, I'm in the 70% of being introverted, which is fine. A lot of people don't believe that. A lot of people don't see that. Certainly with the jobs that I've done before, quite an extroverted job, teaching, delivering training, even now, constantly coaching, mentoring, but actually it's not about your ability to be loud. It's not about your ability to stand up and talk to lots of people. I've spoken on a stage to lots of people. It's not about that. It's actually how you refresh. So what I was finding was I was constantly giving out, and if you've ever boiled the kettle without any water in it, it sort of makes that horrible fizzing noise. It's like, actually, I was constantly giving out, but there was nothing ever coming back in. And I'm at that constant fizzing level of, man, I'm just spent.
And why do you think that was? Was it because you didn't know how to fill, or was it because you didn't have the opportunity, the time? Like what was behind that?
I think both. I didn't really know how. Kids were young, so you haven't really got that time. But actually, once I've realised, actually, I need some time just to down tools. So, granted, I'm probably on some sort of hill. I live in a beautiful part of the world in West Yorkshire, so there is a footpath about 10 steps from my front door, which is incredible. I know not everyone has that, but for me, taking some of that time out has been great. Allowing, like I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you were here, actually having a day off and going out to somewhere and just taking time. But actually, in its very basic level, just to regroup after a very busy day. In fact, I brought them with me because I thought I could. Debs, my wife, brought me these. Where's the camera there? Little box of candles, super girly, but bear with me. So these candles are about that big, and they take about 20 minutes to burn down. So when I've had a super extroverted day, and then I'm about to go into kids and life and stuff, actually, I can just sit like one of those and actually just stare at it for 20 minutes. And actually, I probably use those once or twice a week. Just stare at it, no phone, no laptop, no music, normally a cup of coffee or something, and just allow my filing system just to, otherwise I'm going from busy to busy without that. Not everyone needs that, but I certainly need that. So the more that I've understood myself, the more that I've been able to manage that, the more that I have known what I need. I need regular exercise, I need good diet, I need good sleep. For many years, my wife would be a late night talker and want to go to bed at 1, and I'd want to go to bed at 9. And well, why can't you stay up to 1? Well, why can't you go to bed at 9? But I lose that argument every time. I was like, hey, office hours for me are available at 6 a.m. if you want that. No, I don't want that. So actually knowing what I need allowed me to lead myself better. So
and you mentioned personality tests, but what are some of the other ways that you've learned about yourself? Because it's one of those things that sounds easy to say, quite hard to do in practice. How have you discovered more about yourself, and what things have you done?
How have I learned more about myself? I think knowing that I will bring it back to personality test, but only briefly. Knowing that actually that everyone is different, and you don't have to do what other people do. There's many times we hear a podcast or hear a preach or hear something. Here's 6 tips to be successful. Or well, actually, okay, no, they were your 6 tips for you to be successful. I was like, actually, and normally number 6 is inherited a massive company from my father anyway. So it's like, that doesn't really count, pal. Thanks very much for that. But actually, the 6 tips for everybody else, because everybody is different. Like some of my closest friends are very different personality types than me. So what are your 6 and my 6? They're going to look different. So actually, finding what worked for me was really important. I think there's always been a, how am I going to phrase this without, there's always been a, you need to push harder, be better, move forward quicker. And if you're not here by the time you're 25, man, if you're not earning this by the time you're 30, it like, actually that's not cool, not true, not helpful. Actually, everyone's on their own journey with it. So comparing yourself to maybe what the world says, comparing yourself to those Instagram, and for some reason there was an Instagram thing that popped up on my scroll the other day, and it was about the world's youngest billionaires. Well, these guys are 19 and they own 75 million pounds. Okay, and they're driving these cars. Okay, amazing. And then literally I joked about it a second ago, but actually, they inherited. It was the guy. Who is it? It was the guy that owns Red Bull. He sold it to his son, and his son's 19. Like 76 billion pounds or something stupid. It's like, that's quite a lot for a 19-year-old to have. And that actually compare yourself to the world that you think you see. Isn't going to help anybody. Again, you type masculinity. I know James, a great friend of mine, James Ray, was speaking earlier about masculinity. I just Google masculinity and hit go. You are ripped. You are massive. You are hairless. You are awesome. Well, that's not masculinity. There's like no one's like, of all the people in the world, what percentage of people is that? Very, very few. So actually, not comparing yourself to others like that. But that is easier said than done. We live in a world where that comparison is humongous. So that's really helped. And actually, I will bring God into this. I'm a big Jesus follower, and actually allowing Him to speak to you, whatever that looks like. Again, this isn't something I would say that I'm naturally particularly good at. And Paul earlier was saying, "Oh yeah, every morning I'm in my." Oh gosh, I'm not. Every morning I'm drinking a coffee, faffing with the kids, faffing with the dogs. The dogs vomit in the kitchen. Okay, thanks guys, thanks very much. And then the kids are late for school. Like, it's not every day, let's face it. It's probably a couple of times a week at a push, if I'm being really honest. But actually, just having that space. Sometimes those little candles can help just to recenter. Sometimes worship can help. I play guitar. Sometimes that can help. Actually, just reading my word, finding a little Bible study, just to recenter and find that presence that we mentioned earlier. Is a real game changer. And I don't always notice it, but my wife is the first one to notice it. When was the last time you spent time with God? Oh, I don't know. Well, I can tell that you haven't, so do it. Okay.
Which goes back to earlier question. Listen to your wives.
Listen to your wives.
They do tell us the truth.
So someone put in there that actually the wife wisdom is underrated. I absolutely agree.
Was there a comment?
No comments, but no questions. So
okay, good. I mean, I feel like there's loads that we could talk about. There's probably more we could talk about there. I don't know if you've got any questions to the Freedom course, or maybe we could circle back round. But one of the things that'd be great to talk about, just because I feel like it's going to bring a different perspective that we haven't had yet, is your work with Mountain Rescue. What you've experienced there, what it's taught you. It sounds like there's times in which it is absolutely horrific, and you kind of see the statistics in action. So as much as you feel comfortable, I'd love to hear about that, and about how you cope with that, because I think that's a whole other discussion point, really. Is how do you cope with seeing the worst of the worst? But if we start off, for people that don't know, a bit about what your role is with Mountain Rescue, how that relates to this subject of mental health.
Absolutely. Okay, so Mountain Rescue team. My team is based where I live in West Yorkshire. We cover an area of approximately 1,200 square kilometres. We've got team members. I think we are up to around about the 50 mark with team members. We are all voluntary from top to bottom, from leader to team leader to whatever, right through. Everybody is completely voluntary. Yet we are a 999 response unit. So people call 999. They either ask for police, ambulance, or they can ask for straight Mountain Rescue, depending on what they need. So it's worth saying, though, that actually there is lots of support for us. In case we get a few comments through, that we do have access to the same trauma specialists that the actual 999 services do. So we're not like volunteers and then left completely alone. There's a huge amount of support, and obviously with the team that I work with, there's a huge amount of experience and understanding around some of the traumatic events. But yeah, we do at times see the rough side of some of these stats. So have you touched on suicide yet today?
we've talked about it as a stat, and obviously we had a little. Paul mentioned it when he was sharing his story, but not a huge amount. So by all means,
okay. So at the moment, now these stats were pre-COVID, so I would 100% suggest they are worse now. But one man killed himself every 2 hours in the UK, which is massive. So what time are we on now? Approximately 5 o'clock. So just this afternoon, 2 men have taken their lives. Since breakfast, 7 men have taken their lives. Like it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. And if you are male and in between early, sort of late 30s and late 40s, you're in that danger zone.
Yeah.
So that's why the phrase that I mentioned earlier, if you think adventure is dangerous, try routine, it'll kill you. Well, for a lot of people, it probably is.
Yeah.
Why
do you think that bracket specifically?
I don't know. I wonder if it's something to do with just the busyness of life.
Yeah.
You've
young family.
You've got young family. You're also that age group can be helping kids, but also helping parents.
Yeah.
So you've got double pressure, but also in your working career, that's the area that's taking a huge amount of pressure. You're sort of dossing around in your 20s or at uni, sort of early 30s. You're getting a job, but then you're getting promotion. All of a sudden now you're actually having to work quite long hours, quite pressurized. Yeah. Once you tip over the 50 mark, you're still all going to be pressurized, but you might be looking to I can't bother with this anymore. I'm winding down a little bit. But I don't really know, but that would be my suggestion. So at times we have to go and retrieve suicide bodies at times, and it can be pretty rough. I remember a while back it was a very odd day for me. I was doing an executive leadership training with a load of people. We did that. I was sent out into the mountains to do a recovery.
And do you know it's that when you get called out? Is it?
Yeah. So we know it's that. And then came home. Kids were faffing. I had a little bit of work to finish off. I cooked tea. We had an evening meal, something in the evening. I was like, got to the end of the day. I was like, that was a very odd day.
Yeah.
Like you've gone from senior executives to the rescue thing, to kids faffing about cooking tea, and now actually I just want to sit down quietly for half an hour. So we get to see the other side of that. We get to see those stats, and it's in some aspects I count it a bit of a privilege to do that. I don't know where my theology lands and all of that, but actually to help out, but also it's always very sad. It's the community. It's people in the community that have decided to call it a day. But those stats are horrifying. There'll be many people listening and watching and attached to Mercy that have had first-hand experience of that, just as Paul was mentioning earlier. So it's but I'm certainly very blessed with a great team. We're talking about community and isolation and people. Well, actually, we've got a team of 50 around us, so we meet every week. We are a team. There was someone mentioned it earlier about who are those people that you can call at 2 a.m. Yeah. Well, actually, there's a huge chunk of that team that I can probably call at 2 a.m. and they could probably call me.
Yeah.
And it sort of be okay. So suicide is a big thing, but there's this on the back of that. I want to briefly mention something that I've coined, the law of before, and it's from my time in the mountains, in the hills, and being outside. I haven't heard it anywhere before, but so I'll call it my thing.
Yeah.
Harvie's law. There you go.
Copyrighted.
There you go. Fine. So the law of before says that actually before you get hungry, have something to eat.
Yeah.
Because if you get really hungry, then that becomes a real problem. If have something to drink before you get thirsty, because if you get dehydrated, that becomes a real problem. Put a jumper on before you get cold. So you stop on a hill, you put a jumper on before you're cold. Before it starts to rain, you put your waterproofs on, otherwise you're going to be wet. You get the idea. The law of before. But actually, when it comes to men, when it comes to mental health, when it comes to stuff, actually, before you feel lonely, find friends.
Yeah.
Before you feel isolated, have a conversation. Before you go, man, I've got no friends in my world, well, drop a few texts. As daft as it sounds, if you can see it coming, if your best mate is about to leave and move somewhere else, actually drop a few texts with the people. Hey guys, I'm having a barbecue. Do you want to come around? A few cheeky beers. Do you want to go for a walk? Do you want to take the dogs out? Do you want to I don't know, do whatever you want. Like I said earlier, I'm playing pool tonight. Guys, you want to come and play around the pool? It's not something I do very often, but it's just a bit of fun. It's out of the order. Actually, before you get there, therefore, before you feel that your life is so low that you can't continue, do something about it. Like, it's easy for us to sit here on a comfortable sofa with a cup of tea in our hand and say, actually, yeah, you need to do something about it. But actually, maybe it is that simple. Actually, before you go down that epic crash, actually, I'm not doing great. When I was in the middle of some of my big crashes, just a text to a mate, I don't need you. It's not an SOS. I don't need you at my door in 10 minutes. But overall, I'm just not doing great. So at some point in the next week, can we grab some food? Well, I don't know any guy in the planet that doesn't answer that with a yes. Of course, no, mate, sorry, I'm busy. No one's doing that, are they? It's straight up, yeah, of course, yeah. 100%.
And have you always found that easy to do, or is it something you've had to learn?
No, it's something I've had to learn. Just,
and is it pure discipline? Like, why do you think so many people find that hard? It can be a hard thing to do. It's why do you think that is, and how did you get into a habit of doing it?
I wouldn't say I was in a habit of doing it. I just knew that it was the lower before, as in before this gets really bad. I just need to make sure I've still got some mates kicking around. And I don't know, if people say it's hard, I would ask them why they think it's hard. Because they've probably got somebody. And if they haven't got somebody, then there's probably community. I'm going to say community groups, but what I mean by that is football club, a chess club, a make your own pottery. I don't know, whatever you're into. There's people that go out mountain biking. There's people that go out running. There's people that whatever is your thing, go and do it. There's people kicking around that actually you can get involved with. And if that is something that people struggle with, or if that's something that people listening to this struggle with, actually, they can probably do something about it.
Yeah, it's something that I reckon I've struggled with. If I think back to the time, because it's a great concept. I love it. The law of rapport, there's a lot of wisdom in that. I know I've struggled with it, and when I've kind of taken the time to step back and go, why do I find it hard to just say, hey, do you want to meet up for a drink? I think it ultimately comes down to the fear of being in an imposition, but also the fear that they'll say no. And that I'll feel like a bit of a fool because it's taken me a lot to do that. I've got no answers to that, but I'm just recognizing that for me, those are kind of the two of the reasons why I might just hesitate. And often it just takes a moment of hesitation, doesn't it? And you don't do it. Like, you've got to do it straight away. The moment's hesitation, you go, oh, for some reason I'm not so sure about doing that, so I'm going to leave it for 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes goes by and you've intentionally forgotten all about it, and you never do it.
And you get those prompts, you get those, like, the amount of times I've gone, oh, I need to text somebody, and then don't. And then I hear, oh man, they were in hospital. I was like, I didn't know they were in hospital, but I had that prompt, and I got busy with a flipping email that could have waited. Actually, 10 seconds of, hey mate, I'm just thinking about you, how's life? Going to catch up on a FaceTime. But you mentioned earlier about like trying to go for a drink. Actually, guys don't do well in this setting. But I know we do because there's cameras on us and it's what we're doing. But actually, if we were to go, hey guys, you want to go for a drink, and all three of us sit around having a coffee or a beer, actually the conversation wouldn't. It would be okay, but it wouldn't flow. Guys tend to talk better shoulder to shoulder doing something, task orientated. So tinkering with a car, climbing up a hill, something.
But it's easier to say yes to that, isn't it? Because it's actually, you're going to get something out of it. Because you're going to enjoy it as well. When someone says, do you want to meet up for a drink, you're never quite too sure what's going to be asked of you. And so that, again, a moment of hesitation, and you make an excuse not to do it.
And if you've got young kids, hey, Saturday morning I'm taking to a play place. I've been assured they do good bacon sandwiches and decent coffee. Do you fancy an hour out? In brackets, you'll get brownie points with the wife. Well, all right, happy days. You go with it, don't you? So then all of a sudden you're chatting, but it's not deep. It's not face to face. It's just conversation. I totally get it's easier said than done. But we have to start somewhere. It's a little bit like being super overweight and going to the gym. It's okay. You've got to start somewhere. But yeah, there's a couple of things pinging through I can see in my peripherals. How have you found your journey with other men around mental health, vulnerability, and faith? And what are the challenges and benefits?
Oh, that's my brother. Hi, Peter.
I was about to ask, actually. There's a quote from Bryn Brown. I don't know if you're familiar with Bryn Brown. She's a research professor, speaks a lot into vulnerability and authenticity. And the quote is, vulnerability breeds vulnerability.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're quite open,
Yeah.
people are going to be quite open. We all know those people that you go, hey, how are you? And they go, fine, how are you? Okay, great. Well, that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
And that's sort of it. End off.
Yeah.
So actually, being vulnerable. Have you found it with other men about mental health, vulnerability, and faith? Okay, mental health. I'm always the one that just asks the straight question, and I did it this week. I had an executive coaching call with a business professional, and stuff was in his world, and that wasn't the conversation. We weren't counselling. We were talking about goals. We were talking about how to improve his team and his department and his leadership. And then all of a sudden, I found myself internally going, I need to ask some tough questions here. So I just sort of like, right, I'm just gonna stop what we're saying, because I don't know who you've got in your world who's going to ask this. Yeah. So I'm going to ask this: are you suicidal? No. Okay. Are you overly drinking to get rid of the pain? No, I'm not. Okay. I don't know who's in your world. I don't know this person very well. So actually, just having those straight up conversations. Hey, how's your mental health? Yeah. Or as Paul said, how's your mental fitness? How's life? How are you on a scale of 1 to 10? Actually, just asking those questions. I think I would go as far as to say the stigma isn't necessarily around mental health. It's around how to ask questions. Actually, ask good questions. You're going to get decent answers. And when you guys weren't here, I was mentioning actually have the ability to listen well. Actually, those two hand in hand. Therefore, maybe the issue isn't talking about mental health. It's asking and listening around mental health. And the question was also around faith. I won't go into the specifics because I'm not a Bible scholar. You can ask my wife on that. But there's lots of stories in the Bible that actually specifically look at or suggest looking at mental health, actually looking at if you see people's lives and go, oh man, you probably struggled a lot with PTSD. You probably struggled a lot with this. So actually, I've got two answers to that. The faith journey for me has been massive, but also it hasn't changed anything because it wasn't a faith necessarily journey for me. The Freedom Course was amazing and God did amazing stuff and the Holy Spirit really broke through. That was great. But actually the conversations around mental health, I can have conversations around mental health with someone that doesn't believe, doesn't care, isn't interested, and they can still be those decent questions and those decent conversations. It doesn't have to, in my opinion, it doesn't always have to involve Jesus. However, if Jesus is at the center of it, you're going to get a lot freer, a lot quicker, and it'll last a lot longer.
Amen.
Yeah.
Good answer. We've got about 5 minutes before.
No way, is it 5 o'clock?
Yeah, we've got Billy Crabtree coming to do some live music, which is great. So he'll be here in about 5 minutes. While Rob's checking out the comments, see if there's anything else out there. Paul, was there anything that you wanted to ask Rob or comment on?
One of the comments again is I think that the theme that you're bringing up here is being intentional.
Yeah.
Again, do things on purpose, just because you can, and that actually in doing that, one, it's good self-awareness, but two is actually the age-old saying that the prevention is better than the cure. That we're not having, while we're starting much more to have the conversation about mental health, mental fitness, we're usually doing it in a reactive way to the fact that so many people struggle with their mental health. Whereas I do think what's really going to be helpful is to bring that conversation around to having the conversation before there's a problem. So whether that be doing a keys to freedom, but I don't think anybody should wait till they're in a crisis to do keys to freedom.
No.
I just see, we obviously at work we go through the tools and stuff ourselves as well, but that for me is something I'll pick my keys to freedom book again up at some point and go through it just because I can.
Yeah. You don't wait to do your laundry.
No.
What by the time everything is dirty, you do it as you go. And it's the same with keys to freedom. It was like it gives you tools and gives you practical application to actually live a life of freedom. So yeah, it is not, for those that are listening and those that haven't done it, Keys to Freedom is not a book that people with issues need to do. It's actually a book that every Christian needs to do. Like I said earlier, if you can just grab yourself a couple of copies and do it in a group. Like I've done Keys to Freedom in a pub, I've done Keys to Freedom in a coffee shop, I've done it in a rock face eating sausages and rock climbing. I've done it on Zoom with a load of people, and I've done it in a room with people. So, and it works every time. So if you're like, actually, yeah, I quite fancy that, and also at the same time you're like, actually, I could grab a group of guys, buy 5 copies. Like I don't even know how much they are, and like just buy a couple of copies. And do it with a couple of friends. Look, every Wednesday night we're going to do this book, or every other Wednesday if you're super busy, and it'll be, we'll have a burger in our hand, we'll have a whatever, and actually journey that as fellas. One, not only are you getting healing and freedom in areas, but you're also building a great band of brothers to help you along the way.
It's like Paul was saying, it's fitness, isn't it? I go to the gym to lift weights, even though I don't feel like it. You know, and then I feel better afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't do it for ages and ages.
Yeah,
just long enough to maintain a little bit.
You
know, like you stay out of the routine, but have some routine.
Pick up on just one comment there, which was the law before. If anyone doesn't know themselves enough to know what they need to be proactive in, what would you prioritize? So I guess like any kind of, to any men out there that are listening, that's like, look, if you're just going to do one thing that you can do right now, you can do it straight after this. Try this as that stepping stone. What do you suggest? If you think of all aspects of your world, so let's take career, let's take partner, different than family, your relationship with your partner, your relationship with your kids, wider family, friends, church, whatever. The one thing that's holding all those things together is you. They aren't connected necessarily unless with you. So you're at the middle and everything else is a spoke around the outside. So if you're not right, there will be an issue in every one of these areas somewhere. So what can you do? Well, actually sit quietly, loudly, music, car, doesn't really matter, but find some space in your world to answer the question, what would make me better? That's it. One thing. All these big fitness fads and all these big nutrition things, a lot of them are going on about just do one thing. And actually, I fully agree that actually just do one thing. So what one thing would make you better? Not that would make your wife better, because we love her, but we're not talking about her. Not one thing that would make your kids better or your career better. One thing that would make you better. And whatever that is, go and do it. And do it all the time. If it's okay, I just need a couple of hours a week to myself. Well, put it in your diary. Like get it in. Put that time aside. It could. I don't know what it could be. I'm not going to put words in everyone's mouth. But find that one thing and do it. They say it takes about a month to make a habit. So actually, you're going to have to force yourself to do it 31 days in a row. So just do it. I can guarantee then at the end of that, you will start to feel better. Continue that for a few months. Great. Okay, that's now a habit that's part of my world. What one more thing can I do that's better? And do that every quarter. By the end of the year, you've got 4 new practices in your world as a man that is going to make you a better person. If you were holding the mic, I'd ask you to drop it. I feel that's a great way to end. And I know I speak for everyone, and when I just say thanks, Rob, for coming, for co-hosting for a few hours, for sharing all of that stuff. Amazing. That's been great to hear. Great to be here, so thanks, guys. That's all right. Do you want to grab Billy for us? I think he's down in his kitchen waiting with his guitar. With his guitar. You go, a treat. I know. You go and grab Billy, and we'll figure out set up here. I'll make sure I remove all my clutter from here. People are loving the law of before, so you definitely need to trademark that. Yeah, it's trademarked. That's mine. Your wife says great wisdom, boom. So I feel like, what an endorsement. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks, Rob. See you, Rob. Great. So just a reminder for anyone that's just joined us, we are on to hour 7. Is that right? Yeah, hour 7 of a 24-hour talkathon. We're just so grateful for everyone that's joined and all the wisdom that we have been hearing about. It's been phenomenal. Just a reminder that this is all about raising awareness of men's mental health. We want to remove the stigma. We want to say that it's okay to talk about this stuff. Two of the main reasons that people don't reach out: feel ashamed and they're worried about being a burden. We've already heard loads today about things that we can do to challenge those ideas and to think differently. And we've got loads more coming up. I think, how many interviews have we had so far? 5, and we've got 20. So we're only a quarter. We're only like a quarter of the way through. So yeah, we're super excited. Really excited about this next guest, Billy. Come on in.
Hey, Billy.
I'll let me shut this behind you because it'll improve the sound. Just like that. Where should we come from here? Are you going to stand?
I mean, I'll sit.
Yeah. So I reckon, Paul, if you're up for going on, is that better for your back?
I don't mind. I'll sit there. That's fine.
Yeah, you go there. Bear with us, guys, while we get set up for Billy. I think we're going to go live on Instagram, Billy, if we can get it to work. It hasn't been working so far, but we're going to give it another shot. I'm good. Billy, while you're sitting down, get yourself comfortable.
Yes.
Tell us a bit about yourself. I put down the description.
Yep.
Musician and songwriter. But I know that that's a little bit. You're on a journey with that stuff, aren't you? A little bit in terms of what that's meant for you, going in the past, and what it means for you now. I don't know if you want to give a little introduction before you start playing some music.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely that does sound right.
Yeah.
But, yeah, as you said, been on a bit of a journey. I've definitely felt I left school, was a songwriter, and I've been like professionally a songwriter since then. But just I felt a shift where I am now leading worship more, and feel like the Lord's calling me that way.
Amazing.
But I'm still writing music and saving music as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, songwriter, musician sounds about right.
Yeah. What are some of the things you've worked on or done in the past? Like when you say songwriter, I think most of us won't have much. Yeah.
And maybe another songwriter.